On China, book by Henry Kissinger. Audiobook presented by the Learner's Library. Part 2. Chapter 10, The Quasi-Alliance. Conversations with Mao. Chapter 11, The End of the Mao Era. Chapter 12, The Indestructible Deng. Chapter 13, Touching the Tiger's Buttocles. The Third Vietnam War. Chapter 14, Reagan and the Advent of Normalcy. Chapter 15, Tiananmen. Chapter 16, What Kind of Reform? Deng's Southern Tour. Chapter 17, A Roller Coaster Ride Toward Another Reconciliation. The Jiang. Chapter 18, The New Millennium. Epilogue.
Chapter 10 The Quasi-Alliance, Conversations with Mao. The secret trip to China re-established the Sino-American relationship. The Nixon visit began a period of strategic cooperation. But while the principles of that cooperation were emerging, its framework remained to be settled. The language of the Shanghai Communique implied a kind of alliance. The reality of China's self-reliance made it difficult to relate form to substance. Alliances have existed as long as history records international affairs. They have been formed for many reasons: to pool the strength of individual allies, to provide an obligation of mutual assistance, to supply an element of deterrence beyond the tactical considerations of the moment. The special aspect of Sino-American relations was that the partners sought to coordinate their actions without creating a formal obligation to do so. Such a state of affairs was inherent in the nature of China's perception of international relations. Having proclaimed that China had stood up, Mao would reach out to the United States but never admit that China's strength might not be adequate for whatever challenge it might confront. Nor would he accept an abstract obligation to render assistance beyond the requirements of the national interest as it appeared at any given moment. China in the early stages of Mao's leadership made only one alliance, that with the Soviet Union at the very beginning of the People's Republic, when China needed support as it felt its way toward international status. It entered into a treaty of friendship, cooperation, and mutual assistance with North Korea in 1961, containing a clause on mutual defense against outside attack that is still in force at this writing. But that was more in the nature of the tributary relationship familiar from Chinese history. Beijing offered protection, North Korean reciprocity was irrelevant to the relationship. The Soviet alliance frayed from the very outset largely because Mao would not accept even the hint of subordination. After Nixon's visit to China, there emerged a partnership not by way of formal reciprocal assurances enshrined in documentation. It was not even a tacit alliance, based on informal agreements. It was a kind of quasi-alliance, growing out of understandings that emerged from conversations with Mao, in February and November of 1973, and long meetings with Zhou, hours of them in 1973. From then on, Beijing no longer sought to constrain or check the projection of American power, as it had before President Nixon's visit. Instead, China's avowed goal became to enlist the United States as a counterweight to the polar bear by means of an explicit strategic design. This parallelism depended on whether Chinese and American leaders could come to share common geopolitical aims, especially with regard to the Soviet Union. American leaders were treated by their Chinese counterparts to private seminars on Soviet intentions, often in uncharacteristically blunt language, as if the Chinese feared this topic was too important to be left to their customary subtlety and indirection. The United States reciprocated with extensive briefings about its strategic design. In the early years of the new relationship, Chinese leaders would continue occasionally to fire ideological cannons against American imperialism, some of them involving well-practiced rhetoric, but in private, they would criticize U.S. officials for being, if anything, too restrained in foreign policy. In fact, throughout the 1970s, Beijing was more in favor of the United States acting robustly against Soviet designs than much of the American public or Congress. The horizontal line, Chinese approaches to containment for a year. What was lacking in this design was Mao's imprimatur. He had blessed the general direction in the conversations with Nixon, but he had ostentatiously refused to discuss either strategy or tactics, probably because what became the Shanghai Communique was still unsettled. Mao filled this gap in two extensive conversations with me. The first one, late at night on February 17, 1973, lasted from 11:30 p.m. to 1:20 a.m. The second occurred on November 12, 1973, and lasted from 5:40 p.m. to 8:25 p.m. The context of the conversations explains their scope. The first took place less than a month after Le Duc though, the principal North Vietnamese negotiator, and I had initialed the Paris Peace Accords to end the Vietnam War. This freed China from any further need to demonstrate communist solidarity with Hanoi. The second occurred following the decisive U.S. role during the 1973 Arab-Israeli War and the resulting switch in Arab reliance from the Soviet Union to the United States, especially in Egypt. On both occasions, Mao warmly endorsed the Sino-American relationship in front of assembled media. In February he noted that the United States and China had once been two enemies, but that, how we call the relationship between ourselves a friendship. One having proclaimed the new relationship as friendship, Mao proceeded to give it an operational definition. Since he liked to speak in parables, he chose a subject that we were least worried about, possible Chinese intelligence operations against American officials visiting China. It was an indirect way of proclaiming a kind of partnership without making a request for reciprocity, but let us not speak false words or engage in trickery. We don't steal your documents. You can deliberately leave them somewhere and try us out. Nor do we engage in eavesdropping and bugging. There is no use in those small tricks. And some of the big maneuvering, there is no use to them too. I said that to your correspondent, Mr. Edgar Snow. We also have our intelligence service and it is the same with them. They do not work well, Prime Minister Zhou laughs. For instance, they didn't know about Lin Biao, Prime Minister Zhou laughs. Then again they didn't know you wanted to come. 2. The least plausible prospect was that China and the United States would abandon collecting intelligence on each other. If the United States and China were indeed entering a new era in their relationship, it was important for each side to be transparent with the other and to elaborate parallel calculations. But limiting the activities of their intelligence services was an unlikely way to start. The chairman was conveying an offer of transparency but also a warning that he was beyond being tricked, a point with which Mao led into the November conversation as well. As an introduction he recounted with a blend of humor, contempt, and strategy how he had amended his promise to wage 10,000 years of ideological struggle against the Soviets, Mao. They tried to make peace through communist leader Nicolae Ceausescu of Romania, and they tried to persuade us not to continue the struggle in the ideological field. Kissinger, I remember he was here. Mao/Zhou, that was long ago. Zhou, the first time he came to China. Said in English. Mao, and the second time, Soviet Prime Minister Alexei Kosygin came himself, and that was in 1960. I declared to him that we were going to wage a struggle against him for 10,000 years, laughter. Interpreter, the chairman was saying 10,000 years of struggle. Mao, and this time I made a concession to Kosygin. I said that I originally said this struggle was going to go on for 10,000 years. On the merit of his coming to see me in person, I will cut it down by 1,000 years, laughter. And you must see how generous I am. Once I make a concession, it is for 1,000 years. 3. The basic message was the same, cooperation if possible and no tactical maneuvering, for it would not prove possible to deceive this veteran of every kind of conflict imaginable. On a deeper level, it was also a warning that, if thwarted in conciliation, China would turn into a tenacious and forbidding enemy. When talking to Nixon a year earlier, Mao had omitted any substantive reference to Taiwan. Now to remove any element of threat, Mao explicitly delinked the issue of Taiwan from the overall U.S.-China relationship. The question of the U.S. relations with us should be separate from that of our relations with Taiwan. The United States, Mao suggested, should sever the diplomatic relations with Taiwan, as Japan had done, while maintaining unofficial social and economic ties. Then it is possible for our two countries to solve the issue of diplomatic relations. But as for the question of Beijing's relations with Taiwan, Mao warned, had is quite complex. I do not believe in a peaceful transition. Mao then turned to Foreign Minister Ji Pengfei and asked, do you believe in it? After further colloquy with the other Chinese in the room, Mao made his principal point, that there were no time pressures of any kind. Mao, they are a bunch of counter-revolutionaries. How could they cooperate with us? I say that we can do without Taiwan for the time being, and let it come after 100 years. Do not take matters on this world so rapidly. Why is there need to be in such great haste? It is only such an island with a population of a dozen or more million. Zhou, they now have 16 million. Mao, as for your relations with us, I think they need not take 100 years. Kissinger, I would count on that. I think they should come much faster. Mao, but that is to be decided by you. We will not rush you. If you feel the need, we can do it. If you feel it cannot be done now, then we can postpone it to a later date. Kissinger, it isn't a question of needing it, it is a question of practical possibilities. Mao, that's the same, for laughter. In Mao's typical paradoxical style, there were two principal points here of equal importance. First, that Beijing would not foreclose its option to use force over Taiwan, and indeed expected to have to use force someday. But second, for the time being at least, Mao was putting off this day, indeed he spoke of being willing to wait for 100 years. The banter was designed to clear the way for the dominant theme, which was a militant application of the containment theory of George Kennan to the effect that the Soviet system, if prevented from expanding, would collapse as a result of its internal tensions. 5. But while Kennan applied his principles primarily to the conduct of diplomacy and domestic policy, Mao argued for direct confrontation across the range of available pressures. The Soviet Union, Mao told me, represented a global threat that needed to be resisted globally. Whatever any other nation might do, China would resist an attack, even if its forces had to retire into the interior of the country to fight a guerrilla war. But cooperation with the United States and other like-minded countries would speed the victory in the struggle whose outcome was predetermined by the long-term weakness of the Soviet Union. China would not ask for help nor make its cooperation conditional on the cooperation of others. But it was prepared to adopt parallel strategies, especially with the United States. The bond would be common convictions, not formal obligations. A policy of determined global containment of the Soviets, Mao argued, was bound to prevail because Soviet ambitions were beyond their capacities. Mao, they have to deal with so many adversaries. They have to deal with the Pacific. They have to deal with Japan. They have to deal with China. They have to deal with South Asia, which also consists of quite a number of countries. And they only have 1 million troops here, not enough even for the defense of themselves and still less for attack forces. But they can't attack unless you let them in first, and you first give them the Middle East and Europe so they are able to deploy troops eastward. And that would take over 1 million troops. Kissinger, that will not happen. I agree with the chairman that if Europe and Japan and the U.S. hold together, and we are doing in the Middle East what the chairman discussed with me last time, then the danger of an attack on China will be very low. Mao, we are also holding down a portion of their troops which is favorable to you in Europe and the Middle East. For instance, they have troops stationed in Outer Mongolia, and that had not happened as late as Khrushchev's time. At that time they had still not stationed troops in Outer Mongolia, because the Zhenbao Island incident occurred after Khrushchev. It occurred in Brezhnev's time. Kissinger, it was 1969. That is why it is important that Western Europe and China and the U.S. pursue a coordinated course in this period. Mao, yes. 6. The cooperation Mao encouraged was not limited to Asian issues. With no trace of irony, Mao encouraged U.S. military involvement in the Middle East to counter the Soviets, exactly the type of imperialist aggression that Chinese propaganda had traditionally thundered against. Shortly after the 1973 Arab-Israeli War, and following Saddam Hussein's visit to Moscow, Iraq attracted Mao's attention and was presented as part of his global strategy, Mao, and now there is a crucial issue, that is the question of Iraq, Baghdad. We don't know if it is possible for you to do some work in that area. As for us, the possibilities are not so very great. Zhou, it is relatively difficult to do that. It is possible to have contacts with them, but it takes a period of time for them to change their orientation. It is possible they would change their orientation after they have suffered from them. 7. Zhou was suggesting that it was necessary for a coordinated policy to make Iraq's reliance on the Soviet Union so costly that it would have to change its orientation, much as Egypt was doing. It may also have been a wry comment on how allies would eventually tire of Moscow's overbearing treatment, as China had. In this manner Mao reviewed the strengths and weaknesses of various states in the Middle East, almost country by country. He stressed the importance of Turkey, Iran, and Pakistan as barriers to Soviet expansion. In addition to Iraq, he was uneasy about South Yemen. 8. He urged the United States to increase its strength in the Indian Ocean. He was the quintessential Cold Warrior. American conservatives would have approved of him. Japan was to be a principal component for Mao's coordinated strategy. At the secret meeting in 1971, the Chinese leaders still professed considerable suspicion about U.S. Japanese collusion. Zhou warned us to beware of Japan. The existing friendship, he said, would wither once economic recovery had put Japan into a position to challenge us. In October 1971 he stressed that Japan's feathers have grown on its wings and it is about to take off. 9. I replied, and Nixon elaborated during his visit, that Japan would be much more problematical if isolated than as part of an international order, including an alliance with the United States. By the time of our conversations in November 1973, Mao had accepted that point of view. He was now urging me to pay more attention to Japan and spend more time cultivating Japanese leaders. Mao, let's discuss something about Japan. This time you are going to Japan to stay a few more days there. Kissinger, the chairman always scolds me about Japan. I'm taking the chairman very seriously, and this time I'm staying 2.5 days. And he's quite right. It is very important that Japan does not feel isolated and left alone. And we should not give them too many temptations to maneuver. Mao, that is not to force them over to the Soviet side. 10. How would global coordination between the United States and China be implemented? Mao suggested that each side develop a clear concept of its national interest and cooperate out of its own necessity. Mao, we also say in the same situation, gesturing with his hand, that's what your president said when he was sitting here, that each side has its own means and acted out of its own necessity. That resulted in the two countries acting hand in hand. Kissinger, yes, we both faced the same danger. We may have to use different methods sometimes but for the same objectives. Mao, that would be good. So long as the objectives are the same, we would not harm you nor would you harm us. And we can work together to commonly deal with a bastard. Laughter, actually it would be that sometime we want to criticize you for a while and you want to criticize us for a while. That, your president said, is the ideological influence. You say, away with you communists. We say, away with you imperialists. Sometimes we say things like that. It would not do not to do that. 11. In other words, each side could arm itself with whatever ideological slogans fulfilled its own domestic necessities, so long as it did not let them interfere with the need for cooperation against the Soviet danger. Ideology would be relegated to domestic management, it took a leave from foreign policy. The ideological armistice was, of course, valid only so long as objectives remained compatible. In the execution of policy, Mao could be pragmatic. In the conception of it, he always strove for some overriding principles. Mao had not been the leader of an ideological movement for half a century to turn suddenly to pure pragmatism. Kennan's containment theory applied primarily to Europe and Atlantic relations, Mao's was global. In Mao's concept, countries threatened by Soviet expansionism should draw a horizontal line, the U.S., Japan, Pakistan, Iran, Turkey and Europe. 12. This is why Iraq had appeared in the earlier dialogue. Mao put forward his concept to me in February 1973, explaining how this grouping should conduct the struggle with the Soviet Union. Later, he canvassed it with the Japanese Foreign Minister. The moment of greatest cooperation between China and the United States also led to discussions between their leaders over how the various elements of the Quasi-Alliance might be tempted to exploit it for their own purposes. China's concept of self-reliance had the paradoxical consequence of making it difficult for Chinese leaders to believe in the willingness of their partners to run the same risks they were. In applying his horizontal line concept, Mao, the specialist in contradictions, confronted an inevitable series of them. One was that the concept was difficult to reconcile with the Chinese idea of self-reliance. Cooperation depended on a merging of independent analyses. If they all coincided with China's, there was no problem. But in the event of disagreement between the parties, China's suspicions would become sui generis and grow difficult to overcome. The horizontal line concept implied a muscular version of the Western concept of collective security. But in practice, collective security is more likely to operate by the least common denominator than on the basis of the convictions of the country with the most elaborate geopolitical design. This surely has been the experience of America in the alliances it has sought to lead. These difficulties, inherent in any global system of security, were compounded for Mao because the opening with America did not have the impact on U.S.-Soviet relations he had originally calculated. Mao's turn toward the United States was based on the belief that U.S.-Soviet differences would, in the end, prevent any substantial compromises between the two nuclear superpowers. It was, in a sense, an application of the Communist, United Front strategies of the 1930s and 1940s, as expressed in the slogan promulgated after Nixon's visit, utilizing contradictions and defeating enemies one by one. Mao had assumed that America's opening to China would multiply Soviet suspicions and magnify tensions between the United States and the Soviet Union. The former happened, the latter did not. After the opening to China, Moscow started to compete for Washington's favor. Contacts between the nuclear superpowers multiplied. While the United States clearly signaled that it considered China an essential component of the international order and would support it if threatened, the mere fact that America had a separate and more strategic option ran against the old revolutionary strategic instincts. The trouble with the horizontal line concept, as Mao began to examine it, was that, if calculations of power determined all conduct, the relative military weakness of China would make it somewhat dependent on American support, at least for an interim period. This is why, at every stage of the dialogue about cooperation, Mao and other Chinese leaders insisted on a proposition designed to preserve Chinese freedom of maneuver and self-respect, that they did not need protection and that China was able to handle all foreseeable crises, alone if necessary. They used the rhetoric of collective security but reserved the right to prescribe its content. In each of the conversations with Mao in 1973 he made a point of conveying China's imperviousness to any form of pressure, even and perhaps especially nuclear pressure. If a nuclear war killed all Chinese above the age of 30, he said in February, it might prove of long-term benefit to China by helping unify it linguistically. If the Soviet Union would throw its bombs and kill all those over 30 who are Chinese, that would solve the problem of the complexity of China's many dialects, for us. Because the old people like me can't learn Mandarin, Chinese. 14 When Mao described in detail how deep into China he might retreat to lure the aggressor into the trap of an engulfing hostile population, I asked, but if they use bombs and do not send armies? To which Mao replied, what should we do? Perhaps you can organize a committee to study the problem. We'll let them beat us up and they will lose any resources. 15 The innuendo that Americans were prone to indulge in study while Chinese acted explains why Mao, even while advocating his horizontal line theory, inevitably included dramatic details on how China would be prepared to stand alone if the Quasi-Alliance failed. Mao and Zhou, and later Deng, stressed that China was digging tunnels, and was equipped to survive for decades on rifles and millet alone. In a way, the bombast was likely calculated to mask China's vulnerability, but it reflected as well a serious analysis about how it would confront the existential nightmare of a global war. Mao's repeated musings about China's ability to survive a nuclear war, sometimes with breezy humor, because there were simply too many Chinese to kill even with nuclear weapons, were treated as a sign of derangement by some Western observers and, in a sense, weakened Western determination because they stirred the fear of nuclear war. What Mao was really worried about, however, was facing the implications of the doctrine on which the United States and the Western world was basing its concept of security. The dominant theory of mutual assured destruction deterrence depended on the ability to inflict a given percentage of total devastation. The adversary presumably had a comparable capability. How could a threat of global suicide be kept from turning into a bluff? Mao interpreted the U.S. reliance on mutual assured destruction as reflecting a lack of confidence in its other armed forces. It was the subject of a conversation in 1975, in which Mao penetrated to the heart of our Cold War nuclear dilemma: you have confidence in, you believe in, nuclear weapons. You do not have confidence in your own army. 16 What about China, exposed to nuclear threat without, for some time, adequate means of retaliation? Mao's answer was that it would create a narrative based on historical performance and biblical endurance. No other society could imagine that it would be able to achieve a credible security policy by a willingness to prevail after casualties in the hundreds of millions and the devastation or occupation of most of its cities. That gap alone defined the difference between Western and Chinese perceptions of security. Chinese history testified to the ability to overcome depredations inconceivable anywhere else and, at the end, to prevail by imposing its culture or its vastness on the would-be conqueror. That faith in his own people and culture was the reverse side of Mao's sometimes misanthropic reflections on their day-to-day performance. It was not only that there were so many Chinese, it was also the tenacity of their culture and the cohesiveness of their relationships. But Western leaders, more attuned and responsive to their populations, were not prepared to offer them in so categorical a manner, though they did it indirectly via their strategic doctrine. For them, nuclear war had to be a demonstrated last resort, not a standard operating procedure. The Chinese almost obsessive self-reliance was not always fully understood on the American side. Accustomed to strengthening our European ties by a ritual of reassurance, we did not always judge correctly the impact of comparable statements on Chinese leaders. When Colonel Alexander Haig, leading the American advance team for the Nixon trip, met with Zhou in January 1972, he used standard NATO phraseology when he said that the Nixon administration would resist Soviet efforts to encircle China. Mao's reaction was emphatic: encircling China? I need them to rescue me, how could that be? They are concerned about me. That is like the cat weeping over the dead mouse. 17 At the end of my November 1973 visit, I suggested to Zhou a hotline between Washington and Beijing as part of an agreement on reducing the risks of accidental war. My purpose was to take account of Chinese suspicions that arms control negotiations were part of a joint U.S.-Soviet design to isolate China by giving China an opportunity to participate in the process. Mao saw it differently. Someone wants to lend us an umbrella, he said. We don't want it, a protective nuclear umbrella. 18 China did not share our strategic view on nuclear weapons, much less our doctrine of collective security. It was applying the traditional maxim of using barbarians against barbarians, in order to achieve a divided periphery. China's historic nightmare had been that the barbarians would decline to be so used, would unite, and would then use their superior force to either conquer China outright or divide it into separate fiefdoms. From the Chinese perspective, that nightmare never completely disappeared, locked as China was in an antagonistic relationship with the Soviet Union and India and not without suspicions of its own toward the United States. There was a difference in underlying approach toward the Soviet Union. China favored a posture of uncompromising confrontation. The United States was equally uncompromising in resisting threats to the international equilibrium. But we insisted on keeping open the prospect of improved relations on other issues. The opening to China shook up Moscow. This was one of our reasons for undertaking it. In fact, during the months of preparation for the secret trip we were simultaneously exploring a summit between Nixon and Brezhnev. That the Beijing summit came first was due in large part to the Soviet attempt to make the Moscow visit dependent on conditions, a tactic quickly abandoned once the Nixon visit to Beijing was announced. The Chinese of course noticed that we were closer to Moscow and Beijing than they were to each other. It elicited caustic comments about détente from Chinese leaders. Even at the high point of Sino-US relations, Mao and Zhou would occasionally express their concern about how the United States might implement its strategic flexibility. Was the intention of the United States to reach out to the Soviet Union by standing on Chinese shoulders? 19 was America's commitment to anti-hegemony, or ruse, and once China let its guard down, would Washington and Moscow collude in Beijing's destruction? Was the West deceiving China, or was the West deceiving itself? In either case, the practical consequence could be to push the ill waters of the Soviet Union eastward toward China. This was Zhou's theme in February 1973, Zhou, perhaps they, the Europeans, want to push the ill waters of the Soviet Union in another direction, eastward. Kissinger, whether the Soviet Union attacks eastward or westward is equally dangerous for the U.S. The U.S. gains no advantage if the Soviet Union attacks eastward. In fact, if the Soviet Union attacks, it is more convenient if it attacks westward because we have more public support for resistance. Zhou, yes, therefore, we believe that the Western European aspiration to push the Soviet Union eastward is also an illusion. 20 Mao, ever carrying ideas to their ultimate conclusion, sometimes ascribed to the United States a dialectical strategy as he might have practiced it. He argued that America might think of solving the problem of communism once and for all by applying the lesson of Vietnam, that involvement in local wars drains the big power participant. In that interpretation, the horizontal line theory or the Western concept of collective security might turn into a trap for China, Mao, because since in being bogged down in Vietnam you met so many difficulties, do you think they, the Soviets, would feel good if they were bogged down in China? Kissinger, the Soviet Union. Nancy Tang, the Soviet Union. Mao, and then you can let them get bogged down in China, for half a year, or 1, or 2, or 3, or 4 years. And then you can poke your finger at the Soviet back. And your slogan then will be for peace, that is, you must bring down socialist imperialism for the sake of peace. And perhaps you can begin to help them in doing business, saying whatever you need we will help against China. Kissinger, Mr. Chairman, it is really very important that we understand each other's motives. We will never knowingly cooperate in an attack on China. Mao, interrupting, no, that's not so. Your aim in doing that would be to bring the Soviet Union down. 21 Mao had a point. This was a theoretically feasible strategy for the United States. All it lacked was a leader to conceive it or a public to support it. Its abstract manipulation was not attainable in the United States, nor was it desirable. American foreign policy can never be based on power politics alone. The Nixon administration was serious about the importance it attached to China's security. In practice, the United States and China exchanged a great deal of information and were cooperating in many fields. But Washington could not abdicate the right to determine the tactics of how to achieve its security to another country, however important. The impact of Watergate at a point when American and Chinese strategic thinking was striving for congruence, the Watergate crisis threatened to derail the progress of the relationship by enfeebling the American capacity to manage the geopolitical challenge. The destruction of the president who had conceived the opening to China was incomprehensible in Beijing. Nixon's resignation on August 8, 1974, and the assumption of the presidency by Vice President Gerald Ford led to a collapse of congressional support for an activist foreign policy in the subsequent congressional elections in November 1974. The military budget became controversial. Embargoes were placed on a key ally, Turkey. A public investigation of the intelligence community was launched by 2 congressional committees, the Church Committee in the Senate and the Pike Committee in the House, hemorrhaging classified intelligence information. The American capacity to prevent Soviet adventures in the developing world was reduced by the passage of the War Powers Act. The United States was sliding into a position of domestic paralysis, with an unelected president facing a hostile Congress, producing an opportunity for the Soviets that some Chinese leaders were tempted to believe had been our design in the first place. In early 1975, the congressional action that stopped a joint U.S.-China effort to establish a coalition government in Cambodia came to be interpreted in Beijing as weakness in the face of the Soviet encirclement of China. 22 In that atmosphere, in the Chinese view, the policy of détente threatened to turn into what Mao called shadowboxing, creating the illusion, not the reality, of diplomatic progress. Chinese leaders lectured the Americans, and many other Western leaders, about the dangers of appeasement. The Helsinki Conference on Security and Cooperation was a special candidate for Chinese criticism on the grounds that it created the illusion of stability and peace. 23. The basis for the Quasi-Alliance had been the Chinese conviction that the United States' contribution to global security was indispensable. Beijing had entered the relationship looking to Washington as a bulwark against Soviet expansionism. Now Mao and Zhou began to hint that what looked like feebleness in Washington was in reality a deep game, trying to set the Soviets and Chinese against each other in a war designed to destroy them both. Increasingly, however, the Chinese accused the United States of something worse than treachery, ineffectualness. This is where matters stood when, at the end of 1973, China's domestic travail began to parallel our own. Chapter 11. The end of the Mao era. At every stage of China's diplomatic revolution, Mao was torn between sinocentrist pragmatism and revolutionary fervor. He made the necessary choices and opted for pragmatism cold-bloodedly though never happily. When we first met Mao in 1972, he was already ill and speaking, with some irony for an avowed atheist, about having received an invitation from God. He had destroyed or radicalized most of the country's institutions, including even the Communist Party, increasingly ruling by personal magnetism and the manipulation of opposing factions. Now, as his rule was nearing its end, Mao's grip on power, and his capacity to manipulate, were both slipping away. The crisis over Lin Biao had destroyed Mao's designated successor. Now Mao had no accepted heir, and there was no blueprint for a post-Mao China. The succession crisis. Instead of choosing a new successor, Mao attempted to institutionalize his own ambivalence. He bequeathed to China an extraordinarily complex set of political rivalries by promoting officials from both sides of his vision of China's destiny. With characteristic convolution, he fostered each camp and then set them against each other, all while fomenting contradictions within each faction, such as between Zhou and Deng, to make sure no one person became dominant enough to emerge with authority approaching his own. On the one side stood a camp of practical administrators led by Zhou and subsequently Deng. On the other were the ideological purists around Jiang Qing and her faction of Shanghai-based radicals, to whom Mao later applied the derisive label, the Gang of Four. They insisted on a literal application of Mao Zedong thought. Between them stood Hua Guofeng, Mao's immediate successor, to whom fell the awesome, and eventually unmanageable, task of mastering the contradictions that Mao had enshrined, and with whose brief career the next chapter will deal. The two principal factions engaged in numerous disputes over culture, politics, economic policy, and the perquisites of power, in short, on how to run the country. But a fundamental subtext concerned the philosophical questions that had occupied China's best minds in the 19th and early 20th centuries, how to define China's relationship with the outside world and what, if anything, it could learn from foreigners. The Gang of Four advocated turning inward. They sought to purify Chinese culture and politics of suspect influences, including anything deemed foreign, revisionist, bourgeois, traditional, capitalist, or potentially anti-party, to reinvigorate China's ethic of revolutionary struggle and radical egalitarianism, and to reorient social life around an essentially religious worship of Mao Zedong. Mao's wife, Jiang Qing, a former actress, oversaw the reform and radicalization of traditional Beijing opera and the development of revolutionary ballets, including the Red Detachment of Women, performed for President Nixon in 1972, to the American delegation's general stupefaction. After Lin fell from grace, Jiang Qing and the Gang of Four survived. Ideologues under their sway dominated much of the Chinese press, universities, and the cultural sphere, and they used this influence to vilify Zhou, Deng, and China's supposed tendency toward revisionism. Their conduct during the Cultural Revolution had made them a number of powerful enemies, however, and they were unlikely contenders for succession. Lacking association with the military establishment or the Long March veterans, they were unlikely aspirants for the top position, an actress and theatrical producer seeking posts that only a small handful of women had reached in all of Chinese history, Jiang Qing, a journalist and political theorist, Zhang Chunxiao, a leftist literary critic, Yao Wenyuan, and a former security guard, plucked from obscurity after agitating against his factory's management and possessing no power base of his own, Wang Hongwen. 1. The Gang of Four stood opposite a camp of relative pragmatists associated with Zhou Enlai and, increasingly, Deng Xiaoping. Though Zhou himself was a dedicated communist with decades of devoted service to Mao, for many Chinese he had come to represent order and moderation. Both to his critics and to his admirers, Zhou was a symbol of China's long tradition of Mandarin gentleman officials, urbane, highly educated, restrained in his personal habits and, within the spectrum of Chinese communism, his political preferences. Deng possessed a blunter and less refined personal style than Zhou. He punctuated his conversations by spitting loudly into a spittoon, producing occasional incongruous moments. Yet he shared, and went beyond, Zhou's vision of a China that balanced its revolutionary principles with order and a quest for prosperity. Eventually he was to resolve Mao's ambivalence between radical ideology and a more strategically based reform approach. Neither man was a believer in Western principles of democracy. Both had been uncritical participants in Mao's first waves of upheaval. But in contrast to Mao and the Gang of Four, Zhou and Deng were reluctant to mortgage China's future to continuous revolution. Accused by their critics of selling out China to foreigners, both the 19th and 20th century sets of reformers sought to use Western technology and economic innovations to bolster China's strength while preserving China's essence. Zhou was closely identified with the Sino-US rapprochement and with the attempt to return Chinese domestic affairs to a more normal pattern in the wake of the Cultural Revolution, both of which the Gang of Four opposed as a betrayal of revolutionary principles. Deng and like-minded officials, such as Hu Yaobang and Zhao Ziyang, were associated with economic pragmatism, which the Gang of Four attacked as the restoration of aspects of the capitalist system. As Mao grew increasingly frail, the Chinese leadership was locked in a power struggle and a debate over China's destiny, profoundly affecting Sino-US relations. When China's radicals gained in relative power, the U.S.-China relationship cooled. When America's freedom of action was limited by domestic upheavals, it strengthened the radicals' arguments that China was unnecessarily compromising its ideological purity by tying its foreign policy to a country itself riven by domestic disputes and incapable of assisting China's security. To the end, Mao attempted to manage the contradiction of preserving his legacy of continuous revolution while safeguarding the strategic rapprochement with the United States, which he continued to deem important for China's security. He left the impression that he sympathized with the radicals even as the national interest impelled him to sustain the new relationship with America, which, in turn, frustrated him with its own domestic divisions. Mao, in his prime, could have overcome internal conflicts, but the aging Mao was increasingly torn by the complexities he had created. Zhou, the Mao loyalist for 40 years, became a victim of this ambivalence. The fall of Zhou Enlai political survival for the second man in an autocracy is inherently difficult. It requires being close enough to the leader to leave no space for a competitor but not so close as to make the leader feel threatened. None of Mao's number twos had managed that tightrope act. Liu Shaoqi, who served as number two with the title of president from 1959 to 1967 and was imprisoned during the Cultural Revolution, and Lin Biao had both been destroyed politically and lost their lives in the process. Zhou had been our principal interlocutor at all meetings. We noticed on the visit in November 1973 that he was a shade more tentative than usual and even more deferential to Mao than customarily. But it was compensated for by a conversation of nearly 3 hours with Mao, the most comprehensive review of foreign policy strategy we had had yet. It ended with Mao escorting me to the anteroom and an official release announcing that the chairman and I had had a far-ranging discussion in a friendly atmosphere. With Mao's apparent imprimatur, all negotiations ended rapidly and favorably. The final communiqué extended the joint opposition to hegemony from the Asia-Pacific region, as in the Shanghai Communiqué of 1972, to the global plain. It affirmed the need to deepen consultations between the two countries at authoritative levels, even further. Exchanges and trade were to be increased. The scope of the liaison offices was to be expanded. Zhou said he would recall the head of the Chinese liaison office from Washington to instruct him on the nature of the agreed intensified dialogue. Contemporary Chinese historians point out that the criticisms of the Gang of Four against Zhou were reaching a crisis point at this time. We were aware from the media that an anti-Confucian campaign was taking place but did not consider that it had any immediate relevance to foreign policy or Chinese leadership issues. In his dealings with Americans, Zhou continued to exhibit unflappable self-assurance. On only one occasion did his serenity leave him. At a banquet in the Great Hall of the People in November 1973, in a general conversation, I made the observation that China seemed to me to have remained essentially Confucian in its belief in a single, universal, generally applicable truth as the standard of individual conduct and social cohesion. What communism had done, I suggested, was to establish Marxism as the content of that truth. I cannot recall what possessed me to make this statement, which, however accurate, surely did not take into account Mao's attacks on Confucians who were alleged to be impeding his policies. Zhou exploded, the only time I saw him lose his temper. Confucianism, he said, was a doctrine of class oppression while communism represented a philosophy of liberation. With uncharacteristic insistence, he kept up the argument, no doubt to some degree so as to have it on record for the benefit of Nancy Tang, the interpreter who was close to Jiang, and Wang Herong, the grandniece of Mao, who was always in Zhou's entourage. Shortly afterward, we learned that Zhou was stricken with cancer and that he was withdrawing from the day-to-day management of affairs. A dramatic upheaval followed. The visit to China had ended on a dramatic high. The meeting with Mao was not only the most substantive of all previous dialogues, its symbolism, its length, the demonstrative courtesies such as escorting me to the anteroom, the warm communiqué, was designed to emphasize its significance. As I was leaving, Zhou told me that he thought the dialogue had been the most significant since the secret visit. Zhou, we wish you success and also success to the President. Kissinger, thank you and thank you for the reception we have received as always. Zhou, it is what you deserve. And once the course has been set, as in 1971, we will persevere in the course. Kissinger, so will we. Zhou, that is why we use the term farsightedness to describe your meeting with the chairman. 3. The dialogue provided for in the communiqué never got underway. The nearly completed negotiations on financial issues languished. The head of the liaison office returned to Beijing but did not come back for 4 months. The National Security Council officer in charge of China reported that bilateral relations were immobilized. For within a month, the change in Zhou's fortunes, though not its extent, became visible. It has since emerged that in December 1973, less than a month after the events described here, Mao obliged Zhou to undergo struggle sessions in front of the Politburo to justify his foreign policy, described as too accommodating by Nancy Tang and Wang Herong, the Mao loyalists in his entourage. In the course of the sessions, Deng, who had been brought back from exile as a possible alternative to Zhou, summed up the prevailing criticism as follows: your position is just one step away from chairman. To others, the chairmanship is within sight, but beyond reach. To you, however, it is within sight and within reach. I hope you will always keep this in mind. 5. Zhou was, in effect, accused of overreaching. When the session ended, a Politburo meeting criticized Zhou openly. Generally speaking, Zhou forgot about the principle of preventing rightism while allying with the United States. This is mainly because he forgot about the chairman's instructions. He overestimated the power of the enemy and devaluated the power of the people. He also failed to grasp the principle of combining the diplomatic line with supporting revolution. 6. By early 1974, Zhou disappeared as a policymaker, ostensibly on account of his cancer. But illness was not a sufficient explanation for the oblivion into which he fell. No Chinese official referred to him again. In my first meeting with Deng in early 1974, he mentioned Mao repeatedly and ignored any reference I made to Zhou. If a negotiating record was needed, our Chinese opposite numbers would cite the 2 conversations with Mao in 1973. I saw Zhou only one more time, in December 1974, when I had taken some members of my family to Beijing with me on an official visit. My family was invited to the meeting. In what was described as a hospital but looked like a state guest house, Zhou avoided any political or diplomatic subjects by saying his doctors had forbidden any exertions. The meeting lasted a little more than 20 minutes. It was carefully staged to symbolize that dialogue about Sino-American relations with Zhou had come to an end. There was no little poignancy at such an end to a career defined by ultimate loyalty to Mao. Zhou had stood by the aging chairman through crises that obliged him to balance his admiration for Mao's revolutionary leadership against the pragmatic and more humane instincts of his own nature. He had survived because he was indispensable and, in an ultimate sense, loyal, too loyal, his critics argued. Now he was removed from authority when the storm seemed to be subsiding and with the reassuring shore within sight. He had not differed from Mao's policies as Deng had done a decade earlier. No American dealing with him noted any departure from what Mao had said, and in any event, the chairman seemed to be monitoring the meetings by reading the transcripts every evening. True, Zhou treated the American delegations with consummate, though aloof, courtesy. That was the prerequisite for moving toward partnership with America, which China's difficult security situation required. I interpreted his conduct as a way to facilitate Chinese imperatives, not as concessions to my or any other American's personality. It is conceivable that Zhou may have begun to view the American relationship as a permanent feature, while Mao treated it as a tactical phase. Zhou may have concluded that China, emerging from the wreckage of the Cultural Revolution, would not be able to thrive in the world unless it ended its isolation and became a genuine part of the international order. But this is something I surmise from Zhou's conduct, not his words. Our dialogue never reached an exchange of personal comments. Some of Zhou's successors tend to refer to him as, your friend, Zhou. To the extent that they mean this literally, and even if it has a sardonic undertone, I consider it an honor. Politically hobbled, emaciated, and terminally ill, Zhou surfaced in January 1975 for one last public gesture. The occasion was a meeting of China's National People's Congress, the first convocation of its kind since the start of the Cultural Revolution. Zhou was still technically premier. He opened with a declaration of carefully worded praise for the Cultural Revolution and the anti-Confucius campaign, both of which had nearly destroyed him and both of which he now hailed as great, important, and far-reaching, in their influence. It was the last public declaration of loyalty to the chairman whom he had served for 40 years. But then halfway through the speech, Zhou presented, as if it were simply the logical continuation of this program, a completely new direction. He revisited a long-dormant proposal from before the Cultural Revolution, that China should strive to achieve comprehensive modernization in 4 key sectors: agriculture, industry, national defense, and science and technology. Zhou noted that he was issuing this call, effectively a repudiation of the goals of the Cultural Revolution, on Chairman Mao's instructions, though when and how these were issued was left unclear. 7. Zhou exhorted China to achieve the 4 modernizations before the end of the century. Zhou's listeners could not fail to note that he would never live to see this goal realized. And as the first half of Zhou's speech attested, such modernization would be achieved, if at all, only after further ideological struggle. But Zhou's audience would remember his assessment, part forecast, part challenge, that by the end of the 20th century, China's national economy will be advancing in the front ranks of the world. 8. In the years to come, some of them would heed this call and champion the cause of technological advancement and economic liberalization, even at serious political and personal risk. Final meetings with Mao, the swallows and the coming of the storm. After the disappearance of Zhou, in early 1974, Deng Xiaoping became our interlocutor. Though he had only recently returned from exile, he conducted affairs with the aplomb and self-assurance with which Chinese leaders seem naturally endowed, and he was soon named executive vice premier. By that time, the horizontal line concept was abandoned, after only 1 year, because it was too close to traditional alliance concepts, thus limiting China's freedom of action. In its place, Mao put forward the vision of the 3 worlds, which he ordered Deng to announce at a special session of the United Nations General Assembly in 1974. The new approach replaced the horizontal line with a vision of 3 worlds. The United States and the Soviet Union belonged to the First World. Countries such as Japan and Europe were part of the Second World. All the underdeveloped countries constituted the Third World, to which China belonged as well. 9. According to that vision, world affairs were conducted in the shadow of the conflict of the two nuclear superpowers. As Deng argued in his UN speech, since the two superpowers are contending for world hegemony, the contradiction between them is irreconcilable, one either overpowers the other, or is overpowered. Their compromise and collusion can only be partial, temporary and relative, while their contention is all-embracing, permanent and absolute. They may reach certain agreements, but their agreements are only a facade and a deception. 10. The developing world should use this conflict for its own purposes. The two superpowers had created their own antithesis, by eris, ing, strong resistance among the Third World and the people of the whole world. 11. Real power lay not with the United States or the Soviet Union, instead, the really powerful are the Third World and the people of all countries uniting together and daring to fight and daring to win. 12. The Three Worlds theory restored China's freedom of action at least from the ideological point of view. It permitted differentiation between the two superpowers for temporary convenience. It provided a vehicle for an active, independent role for China through its role in the developing world, and it gave China tactical flexibility. Still, it could not solve China's strategic challenge, as Mao had described it in his two long conversations in 1973. The Soviet Union was threatening in both Asia and Europe. China needed to participate in the world if it wanted to speed its economic development. And a quasi-alliance between China and the United States had to be sustained even as the domestic evolution in both countries pressed their governments in the opposite direction. Had the radical element achieved enough influence with Mao to lead to the removal of Zhou? Or had Mao used the radicals to overthrow his number two associate just as he had done with Zhou's predecessors? Whatever the answer, Mao needed to triangulate. He sympathized with the radicals, but he was too significant a strategist to abandon the American safety net. On the contrary, he sought to strengthen it so long as America appeared as an effective partner. A clumsy American agreement to a summit between President Ford and Soviet Premier Brezhnev in Vladivostok in November 1974 complicated U.S.-Chinese relations. The decision had been made for purely practical reasons. Ford, as a new president, wanted to meet his Soviet counterpart. It was determined that he could not go to Europe without meeting some European leaders eager to establish their relations with the new president, which would crowd Ford's schedule. A presidential trip to Japan and Korea had already been scheduled during the Nixon presidency. A 24-hour side trip to Vladivostok would make the least demand on presidential time. In the process, we overlooked that Vladivostok was acquired by Russia only a century earlier in one of the unequal treaties regularly castigated in China, and that it was located in the Russian Far East, where military clashes between China and the Soviet Union had triggered the reassessment of our China policy just a few years earlier. Technical convenience had been allowed to override common sense. Chinese irritation with Washington in the wake of the Vladivostok meeting was evident when I traveled to Beijing from Vladivostok in December 1974. It was the only visit during which Mao did not receive me. Since one could never request a meeting, the slight could be presented as an omission rather than a rebuff. Misstep aside, the United States remained committed to the strategy inaugurated in the Nixon administration, whatever the fluctuations of internal Chinese and American politics. Should the Soviets have attacked China, both presidents I served, Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford, would have strongly supported China and done their utmost to defeat such a Soviet adventure. We were also determined to defend the international equilibrium. But we judged the American national interest and global peace best served if the United States maintained the capacity for dialogue with both communist giants. By being closer to each of them than they were to each other, we would achieve the maximum diplomatic flexibility. What Mao described as shadowboxing was what both Nixon and Ford were convinced was required to build a consensus for foreign policy in the aftermath of the Vietnam War, Watergate, and the coming into office of a non-elected president. In this international and domestic environment, my last two conversations with Mao took place in October and December 1975. The occasion was the first visit to China of President Ford. The initial meeting was to prepare the summit between the two leaders, the second concerned their actual conversation. In addition to providing a summary of the dying chairman's last views, they demonstrated Mao's colossal willpower. He had not been well when he met Nixon, now he was desperately ill. He needed the assistance of 2 nurses to rise from the chair. He could barely speak. Chinese being a tonal language, the stricken Mao made his interpreter write down her interpretation of the wheezes issuing from his broken hulk. She would then show them to him, and Mao would nod or shake his head before the translation. In the face of his infirmities, Mao conducted both conversations with extraordinary lucidity. Even more remarkable was the way these conversations at the edge of the grave exhibited the turmoil within Mao. Sarcastic and penetrating, taunting and cooperative, they distilled one final time revolutionary conviction grappling with a complex sense of strategy. Mao began the conversation of October 21, 1975, by challenging a banality I had uttered to Deng the day before to the effect that China and the United States wanted nothing from each other. If neither side had anything to ask from the other, why would you be coming to Beijing? If neither side had anything to ask, then why did you want to come to Beijing, and why would we want to receive you and the president? 13 In other words, abstract expressions of goodwill were meaningless to the apostle of continuous revolution. He was still in quest of a common strategy, and as a strategist he recognized the need for priorities even at the temporary sacrifice of some of China's historic goals. Therefore he volunteered an assurance from a previous meeting: the small issue is Taiwan, the big issue is the world. 14 As was his habit, Mao pushed the necessary to its extreme with his characteristic combination of whimsy, aloof patience, and implicit threat, at times an elusive, if not unfathomable, phrasing. Not only would Mao continue to be patient as he had indicated he would be in the meeting with Nixon and the follow-up meetings with me, he did not want to confuse the debate about Taiwan with the strategy for protecting the global equilibrium. Therefore he made what would have seemed an incredible assertion 2 years earlier, that China did not want Taiwan at this moment. Mao, it's better for it to be in your hands. And if you were to send it back to me now, I would not want it, because it's not wantable. There are a huge bunch of counter-revolutionaries there. 100 years hence we will want it, gesturing with his hand, and we are going to fight for it. Kissinger, not 100 years. Mao, gesturing with his hand, counting, it is hard to say. 5 years, 10, 20, 100 years. It's hard to say. Points toward the ceiling, and when I go to heaven to see God, I'll tell him it's better to have Taiwan under the care of the United States now. Kissinger, he will be very astonished to hear that from the chairman. Mao, no, because God blesses you, not us. God does not like us, waves his hands, because I am a militant warlord, also a communist. That's why he doesn't like me. 15 Pointing to the 3 Americans, he likes you and you and you. 16 There was an urgency, however, in getting the issue of international security right. China, Mao argued, had slid to last place in American priorities among the 5 power centers of the world, with the Soviet Union having pride of place, followed by Europe and Japan. We see that what you are doing is leaping to Moscow by way of our shoulders, and these shoulders are now useless. You see, we are the 5th. We are the small finger. 17 Moreover, Mao claimed, the European countries, though outranking China in terms of power, were overwhelmed by their fear of the Soviet Union, summed up in an allegory. Mao, this world is not tranquil, and a storm, the wind and rain, are coming. And at the approach of the rain and wind the swallows are busy. Tang, he, the chairman, asks me how one says swallow in English and what is sparrow. Then I said it is a different kind of bird. Kissinger, yes, but I hope we have a little more effect on the storm than the swallows do on the wind and rain. Mao, it is possible to postpone the arrival of the wind and rain, but it's difficult to obstruct the coming. 18 When I replied that we agreed about the coming of the storm but maneuvered to be in the best position to survive it, Mao answered with a lapidary word, Dunkirk. 19 Mao elaborated that the American army in Europe was not strong enough to resist the Soviet ground forces there, and public opinion would prevent the use of nuclear weapons. He rejected my assertion that the United States would surely use nuclear weapons in defense of Europe. There are 2 possibilities. One is your possibility, the other is that of the New York Times 20, referring to the book Can America Win the Next War, by New York Times reporter Drew Middleton, which doubted whether America could prevail in a general war with the Soviet Union over Europe. At any rate, added the chairman, it did not matter, because in neither case would China rely on the decisions of other countries. We adopt the Dunkirk strategy, that is, we will allow them to occupy Beijing, Tianjin, Wuhan, and Shanghai, and in that way through such tactics we will become victorious and the enemy will be defeated. Both world wars, the first and the second, were conducted in that way and victory was obtained only later. 21 In the meantime, Mao sketched the place of some pieces of his international vision of the Weiqi board. Europe was too scattered, too loose. 22 Japan aspired to be hegemonial. German unification was desirable but achievable only if the Soviet Union grew weaker and, without a fight, the Soviet Union cannot be weakened. 23 As for the United States, it was not necessary to conduct the Watergate affair in that manner. 24 In other words, destroy a strong president over domestic controversies. Mao invited Secretary of Defense James Schlesinger to visit China, perhaps as part of the entourage of President Ford's visit, where he could tour the frontier regions near the Soviet Union like Xinjiang and Manchuria. Presumably this was to demonstrate American willingness to risk confrontation with the Soviet Union. It also was a not very subtle attempt to interject China into the American domestic discussions, since Schlesinger had been reported as having challenged the prevailing détente policy. Part of the difficulty was a problem of perspective. Mao was aware that he did not have long to live and was anxious to ensure that his vision would prevail afterward. He spoke with the melancholy of old age, intellectually aware of limits, not yet fully prepared to face that, for him, the range of choices was fading and the means to implement them disappearing. Mao, I'm 82 years old now. Points towards Secretary Kissinger, and how old are you? 50 maybe. Kissinger, 51. Mao, pointing toward Vice Premier Deng, he's 71. Waving his hands, and after we're all dead, myself, him, Deng, Zhou Enlai, and Yi Jianying, you will still be alive. See? We old ones will not do. We are not going to make it out. 25 He added, you know I'm a showcase exhibit for visitors. 26 But whatever his physical decrepitude, the frail chairman could never remain in a passive position. As the meeting was breaking up, a point usually inviting a gesture of conciliation, he suddenly spewed defiance, affirming the immutability of his revolutionary credentials. Mao, you don't know my temperament. I like people to curse me, raising his voice and hitting his chair with his hand. You must say that Chairman Mao is an old bureaucrat, and in that case I will speed up and meet you. In such a case I will make haste to see you. If you don't curse me, I won't see you, and I will just sleep peacefully. Kissinger, that is difficult for us to do, particularly to call you a bureaucrat. Mao, I ratify that, slamming his chair with his hand. I will only be happy when all foreigners slam on tables and curse me. Mao escalated the element of menace even further by taunting me about Chinese intervention in the Korean War. Mao, the UN passed a resolution which was sponsored by the U.S., in which it was declared that China committed aggression against Korea. Kissinger, that was 25 years ago. Mao, yes. So it is not directly linked to you. That was during Truman's time. Kissinger, yes. That was a long time ago, and our perception has changed. Mao, touching the top of his head, but the resolution has not yet been cancelled. I am still wearing this hat, aggressor. I equally consider that the greatest honor which no other honor could excel. It is good, very good. Kissinger, but then we shouldn't change the UN resolution. Mao, no, don't do that. We have never put forward that request. We have no way to deny that. We have indeed committed aggression against China, Taiwan, and also in Korea. Will you please assist me on making that statement public, perhaps in one of your briefings? Kissinger, I think I will let you make that public. I might not get the historically correct statement. 27 Mao was making at least 3 points. First, China was prepared to stand alone, as it had in the Korean War against America and in the 1960s against the Soviet Union. Second, he reaffirmed the principles of permanent revolution advanced in these confrontations, however unattractive they might be to the superpowers. Finally, he was prepared to return to them if thwarted on his current course. The opening to America did not, for Mao, imply an end of ideology. Mao's prolix comments reflected a deep ambivalence. No one understood China's geopolitical imperatives better than the dying chairman. At that point in history, they clashed with the traditional concept of self-reliance for China. Whatever Mao's criticisms of the policy of détente, the United States bore the brunt of confrontation with the Soviets and most of the military expenditures for the non-communist world. These were the prerequisites of China's security. We were in the fourth year of re-establishing relations with China. We agreed with Mao's general view on strategy. It was not possible to delegate its execution to China, and Mao knew it. But it was precisely that margin of flexibility to which Mao was objecting. At the same time, to make sure that the world understood the continuing ties and distilled the correct conclusions, a Chinese statement announced that Mao had a conversation with Dr. Kissinger in a friendly atmosphere. This positive statement was given a subtle perspective in the accompanying picture. It showed a smiling Mao next to my wife and me but wagging a finger, suggesting that perhaps the United States was in need of some benevolent tutoring. It was always difficult to sum up Mao's elliptical and aphoristic comments and sometimes even to understand them. In an oral report to President Ford, I described Mao's stance as sort of admirable and reminded him that these were the same people who had led the Long March, the year-long strategic retreat, across arduous terrain and under frequent attack, that had preserved the Chinese Communist cause in the Civil War. 28 The thrust of Mao's comment was not about détente but about which of the three parties of the triangular relationship could avoid being engulfed at the beginning of evolving crises. As I told President Ford, I guarantee you that if we do go into confrontation with the Soviet Union, they will attack us and the Soviet Union and draw the Third World around them. Good relations with the Soviet Union are the best for our Chinese relations, and vice versa. Our weakness is the problem. They see us in trouble with SALT and détente. That plays into their hands. 29 Winston Lord, then head of the policy planning staff of the State Department and my principal planner for the secret visit as well as later China policy, added a subtle interpretation of ambiguous Mao comments, which I passed on to the president. The chairman's basic message and principal themes were clear. They clearly formed the strategic framework for the Kissinger visit, indeed for the evolution in our relations in the past couple of years. But there were several cryptic passages that are unclear. The tendency is to dig for the subtleties, the deeper meanings behind the chairman's laconic, earthy prose. In most instances the larger meaning is apparent. In others, however, there may be nothing particularly significant, or a somewhat senile man might have been wandering aimlessly for a moment. To cite just one example of ambiguity, do you have any way to assist me in curing my present inability to speak clearly? The odds are that this was basically small talk about his own health. It is very doubtful that he was seriously asking for medical assistance. But was the chairman saying that his voice within China, or in the world, was not being heard, that his influence is being circumscribed, and that he wants U.S. help to strengthen his position through our policies? Does he want us to help him speak clearly, in the larger sense? 30 At the time, I thought Lord's comments probably far-fetched. Having since learned more about internal Chinese maneuvering, I now consider that Mao meant it in the larger sense. In any event, the October trip to pave the way for Ford's visit took place in a very chilly atmosphere, reflecting the internal Chinese tensions. It seemed so unpromising that we reduced the presidential visit from 5 to 3 days, eliminating 2 stops outside Beijing and replacing them with brief visits to the Philippines and Indonesia. On the day I returned from China, Schlesinger had been dismissed as Secretary of Defense and replaced by Donald Rumsfeld. I was advised about it after the fact and would indeed have preferred it not happen. I was sure it would generate controversy over foreign policy in Washington, with arguments challenging the diplomatic process in which we were currently engaged. In fact, the dismissal had nothing to do with Mao's invitation that Schlesinger visit China. Ford's move was an attempt to batten down the hatches for the imminent political campaign, and he had always been uncomfortable with the acerbic Schlesinger. But, undoubtedly, some in the Chinese leadership read the Schlesinger dismissal as a demonstrative rebuff of the Chinese taunt. A few weeks later, the first week of December, President Ford paid his inaugural visit to China. During Ford's visit, the internal Chinese split was evident. Mao's wife, Jiang, one of the architects of the Cultural Revolution, appeared only once for a few minutes at a reception during a sporting event. Still powerful, she conducted herself with aloof, icy politeness during her demonstratively brief stay. Her one appearance during the Nixon visit had been to host her revolutionary ballet. Mao chose a nearly 2-hour meeting with Ford to make the split within the Chinese leadership explicit. Mao's condition had deteriorated somewhat from when he had received me 5 weeks earlier. However, he had decided that relations with America needed some warming up and conveyed this by a jocular beginning. "Mao, your Secretary of State has been interfering in my internal affairs." "Ford, tell me about it." "Mao, he does not allow me to go and meet God. He even tells me to disobey the order that God has given to me. God has sent me an invitation, yet he, Kissinger, says, don't go." Kissinger, that would be too powerful a combination if he went there. "Mao, he is an atheist, Kissinger. He is opposed to God. And he is also undermining my relations with God. He is a very ferocious man and I have no other recourse than to obey his orders." 31 Mao went on to observe that he expected nothing great to occur in U.S. Chinese relations for the next 2 years, that is, during the period of the 1976 presidential election and its aftermath. Perhaps afterwards, the situation might become a bit better. 32 Did he mean that a more united America might emerge or that, by then, Chinese internal struggles would have been overcome? His words implied that he expected the shaky relationship to last through the Ford presidency. The more significant explanation for the hiatus in the U.S.-China relationship concerned China's internal situation. Mao seized on a comment by Ford that he appreciated the work of the head of the Beijing liaison office in Washington, Huang Zhen, and hoped he would stay. "There are some young people who have some criticism about him, Ambassador Huang." 33-34 And these two, Wang and Tang, also have some criticism of Lord Xiao. 35 And these people are not to be trifled with. Otherwise, you will suffer at their hands, that is, a civil war. There are now many big character posters out. And you perhaps can go to Tsinghua University and Peking University to have a look at them. 36 If Mao's interpreters, Nancy Tang and Wang Herong, who was close to Mao's wife, were opposing the foreign minister and the de facto ambassador to Washington, matters had reached a fraught moment, and the internal split had reached the highest levels. Mao's calling the foreign minister Lord Xiao, implying that the foreign minister was a Confucian, was another danger sign of the domestic rift. If there were big character posters, the large font declarations by which the ideological campaigns were conducted during the Cultural Revolution, being put up at the universities, some of the methods and surely some of the arguments of the Cultural Revolution were beginning to reappear. In that case, Mao's reference to a possible civil war could have been more than a figure of speech. Ford, who obscured his shrewdness behind a facade of Midwestern simplicity and directness, chose to ignore the signs of division. It was a problem Mao traditionally could have solved by ordering up a positive communiqué, assuming he still had the power to impose his will on his factions. Mao did not do so. No practical consequences followed. We found the draft communiqué, presumably overseen by Foreign Minister Qiao Guanhua, to be unhelpful, if not provocative, and refused to accept it. Clearly, a significant power struggle was taking place inside China. Deng, though critical of our tactics with the Soviets, was eager to maintain the relationship with America established by Zhou and Mao. Equally obviously, some groups in the power structure were challenging this course. Deng overcame the impasse by issuing a statement, in his capacity as a member of the Politburo Standing Committee, the Executive Committee of the Communist Party, affirming the usefulness of Ford's visit and the importance of Sino-U.S. friendship. For months following the meetings, the Chinese split was in plain view. Deng, who had replaced Zhou without being given the title of premier, was once more under attack, presumably from the same forces that had exiled him a decade earlier. Zhou had disappeared from the scene. The conduct of the foreign minister, Qiao Guanhua, turned confrontational. The silken style with which Zhou had eased the road toward collaboration was replaced by a taunting insistence. The potential for confrontation was kept in check because Deng sought occasions to demonstrate the importance of close relations with the United States. For example, at the welcoming dinner for my visit in October 1975, Xiao had delivered a fire-breathing toast in front of American television castigating U.S. policy toward the Soviet Union, a violation of diplomatic protocol at total variance with the sensitive handling of American delegations heretofore. When I responded sharply, the television lights were turned off so that my words could not be broadcast. The next day, Deng invited the American delegation to a picnic in the Western Hills near Beijing where the Chinese leaders live, which had not been on the schedule originally, and conducted it with the solicitude that had characterized all meetings since the opening to China. Matters came to a head when Zhou died on January 8, 1976. Roughly coincident with the Qingming Festival, Tomb Sweeping Day, in April, hundreds of thousands of Chinese visited the monument to the people's heroes in Tiananmen Square to pay tribute to Zhou's memory, leaving wreaths and poems. The memorials revealed a deep admiration for Zhou and a hunger for the principles of order and moderation he had come to represent. Some poems contained thinly veiled criticism of Mao and Jiang, again using the favored technique of historical analogy. 38 The memorials were cleared overnight, leading to a standoff between police and mourners, known as the Tiananmen Incident of 1976. The Gang of Four persuaded Mao that Deng's reforming tendencies had led to counter-revolutionary protests. The next day, the Gang of Four organized counter-demonstrations. 2 days after the mourning for Zhou, Mao dismissed Deng from all party posts. The position of acting premier went to a little-known provincial party secretary from Hunan named Hua Guofeng. Chinese relations with the United States became increasingly distant. George H. W. Bush having been named CIA director, Tom Gates, a former Secretary of Defense, was appointed head of the Beijing Liaison Office. Hua Guofeng did not receive him for 4 months and, when he did, stuck to established, if formal, phraseology. A month later in mid-July, Vice Premier Zhang Chunxiao, generally regarded as the strongest man in the leadership and a key member of the Gang of Four, took the occasion of a visit by Senate Minority Leader Hugh Scott to put forward an extremely bellicose position regarding Taiwan, quite at odds with what Mao had told us. We are very clear on Taiwan. Since the issue of Taiwan has arisen, this is a noose around the neck of the U.S. It is in the interests of the American people to take it off. If you don't, the PLA will cut it off. This will be good both for the American and Chinese peoples. We are generous, we are ready to help the U.S. solve the problem by our bayonets. Perhaps that doesn't sound pleasant, but that is the way it is. 39 The Gang of Four was pushing China in a direction reminiscent of the Cultural Revolution and of the provocative Maoist style toward Khrushchev. On September 9, 1976, Mao succumbed to his illness, leaving his successors with his achievements and premonitions, with the legacy of his grandiosity and brutality, of great vision distorted by self-absorption. He left behind a China unified as it had not been for centuries, with most vestiges of the original regime eliminated, clearing away the underbrush for reforms never intended by the chairman. If China remains united and emerges as a 21st century superpower, Mao may hold, for many Chinese, the same ambiguous yet respected role in Chinese history as Qin Shi Huang, the emperor he personally revered, the dynasty-founding autocrat who dragged China into the next era by conscripting its population for a massive national exertion, and whose excesses were later acknowledged by some as a necessary evil. For others, the tremendous suffering Mao inflicted on his people will dwarf his achievements. Two strands of policy had been competing with each other through the turbulences of Mao's rule. There was the revolutionary thrust that saw China as a moral and political force, insisting on dispensing its unique precepts by example to an awestruck world. There was the geopolitical China coolly assessing trends and manipulating them to its own advantage. There was a China seeking coalitions for the first time in its history but also the one defiantly challenging the entire world. Mao had taken a war-racked country and maneuvered it between competing domestic factions, hostile superpowers, an ambivalent third world, and suspicious neighbors. He managed to have China participate in each overlapping concentric circle but commit itself to none. China had survived wars, tensions, and doubts while its influence grew, and in the end, it became an emerging superpower whose communist form of government survived the collapse of the communist world. Mao achieved this at horrendous cost by relying on the tenacity and perseverance of the Chinese people, using their endurance and cohesion, which so often exasperated him, as the bedrock of his edifice. Approaching the end of his life, Mao was edging toward a challenge to the American design of world order, insisting on defining tactics and not only strategy. His successors shared his belief in Chinese strengths, but they did not think China capable of achieving its unique potential by willpower and ideological commitment alone. They sought self-reliance but knew that inspiration was not enough, and so they devoted their energies to domestic reform. This new wave of reform would bring China back to the foreign policy conducted by Zhou, characterized by an effort to connect China to global economic and political trends for the first time in its long history. This policy would be embodied by a leader purged twice in a decade and returned from internal exile for the third time, Deng Xiaoping. Chapter 12 The Indestructible Deng. Only those who experienced Mao Zedong's China can fully appreciate the transformations wrought by Deng Xiaoping. China's bustling cities, the construction booms, the traffic gridlocks, the uncommunist dilemma of a growth rate occasionally threatened by inflation and, at other times, looked to by the Western democracies as a bulwark against global recession, all of these were inconceivable in Mao's drab China of agricultural communes, a stagnant economy, and a population wearing standard jackets while professing ideological fervor from the Little Red Book of Mao quotations. Mao destroyed traditional China and left its rubble as building blocks for ultimate modernization. Deng had the courage to base modernization on the initiative and resilience of the individual Chinese. He abolished the communes and fostered provincial autonomy to introduce what he called socialism with Chinese characteristics. The China of today, with the world's second-largest economy and largest volume of foreign exchange reserves, and with multiple cities boasting skyscrapers taller than the Empire State Building, is a testimonial to Deng's vision, tenacity, and common sense. Deng's first return to power. Deng's was a fitful and improbable road to power. In 1974, when Deng Xiaoping became America's principal interlocutor, we knew very little about him. He had been General Secretary of the Communist Party's powerful Central Committee until he was arrested in 1966, charged with being a capitalist roader. We learned that, in 1973, he had been restored to the Central Committee through Mao's personal intervention and against the opposition of the radicals in the Politburo. Though Jiang had publicly snubbed Deng shortly after his return to Beijing, he was clearly important to Mao. Uncharacteristically, Mao apologized for Deng's humiliation during the Cultural Revolution. The same reports also told us that, in speaking to a delegation of Australian scientists, Deng had struck themes that were to become his trademark. China was a poor country, he had said, in need of scientific exchanges and learning from advanced countries such as Australia, the sort of admission China's leaders had never made heretofore. Deng advised the Australian visitors to look at the backward side of China in their travels and not only at its achievements, another unprecedented comment for a Chinese leader. Deng arrived in New York in April 1974 as part of a Chinese delegation, technically headed by the foreign minister, to a special session of the UN General Assembly dealing with economic development. When I invited the Chinese delegation to dinner, it became immediately evident who its senior member was and, even more important, that far from being restored to ease Zhou's burden, as our intelligence reports claimed, Deng was, in fact, assigned to replace Zhou and, in a way, to exorcise him. Several friendly references to Zhou were ignored, allusions to remarks of the premier were answered by comparable quotes from Mao's conversations with me. Shortly afterward, Deng was made vice premier in charge of foreign policy, and only a little later, he emerged as executive vice premier with a supervisory role over domestic policy, an informal replacement for Zhou, who was, however, left with the now largely symbolic title of premier. Soon after Mao initiated the Cultural Revolution in 1966, Deng had been stripped of his party and government positions. He had spent the next 7 years first on an army base, then in exile in Jiangxi province, growing vegetables and working a half-day shift as a manual laborer in a tractor repair plant. His family was deemed ideologically incorrect and received no protection from the Red Guards. His son, Deng Pufang, was tormented by Red Guards and pushed off the top of a building at Beijing University. Though he broke his back, Deng Pufang was denied admission to a hospital. He emerged from the ordeal a paraplegic. One among the many extraordinary aspects of the Chinese people is the manner in which many of them have retained a commitment to their society regardless of how much agony and injustice it may have inflicted on them. None of the victims of the Cultural Revolution I have known has ever volunteered his suffering to me or responded to queries with more than minimal information. The Cultural Revolution is treated, sometimes wryly, as a kind of natural catastrophe that had to be endured but is not dwelt on as defining the person's life afterward. For his part, Mao seems to have reflected much of the same attitude. Suffering inflicted by him or on his orders was not necessarily his final judgment on the victim but a necessity, potentially temporary, for his view of the purification of society. Mao seems to have considered many of those exiled as available for service as a kind of strategic reserve. He recalled the four marshals from exile when he needed advice on how to position China in the face of the international crisis of 1969. This, too, is how Deng returned to high office. When Mao decided to drop Zhou, Deng was the best, perhaps the only, strategic reserve available to run the country. Having grown accustomed to Mao's philosophical disquisitions and indirect allusions and to Zhou's elegant professionalism, I needed some time to adjust to Deng's acerbic, no-nonsense style, his occasional sarcastic interjections, and his disdain of the philosophical in favor of the eminently practical. Compact and wiry, he entered a room as if propelled by some invisible force, ready for business. Deng rarely wasted time on pleasantries, nor did he feel it necessary to soften his remarks by swaddling them in parables as Mao was wont to do. He did not envelop one with solicitude as Zhou did, nor did he treat me, as Mao had, as a fellow philosopher from among whose ranks only a select few were worthy of his personal attention. Deng's attitude was that we were both there to do our nation's business and adult enough to handle the rough patches without taking them personally. Zhou understood English without translation and would occasionally speak it. Deng described himself to me as a rustic person and confessed, languages are hard. When I was a student in France, I never learned French. As time went on, I developed enormous regard for this doughty little man with the melancholy eyes who had maintained his convictions and sense of proportion in the face of extraordinary vicissitudes and who would, in time, renew his country. After 1974, out of the wreckage of the Cultural Revolution, Deng, at some personal risk since Mao was still in charge, began to fashion a modernization that during the 21st century was to turn China into an economic superpower. In 1974, when Deng returned from his first exile, he conveyed little sense that he would be a figure of historic consequence. He articulated no grand philosophy, unlike Mao, he made no sweeping claims about the Chinese people's unique destiny. His pronouncements seemed pedestrian, and many were concerned with practical details. Deng spoke on the importance of discipline in the military and the reform of the Ministry of Metallurgical Industry. 2. He issued a call to increase the number of railway cars loaded per day, to bar conductors from drinking on the job, and to regularize their lunch breaks. 3. These were technical, not transcendent, speeches. In the wake of the Cultural Revolution and given the hovering presence of Mao and the Gang of Four, workaday pragmatism was a bold statement in itself. For a decade, Mao and the Gang of Four had advocated anarchy as a means of social organization, endless struggle as a means of national purification, and a sort of violent amateurism in economic and academic endeavors. The Cultural Revolution having elevated the pursuit of ideological fervor as a badge of authenticity, Deng's call for a return to order, professionalism, and efficiency, almost boilerplate in the developed world, was a daring proposition. China had endured a decade of rampaging youth militias that had come close to destroying Deng's career and family. His pragmatic, matter-of-fact style recalled China from the dream of cutting short history to a world where history is fulfilled by sweeping ambitions but in practical stages. On September 26, 1975, in remarks entitled, "Priority Should Be Given to Scientific Research," Deng sounded several of the themes that would become his trademarks: the need to emphasize science and technology in Chinese economic development, the reprofessionalization of the Chinese workforce, and the encouragement of individual talent and initiative. Precisely the qualities that had been paralyzed by political purges, the shuttering of the universities during the Cultural Revolution, and the promotion of incompetent individuals on ideological grounds. Above all, Deng sought to end once and for all the debate about what, if anything, China could learn from foreigners that had been raging since the 19th century. Deng insisted that China emphasize professional competence above political correctness, even to the point of encouraging eccentric individuals' professional pursuits, and to reward individuals for excelling in their chosen fields. This was a radical shift of emphasis for a society in which government officials and work units had dictated the most minute details of individuals' educational, professional, and personal lives for decades. Where Mao took issues into the stratosphere of ideological parables, Deng subordinated ideological pursuits to professional competence. Presently, some scientific research personnel are involved in factional struggles and pay little or no attention to research. A few of them are engaged in research privately, as if they were committing crimes. It would be advantageous for China to have 1,000 such talented people whose authority is generally recognized by the world. As long as they are working in the interest of the People's Republic of China, these people are much more valuable than those who are engaged in factionalism and thereby obstruct others from working. For Deng defined traditional Chinese priorities as the need to achieve consolidation, stability and unity. 5 Though not in the position of supreme power with Mao still active and the Gang of Four remaining influential, Deng spoke bluntly about the need to overcome the prevailing chaos and put things in order. There is at present a need to put things in order in every field. Agriculture and industry must be put in order, and the policies on literature and art need to be adjusted. Adjustment, in fact, also means putting things in order. By putting things in order, we want to solve problems in rural areas, in factories, in science and technology, and in all other spheres. At political bureau meetings I have discussed the need for doing so in several fields, and when I reported to Comrade Mao Zedong, he gave his approval. 6 What Mao was, in fact, approving when he had given his approval was left vague. If Deng was brought back to supply a more ideological alternative to Zhou, the opposite was the result. How Deng defined order and stability remained the subject of intense challenge from the Gang of Four. The death of leaders, Hua Guofeng. Before Deng could fully launch his reform program, China's power structure underwent an upheaval, and he himself was purged a second time. On January 8, 1976, Zhou Enlai succumbed to his long battle with cancer. His death evoked an outpouring of public grief unprecedented in the history of the People's Republic. Deng used the occasion of Zhou's funeral on January 15 to eulogize him for his human qualities. He was open and aboveboard, paid attention to the interests of the whole, observed party discipline, was strict in dissecting himself and good at uniting the mass of cadres, and upheld the unity and solidarity of the party. He maintained broad and close ties with the masses and showed boundless warm-heartedness toward all comrades and the people. We should learn from his fine style, being modest and prudent, unassuming and approachable, setting an example by his conduct, and living in a plain and hard-working way. 7 Almost all of these qualities, especially the devotion to unity and discipline, had been criticized at the Politburo meeting of December 1973, after which Zhou's powers were removed, though he kept a title. Deng's eulogy was thus an act of considerable courage. After the demonstrations in memory of Zhou, Deng was purged again from all his offices. He avoided being arrested only because the PLA protected him on military bases, first in Beijing, then in southern China. 5 months later, Mao died. His death was preceded by, and in the view of some Chinese, augured by, a catastrophic earthquake in the city of Tangshan. With the downfall of Lin Biao and the passing of Zhou and Mao in such close succession, the future of the party and the country was thrown wide open. After Mao, no other figure came close to commanding comparable authority. As Mao came to distrust the ambitions and probably the suitability of the Gang of Four, he had engineered the rise of Hua Guofeng. Hua has remained something of a cipher. He was not in office long enough to stand for anything in particular except succeeding Mao. Mao first appointed Hua as premier when Zhou died. And when Mao died shortly thereafter, Hua Guofeng inherited his positions as chairman and head of the Central Military Commission, though not necessarily his authority. As he rose through the ranks of the Chinese leadership, Hua adopted Mao's personality cult, but he exhibited little of his predecessor's personal magnetism. Hua named his economic program the Great Leap Outward, in an unfortunate echo of Mao's disastrous industrial and agricultural policy of the 1950s. Hua's chief contribution to post-Mao Chinese political theory was his February 1977 promulgation of what came to be known as the two whatevers: we will resolutely uphold whatever policy decisions Chairman Mao made, and unswervingly follow whatever instructions Chairman Mao gave. 8. This was hardly the type of principle that inspired a rush to the ramparts. I met Hua only twice, the first time in Beijing in April 1979, and the second in October 1979 when he was on a state visit to France. Both occasions revealed a considerable gap between Hua's performance and the oblivion into which he eventually disappeared. The same must be said about the records of his conversations with Zbigniew Brzezinski, National Security Advisor during the administration of Jimmy Carter. Hua conducted each conversation with the assurance that senior Chinese officials invariably display in meetings with foreigners. He was well briefed and confident, if less polished than Zhou, and with none of the biting sarcasm of Mao. There was no reason to suppose that Hua would vanish as suddenly as he had emerged. What Hua lacked was a political constituency. He had been projected into power because he belonged to neither of the principal contending factions, the Gang of Four or the Zhou/Deng moderate faction. But once Mao had disappeared, Hua fell over the supreme contradiction of attempting to combine uncritical adherence to Maoist precepts of collectivization and class struggle with Deng's ideas of economic and technological modernization. The Gang of Four adherents opposed Hua for insufficient radicalism. Deng and his supporters would in time reject Hua, increasingly openly, for insufficient pragmatism. Outmaneuvered by Deng, he became increasingly irrelevant to the fate of the nation whose primary leadership posts he still technically held. But before slipping from the pinnacle, Hua performed an act of transcendent consequence. Within a month of Mao's death, Hua Guofeng allied himself with the moderates, and high-level victims of the Cultural Revolution, to arrest the Gang of Four. Deng's ascendance, reform and opening up. In this highly fluid environment, Deng Xiaoping emerged from his second exile in 1977 and began to articulate a vision of Chinese modernity. Deng started from a position that in a bureaucratic sense could not have been more disadvantageous. Hua held all the key offices, which he had inherited from Mao and Zhou. He was chairman of the Communist Party, premier, and chairman of the Central Military Commission. He had the benefit of Mao's explicit endorsement. Mao had famously told Hua, "With you in charge, I'm at ease." 9. Deng was restored to his former posts in the political and military establishment, but in every aspect of formal hierarchy he was Hua's subordinate. Their views on foreign policy were relatively parallel, but they were strikingly different in their visions of China's future. In April 1979, on a visit to Beijing, I had separate meetings with the two leaders. Both put forward their ideas for economic reform. For the only time in my experience with Chinese leaders, philosophical and practical disagreements were made explicit. Hua described an economic program to spur production by traditional Soviet methods, emphasizing heavy industry, improvements in agricultural production based on communes, increased mechanization, and use of fertilizers within the framework of a ubiquitous 5-year plan. Deng rejected all these orthodoxies. The people, he said, needed to be given a stake in what they produced. Consumer goods had to have priority over heavy industry, the ingenuity of Chinese farmers had to be liberated, the Communist Party needed to become less intrusive, and government would have to be decentralized. The conversation continued over a banquet, with a number of round tables. I was seated next to Deng. In what was essentially a dinner conversation, I raised the question of the balance between centralization and decentralization. Deng stressed the importance of decentralization in a vast country with a huge population and significant regional differences. But this was not the principal challenge, he said. Modern technology had to be introduced to China, tens of thousands of Chinese students would be sent abroad, we have nothing to fear from Western education, and the abuses of the Cultural Revolution would be ended once and for all. While Deng had not raised his voice, the tables around us had fallen silent. The other Chinese present were sitting at the edge of their seats, not even pretending not to be listening in on the old man as he outlined his vision of their future. "We have to get it right this time," concluded Deng. "We have made too many mistakes already." Soon after, Hua faded from the leadership. Over the course of the next decade, Deng implemented what he had described at the banquet in 1979. Deng prevailed because he had over the decades built connections within the party and especially in the PLA, and operated with far greater political dexterity than Hua. As a veteran of decades of internal party struggles, he had learned how to make ideological arguments serve political purposes. Deng's speeches during this period were masterpieces of ideological flexibility and political ambiguity. His main tactic was to elevate the concepts of seeking truth from facts and integrating theory with practice to the fundamental principle of Mao Zedong thought, a proposition seldom advanced before Mao's death. Like every Chinese contender for power, Deng was careful to present his ideas as elaborations of statements by Mao, quoting liberally, if sometimes artfully out of context, from the chairman's speeches. Mao had not placed any particular emphasis on practical domestic precepts, at least since the mid-1960s. And he would in general have held that ideology overrode and could overwhelm practical experience. Marshalling disparate fragments of Maoist orthodoxy, Deng abandoned Mao's continuous revolution. In Deng's account, Mao emerged as a pragmatist. "Comrades, let's think it over. Isn't it true that seeking truth from facts, proceeding from reality and integrating theory with practice form the fundamental principle of Mao Zedong thought? Is this fundamental principle outdated? Will it ever become outdated? How can we be true to Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought if we are against seeking truth from facts, proceeding from reality and integrating theory with practice? Where would that lead us?" 10 On the basis of defending Maoist orthodoxy, Deng criticized Hua Guofeng's "to-whatever" statement because it implied that Mao was infallible, which even the great helmsman had not claimed. On the other hand, the fallibility of Mao was rarely asserted while he was living. Deng invoked the formula by which Mao had judged Stalin, that he had been 70% correct and 30% wrong, suggesting that Mao himself might deserve a 70-30 rating. This would soon become official party policy and remains so to this day. In the process, he managed to accuse the heir appointed by Mao, Hua Guofeng, of falsifying Mao's legacy, and his insistence on its literal application. "To-whatevers, are unacceptable. If this principle were correct, there could be no justification for my rehabilitation, nor could there be any for the statement that the activities of the masses at Tiananmen Square in 1976, that is, the mourning and demonstrations following the death of Zhou Enlai, were reasonable. We cannot mechanically apply what Comrade Mao Zedong said about a particular question to another question. Comrade Mao Zedong himself said repeatedly that if one's work was rated as consisting 70% of achievements and 30% of mistakes, that would be quite all right, and that he himself would be very happy and satisfied if future generations could give him this 70-30 rating after his death. 11 In short, there was no unchangeable orthodoxy. Chinese reform would be based to a large extent on what worked. Deng sounded his basic themes with increasing urgency. In a May 1977 speech, he challenged China to do better than the Meiji Restoration, Japan's dramatic modernization drive of the 19th century. Invoking communist ideology to encourage what amounted to a market economy, Deng suggested that, as proletarians, the Chinese would be able to exceed a program engineered by the emerging Japanese bourgeoisie, though one suspects that this was really an attempt to mobilize Chinese national pride. Unlike Mao, who appealed to his people by the vision of a transcendent, glorious future, Deng challenged them into a major commitment to overcome their backwardness. The key to achieving modernization is the development of science and technology. And unless we pay special attention to education, it will be impossible to develop science and technology. Empty talk will get our modernization program nowhere. We must have knowledge and trained personnel. Now it appears that China is fully 20 years behind the developed countries in science, technology and education. 12 As Deng consolidated power, these principles turned into the operational maxims of China's efforts to become a world power. Mao had shown little interest in increasing China's international trade or making its economy internationally competitive. On Mao's death, America's total trade with China amounted to $336 million, slightly lower than the level of America's trade with Honduras and one-tenth of America's trade with Taiwan, which had approximately 1.6% of China's population. 13 China as the present-day economic superpower is the legacy of Deng Xiaoping. It is not that he designed specific programs to accomplish his ends. Rather, he fulfilled the ultimate task of a leader, of taking his society from where it is to where it has never been. Societies operate by standards of average performance. They sustain themselves by practicing the familiar. But they progress through leaders with a vision of the necessary and the courage to undertake a course whose benefits at first reside largely in their vision. Deng's political challenge was that, in the first 30 years of communist rule, China had been governed by a dominating leader who propelled it toward unity and international respect but also toward unsustainable domestic and social goals. Mao had unified the country and, except for Taiwan and Mongolia, restored it to its historic limits. But he demanded of it efforts contrary to its historic distinctiveness. China had achieved greatness by developing a cultural model in rhythm with the pace its society could sustain. Mao's continuous revolution had driven China to the limits of even its vast endurance. It had produced pride in the re-emergence of a national identity taken seriously by the international community. But it had not discovered how China could progress other than through fits of ideological exaltation. Mao had governed as a traditional emperor of a majestic and awe-inspiring kind. He embodied the myth of the imperial ruler supplying the link between heaven and earth and closer to the divine than the terrestrial. Deng governed in the spirit of another Chinese tradition, basing omnipotence on the ubiquitousness but also the invisibility of the ruler. Many cultures, and surely all Western ones, buttressed the authority of the ruler by demonstrative contact of some kind with the ruled. This is why in Athens, Rome, and most Western pluralistic states, oratory was considered an asset in government. There is no general tradition of oratory in China. Mao was somewhat of an exception. Chinese leaders traditionally have not based their authority on rhetorical skills or physical contact with the masses. In the Mandarin tradition, they operate essentially out of sight, legitimized by performance. Deng held no major office, he refused all honorific titles, he almost never appeared on television, and practiced politics almost entirely behind the scenes. He ruled not like an emperor but as the principal Mandarin. 14 Mao had governed by counting on the endurance of the Chinese people to sustain the suffering his personal visions would impose on them. Deng governed by liberating the creativeness of the Chinese people to bring about their own vision of the future. Mao strove for economic advancement with mystical faith in the power of the Chinese masses to overcome any obstacle by sheer willpower and ideological purity. Deng was forthright about China's poverty and the vast gaps that separated its standard of living from that of the developed world. Decreeing that poverty is not socialism, Deng proclaimed that China needed to obtain foreign technology, expertise, and capital to remedy its deficiencies. Deng culminated his return at the December 1978 Third Plenum of the 11th Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. The plenum promulgated the slogan that would characterize all of Deng's subsequent policies: reform and opening up. Marking a break with Maoist orthodoxy, the Central Committee approved pragmatic, socialist modernization policies echoing Zhou Enlai's four modernizations. Private initiative in agriculture was again permitted. The verdict on the crowds mourning Zhou, which had earlier been deemed counter-revolutionary, was reversed, and the veteran military commander Peng Dehuai, who had commanded during the Korean War and was later purged by Mao for criticizing the Great Leap Forward, was posthumously rehabilitated. At the close of the conference, Deng issued a clarion call in a speech on how to emancipate our minds, use our heads, seek truth from facts and unite as one in looking to the future. After a decade in which Mao Zedong had prescribed the answer to virtually all of life's questions, Deng stressed the need to loosen ideological constraints and encourage thinking things out for yourself. 15 Using Lin Biao as a metaphor for the Gang of Four and aspects of Mao, Deng condemned intellectual taboos and bureaucratism. Merit needed to replace ideological correctness. Too many took the road of least resistance and fell in with the prevalent stagnation, In fact, the current debate about whether practice is the sole criterion for testing truth is also a debate about whether people's minds need to be emancipated. When everything has to be done by the book, when thinking turns rigid and blind faith is the fashion, it is impossible for a party or a nation to make progress. Its life will cease and that party or nation will perish. 16. Independent creative thinking was to be the principal guideline of the future. The more party members and other people there are who use their heads and think things through, the more our cause will benefit. To make revolution and build socialism we need large numbers of pathbreakers who dare to think, explore new ways and generate new ideas. Otherwise, we won't be able to rid our country of poverty and backwardness or to catch up with, still less surpass, the advanced countries. 17. The break with Maoist orthodoxy, at the same time, revealed the reformer's dilemma. The revolutionary's dilemma is that most revolutions occur in opposition to what is perceived as abuse of power. But the more existing obligations are dismantled, the more force must be used to recreate a sense of obligation. Hence the frequent outcome of revolution is an increase in central power. The more sweeping the revolution, the more this is true. The dilemma of reform is the opposite. The more the scope of choice is expanded, the harder it becomes to compartmentalize it. In pursuit of productivity, Deng stressed the importance of thinking things out for yourself and advocated the complete emancipation of minds. Yet what if those minds, once emancipated, demanded political pluralism? Deng's vision called for large numbers of pathbreakers who dare to think, explore new ways and generate new ideas, but it assumed that these pathbreakers would limit themselves to exploring practical ways to build a prosperous China and stay away from exploration of ultimate political objectives. How did Deng envision reconciling emancipation of thought with the imperative for political stability? Was this a calculated risk, based on the assessment that China had no better alternative? Or did he, following Chinese tradition, reject the likelihood of any challenge to political stability, especially as Deng was making the Chinese people better off and considerably freer? Deng's vision of economic liberalization and national revitalization did not include a significant move toward what would be recognized in the West as pluralistic democracy. Deng sought to preserve one-party rule not so much because he reveled in the perquisites of power, he famously abjured many of the luxuries of Mao and Jiang, but because he believed the alternative was anarchy. Deng was soon forced to confront these issues. In the 1970s, he had encouraged individuals to air their grievances about suffering during the Cultural Revolution. But when this newfound openness developed into nascent pluralism, Deng in 1979 found himself obliged to discuss in detail how he understood the nature of freedom as well as its limits. In the recent period a small number of persons have provoked incidents in some places. Instead of accepting the guidance, advice, and explanations of leading officials of the party and government, certain bad elements have raised sundry demands that cannot be met at present or are altogether unreasonable. They have provoked or tricked some of the masses into raiding party and government organizations, occupying offices, holding sit-down and hunger strikes and obstructing traffic, thereby seriously disrupting production, other work and public order. 18. That these incidents were not isolated or rare events was demonstrated by the catalogue of them presented by Deng. He described the China Human Rights Group, which had gone so far as to request that the President of the United States show concern for human rights in China. Can we permit such an open call for intervention in China's internal affairs? 19. Deng's catalogue included the Shanghai Democracy Forum, which, according to Deng, advocated a turn to capitalism. Some of these groups, according to Deng, had made clandestine contact with the nationalist authorities in Taiwan, and others were talking of seeking political asylum abroad. This was an astonishing admission of political challenge. Deng was clearer about its scope than about how to deal with it. His struggle against these individuals is no simple matter that can be settled quickly. We must strive to clearly distinguish between people, many of them innocent young people, and the counter-revolutionaries and bad elements who have hoodwinked them, and whom we must deal with sternly and according to law. What kind of democracy do the Chinese people need today? It can only be socialist democracy, people's democracy, and not bourgeois democracy, individualist democracy. 20. Though he was insistent on authoritarian conduct of politics, Deng abandoned the personality cult, declined to purge his predecessor Hua Guofeng, instead allowing him to fade into insignificance, and began planning for an orderly succession for himself. After consolidating power, Deng declined to occupy most of the top formal positions in the party hierarchy. 21 As he explained to me in 1982, when I met with him in Beijing, Deng. I am approaching the stage when I will become outmoded. Kissinger, it doesn't appear so from reading the documents of the party congress. Deng, I am now on the advisory commission. Kissinger, I consider that a sign of self-confidence. Deng, the aging of our leadership has compelled us to this, so we have historical experience and lessons. Kissinger, I do not know what title to use for you. Deng's massive changes were not achieved without significant social and political tensions, ultimately culminating in the Tiananmen Square crisis of 1989. But a century after the thwarted promise of China's self-strengthening 19th-century reformers, Deng had tamed and reinvented Mao's legacy, launching China headlong on a course of reform that was, in time, to reclaim the influence to which its performance and history entitled it. Chapter 13. Touching the tiger's buttocks, the Third Vietnam War. In April 1979, Hua Guofeng, still China's premier, summed up the results of the Third Vietnam War, in which China had invaded Vietnam and withdrawn after 6 weeks, in a contemptuous dig at the Soviet role. They did not dare to move. So after all we could still touch the buttocks of the tiger. China had invaded Vietnam to teach it a lesson after Vietnamese troops had occupied Cambodia in response to a series of border clashes with the Khmer Rouge, which had taken over Cambodia in 1975, and in ultimate pursuit of Hanoi's goal of creating an Indo-Chinese federation. China had done so in defiance of a mutual defense treaty between Hanoi and Moscow, signed less than a month earlier. The war had been extremely costly to the Chinese armed forces, not yet fully restored from the depredations of the Cultural Revolution. But the invasion served its fundamental objective. When the Soviet Union failed to respond, it demonstrated the limitations of its strategic reach. From that point of view, it can be considered a turning point of the Cold War, though it was not fully understood as such at the time. The Third Vietnam War was also the high point of Sino-American strategic cooperation during the Cold War. Vietnam, confounder of great powers, China found itself involved in the Third Vietnam War by factors comparable to what had drawn the United States into the Second one. Something in the almost maniacal Vietnamese nationalism drives other societies to lose their sense of proportion and to misapprehend Vietnamese motivations and their own possibilities. That certainly was America's fate in what is now treated by historians as the Second Vietnam War, the first being Vietnam's anti-colonial war with France. Americans found it difficult to accept that a medium-sized developing nation could cultivate such a fierce commitment only for its own parochial causes. Hence they interpreted Vietnamese actions as symbols of a deeper design. Hanoi's combativeness was treated as a vanguard of a Sino-Soviet coordinated conspiracy to dominate at least Asia. And Washington believed as well that once the initial thrust by Hanoi was blocked, some diplomatic compromise might emerge. The assessment was wrong on both grounds. Hanoi was not any other country's proxy. It fought for its vision of independence and, ultimately, for an Indo-Chinese federation, which assigned to Hanoi in Southeast Asia the dominant role Beijing had historically played in East Asia. To these single-minded survivors of centuries of conflict with China, compromise was inconceivable between their idea of independence and any outsider's conception of stability. The poignancy of the Second Vietnam War in Indochina was the interaction between the American yearning for compromise and the North Vietnamese insistence on victory. In that sense, America's overriding mistake in the Vietnam War was not what divided the American public, whether the U.S. government was sufficiently devoted to a diplomatic outcome. Rather, it was the inability to face the fact that a so-called diplomatic outcome, so earnestly, even desperately, sought by successive administrations of both American political parties, required pressures equivalent to what amounted to the total defeat of Hanoi, and that Moscow and Beijing had only a facilitating, not a directive, role. In a more limited way, Beijing fell into a parallel misconception. When the U.S. build-up in Vietnam began, Beijing interpreted it in Weiqi terms, as another example of American bases surrounding China from Korea to the Taiwan Strait and now to Indochina. China supported the North Vietnamese guerrilla war, partly for reasons of ideology, partly in order to push American bases as far from Chinese borders as possible. Zhou Enlai told North Vietnamese Prime Minister Pham Van Dong in April 1968 that China supported North Vietnam to prevent the strategic encirclement of China, to which Pham Van Dong gave an equivocal reply, largely because preventing the encirclement of China was not a Vietnamese objective and Vietnamese objectives were national ones. Zhou, for a long time, the United States has been half encircling China. Now the Soviet Union is also encircling China. The circle is getting complete, except the part of Vietnam. Pham, we are all the more determined to defeat the U.S. imperialists in all of Vietnamese territory. Zhou, that is why we support you. Pham, that we are victorious will have a positive impact in Asia. Our victory will bring about unforeseeable outcomes. Zhou, you should think that way. 3. In pursuit of a Chinese strategy from which Pham Van Dong had been careful to stay aloof, China sent over 100,000 non-combat military personnel to support North Vietnamese infrastructure and logistics. The United States opposed North Vietnam as the spearhead of a Soviet-Chinese design. China supported Hanoi to blunt a perceived American thrust to dominate Asia. Both were mistaken. Hanoi fought only for its own national account. And a unified communist-led Vietnam, victorious in its second war in 1975, would turn out to be a far greater strategic threat to China than to the United States. The Vietnamese eyed their northern neighbor with suspicion approaching paranoia. During long periods of Chinese domination, Vietnam had absorbed the Chinese writing system and political and cultural forms, evidenced, most spectacularly, in the imperial palace and tombs at the former capital of Hue. Vietnam had used these Chinese institutions, however, to build a separate state and bolster its own independence. Geography did not allow Vietnam to retreat into isolation as Japan had at a comparable period in its history. From the 2nd century B.C. through the 10th century, Vietnam was under more or less direct Chinese rule, re-emerging fully as an independent state only with the collapse of the Tang dynasty in the year 907. Vietnamese national identity came to reflect the legacy of two somewhat contradictory forces, on the one hand, absorption of Chinese culture, on the other, opposition to Chinese political and military domination. Resistance to China helped produce a passionate pride in Vietnamese independence and a formidable military tradition. Absorption of Chinese culture provided Vietnam with a Chinese-style Confucian elite who possessed something of a regional Middle Kingdom complex of their own vis-a-vis their neighbors. During the Indochina Wars of the 20th century, Hanoi displayed its sense of political and cultural entitlement by availing itself of Lao and Cambodian neutral territory as if by right and, after the war, extending special relationships with the communist movements in each of these countries, amounting to Vietnamese dominance. Vietnam confronted China with an unprecedented psychological and geopolitical challenge. Hanoi's leaders were familiar with Sun Tzu's art of war and employed its principles to significant effect against both France and the United States. Even before the end of the long Vietnam Wars, first with the French seeking to reclaim their colony after World War II, and then with the United States from 1963 to 1975, both Beijing and Hanoi began to realize that the next contest would be between themselves for dominance in Indochina and Southeast Asia. Cultural proximity may account for the relative absence of the sure touch in strategic analysis that usually guided Chinese policy during America's Vietnam War. Ironically, Beijing's long-term strategic interest was probably parallel to Washington's, an outcome in which four Indochinese states, North and South Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos, balanced each other. This may explain why Mao, in outlining possible outcomes of the war to Edgar Snow in 1965, listed an outcome preserving South Vietnam as possible and, therefore, presumably acceptable. For during my secret trip to Beijing in 1971, Zhou explained China's objectives in Indochina as being neither strategic nor ideological. According to Zhou, Chinese policy in Indochina was based entirely on a historical debt incurred by ancient dynasties. China's leaders probably assumed that America could not be defeated and that the north of a divided Vietnam would come to depend on Chinese support much as North Korea did after the end of the Korean War. As the war evolved, there were several signs that China was preparing itself, albeit reluctantly, for Hanoi's victory. Intelligence noticed Chinese road building in northern Laos that had no relevance to the ongoing conflict with the United States but would be useful for post-war strategy to balance Hanoi or even a possible conflict over Laos. In 1973, after the Paris Agreement to end the Vietnam War, Zhou and I were negotiating a post-war settlement for Cambodia based on a coalition among Norodom Sihanouk, the exiled former ruler of Cambodia residing in Beijing, the existing Phnom Penh government, and the Khmer Rouge. Its main purpose was to create an obstacle to a takeover of Indochina by Hanoi. The agreement ultimately aborted when the U.S. Congress in effect prohibited any further military role for America in the region, making the American role irrelevant. Hanoi's latent hostility to its then ally was brought home to me on a visit to Hanoi in February 1973 designed to work out the implementation of the Paris Agreement, which had been initialed 2 weeks earlier. Le Duc though took me on a visit to Hanoi's National Museum primarily to show me the sections devoted to Vietnam's historic struggles against China, still formally an ally of Vietnam. With the fall of Saigon in 1975, the inherent and historic rivalries burst into the open, leading to a victory of geopolitics over ideology. It proved that the United States was not alone in wrongly assessing the significance of the Vietnam War. When the United States had first intervened, China viewed it as a kind of last gasp of imperialism. It had, almost routinely, cast its lot with Hanoi. It interpreted the American intervention as another step toward the encirclement of China, much as it had viewed the U.S. intervention in Korea a decade earlier. Ironically, from a geopolitical point of view, Beijing's and Washington's long-term interests should have been parallel. Both should have preferred the status quo, which was an Indochina divided among 4 states. Washington resisted Hanoi's domination of Indochina because of the Wilsonian idea of global order, the right of self-determination of existing states, and the notion of a global communist conspiracy. Beijing had the same general objective, but from the geopolitical point of view, because it wanted to avoid the emergence of a Southeast Asia bloc on its southern border. For a while, Beijing seemed to believe that communist ideology would trump a 1,000-year history of Vietnamese opposition to Chinese predominance. Or else it did not think it possible that the United States could be brought to total defeat. In the aftermath of the fall of Saigon, Beijing was obliged to face the implications of its own policy. And it recoiled before them. The outcome in Indochina merged with the permanent Chinese fear of encirclement. Preventing an Indochina bloc linked to the Soviet Union became the dominant preoccupation of Chinese foreign policy under Deng and a link to increased cooperation with the United States. Hanoi, Beijing, Moscow, and Washington were playing a quadripartite game of Weiqi. Events in Cambodia and in Vietnam would determine who would wind up surrounded and neutralized, Beijing or Hanoi. Beijing's nightmare of encirclement by a hostile power appeared to be coming true. Vietnam alone was formidable enough. But if it realized its aim of an Indo-Chinese federation, it would approach a bloc of 100 million in population and be in a position to bring significant pressure on Thailand and other Southeast Asian states. In this context, the independence of Cambodia as a counterweight to Hanoi became a principal Chinese objective. As early as August 1975, 3 months after the fall of Saigon, Deng Xiaoping told the visiting Khmer Rouge leader Q Samphan, Hen one superpower, the United States, was compelled to withdraw its forces from Indochina. The other superpower, the Soviet Union, seized the opportunity to extend its evil tentacles to Southeast Asia. In an attempt to carry out expansion there. Cambodia and China, Deng said, both faced the task of combating imperialism and hegemonies. We firmly believe that our two peoples will unite even more closely and march together towards new victories in the common struggle. 7 During a March 1976 visit of Lao Prime Minister Kaesong Phombihain to Beijing, Hua Guofeng, then premier, warned of the Soviet Union to the effect that, in particular, Western diplomats tend to conclude from an unfavorable balance of forces an imperative for a diplomatic solution. They urge diplomatic initiatives to place the other side in the wrong, to isolate it morally but to desist from the use of force. This was essentially the American advice to Deng after Vietnam invaded Cambodia and occupied it. Chinese strategists are more likely to increase their commitment to substitute courage and psychological pressure against the material advantage of the adversary. They believe in deterrence in the form of preemption. When Chinese planners conclude that their opponent is gaining unacceptable advantage and that the strategic trend is turning against them, they respond by seeking to undermine the enemy's confidence and allow China to reclaim the psychological, if not material, upper hand. Faced with a threat on all fronts, Deng decided to go on the diplomatic and strategic offensive. Though not yet in complete control in Beijing, he moved daringly on several levels abroad. He changed the Chinese position toward the Soviet Union from containment to explicit strategic hostility and, in effect, to rollback. China would no longer confine itself to advising the United States on how to contain the Soviet Union. It would now play an active role in constructing an anti-Soviet and anti-Vietnam coalition, especially in Asia. It would put the pieces in place for a possible showdown with Hanoi. Deng's foreign policy, dialogue with America and normalization. When Deng returned from his second exile in 1977, he reversed Mao's domestic policy but left Mao's foreign policy largely in place. This was because both shared strong national feelings and had parallel views of the Chinese national interest. It was also because foreign policy had set more absolute limits to Mao's revolutionary impulses than domestic policy. There was, however, a significant difference in style between Mao's criticism and Deng's. Mao had questioned the strategic intentions of America's Soviet policy. Deng assumed an identity of strategic interests and concentrated on achieving a parallel implementation. Mao dealt with the Soviet Union as a kind of abstract strategic threat whose menace was no more applicable to China than to the rest of the world. Deng recognized the special danger to China, especially an immediate threat at China's southern border compounding a latent threat in the north. Dialogue therefore took on a more operational character. Mao acted like a frustrated teacher, Deng as a demanding partner. In the face of actual peril, Deng ended the ambivalence about the American relationship of Mao's last year. There was no longer any Chinese nostalgia for opportunities on behalf of world revolution. Deng, in all conversations after his return, argued that, in resisting the thrust of Soviet policy toward Europe, China and Japan needed to be brought into a global design. However close the consultation had become between China and the United States, the anomaly continued that America still formally recognized Taiwan as the legitimate government of China and Taipei as the capital of China. China's adversaries along its northern and southern borders might misconstrue the absence of recognition as an opportunity. Normalization of relations moved to the top of the Sino-American agenda as Jimmy Carter took office. The first visit to Beijing of the new Secretary of State, Cyrus Vance, in August 1977 did not turn out well. "I left Washington," he wrote in his memoirs, "believing it would be unwise to take on an issue as politically controversial as normalization with China until the Panama issue," referring to the ratification of the Panama Canal Treaty turning over operation of the canal, "was out of the way, unless, and I did not expect it to happen, the Chinese were to accept our proposal across the board. For political reasons, I intended to represent a maximum position to the Chinese on the Taiwan issue. Accordingly, I did not expect the Chinese to accept our proposal, but I felt it wise to make it, even though we might eventually have to abandon it." 10. The American proposal on Taiwan contained a series of ideas involving retention of some limited American diplomatic presence on Taiwan that had been put forward and rejected during the Ford administration. The proposals were rejected again by Deng, who called them a step backward. A year later, the internal American debate ended when President Carter decided to assign high priority to the relationship with China. Soviet pressures in Africa and the Middle East convinced the new president to opt for rapid normalization with China, by what amounted to the quest for a de facto strategic alliance with China. On May 17, 1978, Carter sent his national security advisor, Zbigniew Brzezinski, to Beijing with these instructions: you should stress that I see the Soviet Union as essentially in a competitive relationship with the United States, though there are also some cooperative aspects. To state it most succinctly, my concern is that the combination of increasing Soviet military power and political short-sightedness, fed by big power ambitions, might tempt the Soviet Union both to exploit local turbulence, especially in the Third World, and to intimidate our friends in order to seek political advantage and eventually even political preponderance. 11. Brzezinski was also authorized to reaffirm the 5 principles enunciated by Nixon to Zhou in 1972. 12. Long a strong advocate of strategic cooperation with China, Brzezinski carried out his instructions with enthusiasm and skill. When he visited Beijing in May 1978 in pursuit of normalizing relations, Brzezinski found a receptive audience. Deng was eager to proceed with normalization to enlist Washington more firmly in a coalition to oppose, by means of what he called real, solid, down-to-earth work, 13 Soviet advances in every corner of the globe. The Chinese leaders were deeply aware of the strategic dangers surrounding them, but they presented their analysis less as a national concern than as a broader view of global conditions. Turmoil under heaven, the horizontal line, the 3 worlds, all represented general theories of international relations, not distinct national perceptions. Foreign Minister Huang Hua's analysis of the international situation displayed a remarkable self-confidence. Rather than appearing as a supplicant in what was, after all, a very difficult situation for China, Huang struck the attitude of a Confucian teacher, lecturing on how to conduct a comprehensive foreign policy. He opened with a general assessment of the contradictions between the 2 superpowers, the futility of negotiations with the Soviet Union, and the inevitability of a world war. Soviet Union is the most dangerous source of war. Your Excellency has mentioned that the Soviet Union is confronted with many difficulties. That is true. To strive for world hegemony is the fixed strategic goal of Soviet socialist imperialism. Although it may suffer a lot of setbacks, it will never give up its ambition. 14. Huang raised concerns that also bothered American students of strategy, especially those which tried to relate nuclear weapons to traditional ways of thinking about strategy. Reliance on nuclear weapons would open up a gap between deterrent threats and the willingness to implement them. As for the argument that the Soviet Union would not dare to use conventional arms for fear of nuclear attack from the West, this is only wishful thinking. To base a strategic stance on this thinking is not only dangerous but also unreliable. 15. In the Middle East, the flank of Europe and a source of energy in a future war, the United States had failed to check Soviet advances. It had issued a joint statement on the Middle East with the Soviet Union, inviting regional states to a conference to explore the prospect of a comprehensive Palestinian settlement, thus opening the door wide for the Soviet Union to further infiltrate the Middle East. Washington had left President Anwar Sadat of Egypt, whose bold action had created a situation unfavorable to the Soviet Union, in a dangerous position and allowed the Soviet Union to seize the chance to raise serious division among the Arab countries. 16. Huang summed up the situation by invoking an old Chinese proverb: appeasement of Moscow, he said, was like giving wings to a tiger to strengthen it. But a policy of coordinated pressure would prevail, since the Soviet Union was only outwardly strong but inwardly weak. It bullies the weak and fears the strong. 17. All this was to supply the context for Indochina. Huang addressed the problem of regional hegemony. America, of course, had trod this path a good 10 years earlier. Vietnam aimed to dominate Cambodia and Laos and establish an Indo-Chinese federation, and, behind that there lies the Soviet Union. Hanoi had already achieved a dominant position in Laos, stationing troops there and maintaining advisors in every department and in every level in Laos. But Hanoi had encountered resistance in Cambodia, which opposed Vietnamese regional ambitions. Vietnamese-Cambodian tension represented not merely some sporadic skirmishes along the borders, but a major conflict which may last for a long time. Unless Hanoi gave up its goal of dominating Indochina, the problem will not be solved in a short period. 18. Deng followed up the Huang Hua critique later that day. Concessions and agreements had never produced Soviet restraint, he warned Brzezinski. 15 years of arms control agreements had allowed the Soviet Union to achieve strategic parity with the United States. Trade with the Soviet Union meant that the U.S. is helping the Soviet Union overcome its weaknesses. Deng offered a mocking assessment of American responses to Soviet adventurism in the Third World and chided Washington for trying to please Moscow. Your spokesmen have constantly justified and apologized for Soviet actions. Sometimes they say there are no signs to prove that there is the meddling of the Soviet Union and Cuba in the case of Zaire or Angola. It is of no use for you to say so. To be candid with you, whenever you are about to conclude an agreement with the Soviet Union, it is the product of a concession on the U.S. side to please the Soviet side. 19. It was an extraordinary performance. The country which was the principal target of the Soviet Union was proposing joint action as a conceptual obligation, not a bargain between nations, much less as a request. At a moment of great national danger, which its own analysis demonstrated, China nevertheless acted as an instructor on strategy, not as a passive consumer of American prescriptions, as America's European allies frequently did. The staples of much of the American debate, international law, multilateral solutions, popular consensus, were absent from the Chinese analysis except as practical tools to an agreed objective. And that objective, as Deng pointed out to Brzezinski, was coping with the polar bear, and that's that. 20. But for Americans there is a limit to the so-called realist approach in the fundamental values of American society. And the murderous Khmer Rouge governing Cambodia represented such a limit. No American president could treat the Khmer Rouge as another stone in the Weiqi strategy. Its genocidal conduct, driving the population of Phnom Penh into the jungle, mass killings of designated categories of civilians, could not simply be ignored, though as we shall see necessity did on occasion abort principle. Hua Guofeng, still premier, was even more emphatic in a meeting the next day. We have also told a lot of our friends that the main danger of war comes from the Soviet Union. Then how should we deal with it? The first thing is one should make preparations. If one is prepared and once a war breaks out, one will not find himself in a disadvantageous position. The second thing is that it is imperative to try to upset the strategic deployment of Soviet aggression. Because in order to obtain hegemony in the world, the Soviet Union has first to obtain air and naval bases throughout the world, so it has to make strategic deployment. And we must try to upset its plans for global deployment. 21. No member of the Atlantic Alliance had put forward a comparably sweeping call to joint, essentially preemptive, action or had indicated that it was prepared to act alone on its assessment. Operationally, the Chinese leaders were proposing a kind of cooperation in many ways more intimate and surely more risk-taking than the Atlantic Alliance. They sought to implement the strategy of offensive deterrence described in earlier chapters. Its special feature was that Deng proposed no formal structure or long-term obligation. A common assessment would supply the impetus for common action, but the de facto alliance would not survive if the assessments began to diverge. China insisted on being self-reliant even when in extreme danger. That China was so insistent on joint action despite the scathing criticism of specific American policies demonstrated that cooperation with the United States for security was perceived as imperative. Normalization emerged as a first step toward a common global policy. From the time of the secret visit in July 1971, the Chinese conditions for normalization had been explicit and unchanging: withdrawal of all American forces from Taiwan, ending the defense treaty with Taiwan, and establishing diplomatic relations with China exclusively with the government in Beijing. It had been part of the Chinese position in the Shanghai Communique. Two presidents, Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford, had agreed to these conditions. Nixon had indicated he would realize them in his second term. Both Nixon and Ford had emphasized America's concern for a peaceful solution to the issue, including continuation of some security assistance for Taiwan. They had not been able to fulfill these promises because of the impact of Watergate. In an unusual act of nonpartisan foreign policy, President Carter early in his term reaffirmed all the undertakings regarding Taiwan that Nixon had made to Zhou in February 1972. In 1978, he put forward a specific formula for normalization to enable both sides to maintain their established principles: reaffirmation of the principles accepted by Nixon and Ford, an American statement stressing the country's commitment to peaceful change, Chinese acquiescence to some American arms sales to Taiwan. Carter advanced these ideas personally in a conversation with the Chinese ambassador, Zemin, in which he threatened that, in the absence of American arms sales, Taiwan would be obliged to resort to developing nuclear weapons, as if the United States had no influence over Taiwan's plans or actions. 22 In the end, normalization came about when Carter supplied a deadline by inviting Deng to visit Washington. Deng agreed with unspecified arms sales to Taiwan and did not contradict an American declaration that Washington expected the ultimate solution of the Taiwan issue to be peaceful, even though China had established an extended record that it would undertake no formal obligation to that effect. Beijing's position remained, as Deng had stressed to Brzezinski, that the liberation of Taiwan is an internal affair of China in which no foreign country has the right to interfere. 23 Normalization meant that the American embassy would move from Taipei to Beijing, a diplomat from Beijing would replace Taipei's representative in Washington. In response, the U.S. Congress passed the Taiwan Relations Act in April 1979, which expressed the American concerns regarding the future as a binding law for Americans. It could not, of course, bind China. This balance between American and Chinese imperatives illustrates why ambiguity is sometimes the lifeblood of diplomacy. Much of normalization has been sustained for 40 years by a series of ambiguities. But it cannot do so indefinitely. Wise statesmanship on both sides is needed to move the process forward. Deng's journeys. As Deng moved from exhortation to implementation, he saw to it that China would not wait passively for American decisions. Wherever possible, especially in Southeast Asia, he would create the political framework he was advocating. Where Mao had summoned foreign leaders to his residence like an emperor, Deng adopted the opposite approach, touring Southeast Asia, the United States, and Japan and practicing his own brand of highly visible, blunt, and occasionally hectoring diplomacy. In 1978 and 1979, Deng undertook a series of journeys to change China's image abroad from revolutionary challenger to fellow victim of Soviet and Vietnamese geopolitical designs. China had been on the other side during the Vietnam War. In Thailand and Malaysia, China had previously encouraged revolution among the overseas Chinese and minority populations. 24 All this was now subordinated to dealing with the immediate threat. In an interview with Time magazine in February 1979, Deng advertised the Chinese strategic design to a large public. If we really want to be able to place curbs on the polar bear, the only realistic thing for us is to unite. If we only depend on the strength of the U. Mao, too, had stressed self-reliance, even at the price of impoverishment and isolation. Deng began his travels in Japan. The occasion was the ratification of the treaty by which normalization of diplomatic relations between Japan and China had been negotiated. Deng's strategic design required reconciliation, not simply normalization, so that Japan could help isolate the Soviet Union and Vietnam. For this objective, Deng was prepared to bring to a close half a century of suffering inflicted on China by Japan. Deng conducted himself exuberantly, declaring, "My heart is full of joy," and hugging his Japanese counterpart, a gesture for which his host could have found few precedents in his own society or, for that matter, in China's. Deng made no attempt to hide China's economic lag. If you have an ugly face, it is no use pretending that you are handsome. When asked to sign a visitor's book, he wrote an unprecedented appreciation of Japanese accomplishments. "We learn from and pay respect to the Japanese people, who are great, diligent, brave and intelligent." 26 In November 1978, Deng visited Southeast Asia, traveling to Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand. He branded Vietnam the Cuba of the East and spoke of the newly signed Soviet-Vietnamese treaty as a threat to world peace. 27 In Thailand on November 8, 1978, Deng stressed that the security and peace of Asia, the Pacific and the whole world are threatened by the Soviet-Vietnamese treaty. This treaty is not directed against China alone. It is a very important worldwide Soviet scheme. You may believe that the meaning of the treaty is to encircle China. I have told friendly countries that China is not afraid of being encircled. It has a most important meaning for Asia and the Pacific. The security and peace of Asia, the Pacific and the whole world are threatened. 28 On his visit to Singapore, Deng met a kindred spirit in the extraordinary Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew and glimpsed a vision of China's possible future, a majority Chinese society prospering under what Deng would later describe admiringly as strict administration and good public order. 29 at the time, China was still desperately poor, and its own public order had barely survived the Cultural Revolution. Lee Kuan Yew recounted a memorable exchange. He invited me to visit China again. I said I would when China had recovered from the Cultural Revolution. That, he said, would take a long time. I countered that they should have no problem getting ahead and doing much better than Singapore because we were the descendants of illiterate, landless peasants from Fujian and Guangdong while they had the progeny of the scholars, mandarins and literati who had stayed at home. He was silent. 30 Li paid tribute to Deng's pragmatism and willingness to learn from experience. Li also used the opportunity to express some of Southeast Asia's concerns that might not filter through the Chinese bureaucratic and diplomatic screen. China wanted Southeast Asian countries to unite with it to isolate the Russian bear. The fact was that our neighbors wanted us to unite and isolate the Chinese dragon. There were no overseas Russians in Southeast Asia leading communist insurgencies supported by the Soviet Union, as there were overseas Chinese encouraged and supported by the Chinese Communist Party and government, posing threats to Thailand, Malaysia, the Philippines, and, to a lesser extent, Indonesia. Also, China was openly asserting a special relationship with the overseas Chinese because of blood ties, and was making direct appeals to their patriotism over the heads of the governments of these countries of which they were citizens. 1. Suggested that we discuss how to resolve this problem. 31 In the event, Li proved correct. The Southeast Asian countries, with the exception of Singapore, behaved with great caution in confronting either the Soviet Union or Vietnam. Nevertheless, Deng achieved his fundamental objectives. His many public statements constituted a warning of a possible Chinese effort to remedy the situation. And they were bound to be noted by the United States, which was a key building block for Deng's design. That strategic design needed a more firmly defined relationship with America. Deng's visit to America and the new definition of alliance. Deng's visit to the United States was announced to celebrate the normalization of relations between the two countries and to inaugurate a common strategy that, elaborating on the Shanghai Communique, applied primarily to the Soviet Union. It also demonstrated a special skill of Chinese diplomacy, to create the impression of support by countries that have not in fact agreed to that role or even been asked to play it. The pattern began in the crisis over the offshore islands 20 years earlier. Mao had begun the 1958 shelling of Quemoy and Matsu 3 weeks after Khrushchev's tense visit to Beijing, creating the impression that Moscow had agreed to Beijing's actions in advance, which was not the case. Eisenhower had gone so far as to accuse Khrushchev of helping to instigate the crisis. Following the same tactic, Deng preceded the war with Vietnam with a high-profile visit to the United States. In neither case did China ask for assistance for its impending military endeavor. Khrushchev was apparently not informed of the 1958 operation and resented being faced with the risk of nuclear war. Washington was informed of the 1979 invasion after Deng's arrival in America but gave no explicit support and limited the U-32. Deng played to the crowd at a rodeo and barbecue in Simonton, Texas, donning a 10-gallon hat and riding in a stagecoach. Throughout the visit, Deng stressed China's need to acquire foreign technology and develop its economy. At his request, he toured manufacturing and technology facilities, including a Ford assembly plant in Hapeville, Georgia, the Hughes Tool Company in Houston, where Deng inspected drill bits for use in offshore oil exploration, and the Boeing plant outside Seattle. On his arrival in Houston, Deng avowed his desire to learn about your advanced experience in the petroleum industry and other fields. 33 Deng offered a hopeful assessment of Sino-U.S. relations, proclaiming his desire to get to know all about American life and absorb everything of benefit to us. 34 At the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Deng lingered in the Space Shuttle flight simulator. One news report captured the scene. Deng Xiaoping, who is using his trip to the United States to dramatize China's eagerness for advanced technology, climbed into the cockpit of a flight simulator here today to discover what it would be like to land this newest American spacecraft from an altitude of 100,000 feet. China's senior deputy prime minister, Deng, seemed to be so fascinated by the experience that he went through a second landing and even then seemed reluctant to leave the simulator. 35 This was worlds away from the Qing Emperor's studied indifference to Macartney's gifts and promises of trade or Mao's rigid insistence on economic autarky. At his meeting with President Carter on January 29, Deng explained China's four modernizations policy, put forward by Zhou in his last public appearance, which promised to modernize the fields of agriculture, industry, science and technology, and national defense. All this was subordinate to the overriding purpose of Deng's trip, to develop a de facto alliance between the United States and China. He summed up, "Mr. President, you asked for a sketch of our strategy. To realize our four modernizations, we need a prolonged period of a peaceful environment. But even now we believe the Soviet Union will launch a war. But if we act well and properly, it is possible to postpone it. China hopes to postpone a war for 22 years. 36 Under such a premise, we are not recommending the establishment of a formal alliance, but each should act on the basis of our standpoint and coordinate our activities and adopt necessary measures. This aim could be attained. If our efforts are to no avail, then the situation will become more and more empty." 36 It would be difficult for us to encourage violence. We can give you intelligence briefings. We know of no recent movements of Soviet troops towards your borders. I have no other answer for you. We have joined in the condemnation of Vietnam, but invasion of Vietnam would be a very serious destabilizing action. 43. To refuse to endorse violence but to offer intelligence about Soviet troop movements was to give a new dimension to ambivalence. It might mean that Carter did not share Deng's view of an underlying Soviet threat. Or, by reducing Chinese fears of a possible Soviet reaction, it might be construed as an encouragement to invasion. The next day, Carter and Deng met alone, and Carter handed Deng a note, as yet unpublished, summarizing the American position. According to Brzezinski, the president himself drafted by hand a letter to Deng, moderate in tone and sober in content, stressing the importance of restraint and summarizing the likely adverse international consequences. I felt that this was the right approach, for we could not collude formally with the Chinese in sponsoring what was tantamount to overt military aggression. 44. Informal collusion was another matter. According to a memorandum recounting the private conversation, at which only an interpreter was present, Deng insisted that strategic analysis overrode Carter's invocation of world opinion. Above all, China must not be thought of as pliable, China must still teach Vietnam a lesson. The Soviet Union can use Cuba, Vietnam, and then Afghanistan will evolve into a proxy for the Soviet Union. The PRC is approaching this issue from a position of strength. The action will be very limited. If Vietnam thought the PRC soft, the situation will get worse. 45. Deng left the United States on February 4, 1979. On his return trip from the United States, he completed placing the last Weiqi piece on the board. He stopped off in Tokyo for the second time in 6 months, to assure himself of Japanese support for the imminent military action and to isolate the Soviet Union further. To Prime Minister Masayoshi Ohara, Deng reiterated China's position that Vietnam had to be punished for its invasion of Cambodia, and he pledged to uphold the long-term prospects of international peace and stability. The Chinese people will firmly fulfill our internationalist duties, and will not hesitate to even bear the necessary sacrifices. 46. After having visited Burma, Nepal, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, Japan twice, and the United States, Deng had accomplished his objective of drawing China into the world and isolating Hanoi. He never left China again, adopting in his last years the remoteness and inaccessibility of traditional Chinese rulers. The Third Vietnam War. On February 17, China mounted a multi-pronged invasion of northern Vietnam from southern China's Guangxi and Yunnan provinces. The size of the Chinese force reflected the importance China attached to the operation. It has been estimated to have numbered more than 200,000 and perhaps as many as 400,000 PLA soldiers. 47. One historian has concluded that the invasion force, which included regular ground forces, militia, and naval and air force units, was similar in scale to the assault with which China made such an impact on its entry into the Korean War in November 1950. 48. The official Chinese press accounts called it the self-defensive counterattack against Vietnam, or the counterattack in self-defense on the Sino-Vietnamese border. It represented the Chinese version of deterrence, an invasion advertised in advance to forestall the next Vietnamese move. The target of China's military was a fellow communist country, recent ally, and longtime beneficiary of Chinese economic and military support. The goal was to preserve the strategic equilibrium in Asia, as China saw it. Further, China undertook the campaign with the moral support, diplomatic backing, and intelligence cooperation of the United States, the same imperialist power that Beijing had helped eject from Indochina 5 years earlier. The stated Chinese war aim was to put a restraint on the wild ambitions of the Vietnamese and to give them an appropriate limited lesson. 49. Appropriate meant to inflict sufficient damage to affect Vietnamese options and calculations for the future. Limited implied that it would be ended before outside intervention or other factors drove it out of control. It was also a direct challenge to the Soviet Union. Deng's prediction that the Soviet Union would not attack China was borne out. The day after China launched its invasion, the Soviet government released a lukewarm statement that, while condemning China's criminal attack, emphasized that the heroic Vietnamese people is capable of standing up for itself this time again. 50. The Soviet military response was limited to sending a naval task force to the South China Sea, undertaking a limited arms airlift to Hanoi, and stepping up air patrols along the Sino-Soviet border. The airlift was constrained by geography but also by internal hesitations. In the end, the Soviet Union gave as much support in 1979 to its new ally, Vietnam, as it had extended 20 years earlier to its then ally, China, in the Taiwan Strait crises. In neither case would the Soviet Union run any risks of a wider war. Shortly after the war, Hua Guofeng summed up the outcome in a pithy phrase contemptuous of Soviet leaders: "As for threatening us, they did that by maneuvers near the border, sending ships to the South China Sea. But they did not dare to move. So after all we could still touch the buttocks of the tiger." Deng sarcastically rejected American advice to be careful. During a late February 1979 visit of Treasury Secretary Michael Blumenthal to Beijing, Blumenthal called for Chinese troops to withdraw from Vietnam as quickly as possible because Beijing ran risks that were unwarranted. 51. Deng demurred. Speaking to American reporters just before his meeting with Blumenthal, Deng displayed his disdain for equivocation, mocking some people who were afraid of offending the Cuba of the Orient. 52. As in the Sino-Indian War, China executed a limited, punitive strike followed immediately by a retreat. It was over in 29 days. Shortly after the PLA captured, and reportedly laid waste to, the capitals of the 3 Vietnamese provinces along the border, Beijing announced that Chinese forces would withdraw from Vietnam, save for several disputed pieces of territory. Beijing made no attempt to overthrow the Hanoi government or to enter Cambodia in any overt capacity. A month after the Chinese troops had withdrawn, Deng explained the Chinese strategy to me on a visit to Beijing. Deng, after I came back from the United States, we immediately fought a war. But we asked you for your opinion beforehand. I talked it over with President Carter and then he replied in a very formal and solemn way. He read a written text to me. I said to him, China will handle this question independently and if there is any risk, China will take on the risk alone. In retrospect, we think if we had driven deeper into Vietnam in our punitive action, it would have been even better. Kissinger, it could be. Deng, because our forces were sufficient to drive all the way to Hanoi. But it wouldn't be advisable to go that far. Kissinger, no, it would probably have gone beyond the limits of calculation. Deng, yes, you're right. But we could have driven 30 kilometers deeper into Vietnam. We occupied all the defensive areas of fortification. There wasn't a defense line left all the way to Hanoi. The conventional wisdom among historians is that the war was a costly Chinese failure. 53. The effects of the PLA's politicization during the Cultural Revolution became apparent during the campaign, hampered by outdated equipment, logistical problems, personnel shortages, and inflexible tactics. Chinese forces advanced slowly and at great cost. By some analysts' estimates, the PLA suffered as many killed in action in 1 month of fighting the Third Vietnam War as the United States suffered in the most costly years of the Second one. 54. Conventional wisdom is based, however, on a misapprehension of the Chinese strategy. Whatever the shortcomings of its execution, the Chinese campaign reflected a serious long-term strategic analysis. In the Chinese leadership's explanations to their American counterparts, they described the consolidation of Soviet-backed Vietnamese power in Indochina as a crucial step in the Soviet Union's worldwide strategic deployment. The Soviet Union had already concentrated troops in Eastern Europe and along China's northern border. Now, the Chinese leaders warned, Moscow was beginning to get bases in Indochina, Africa, and the Middle East. 55. If it consolidated its position in these areas, it would control vital energy resources and be able to block key sea lanes, most notably the Malacca Strait connecting the Pacific Ocean and the Indian Ocean. This would give Moscow the strategic initiative in any future conflict. In a broader sense, the war resulted from Beijing's analysis of Sun Tzu's concept of shi, the trend and potential energy of the strategic landscape. Deng aimed to arrest and, if possible, reverse what he saw as an unacceptable momentum of Soviet strategy. China achieved this objective in part by its military daring, in part by drawing the United States into unprecedentedly close cooperation. China's leaders had navigated the Third Vietnam War by meticulous analysis of their strategic choices, daring execution, and skillful diplomacy. With all these qualities, they would not have been able to touch the buttocks of the tiger, but for the cooperation of the United States. The Third Vietnam War ushered in the closest collaboration between China and the United States for the period of the Cold War. 2 trips to China by American emissaries established an extraordinary degree of joint action. Vice President Walter Fritz Mondale visited China in August 1979 to devise a diplomacy for the aftermath of the Deng visit, especially with respect to Indochina. It was a complex problem in which strategic and moral considerations were in severe conflict. The United States and China agreed that it was in each country's national interest to prevent the emergence of an Indo-Chinese federation under Hanoi's control. But the only part of Indochina that was still contested was Cambodia, which had been governed by the execrable Pol Pot, who had murdered millions of his compatriots. The Khmer Rouge constituted the best organized element of Cambodia's anti-Vietnam resistance. Carter and Mondale took a long and dedicated record of devotion to human rights into government. Indeed they had, in their presidential campaign, attacked Ford on the ground of insufficient attention to the issue of human rights. Deng had first raised the issue of aid to the Cambodian guerrilla resistance against the Vietnamese invaders during the private conversation with Carter about the invasion of Vietnam. According to the official report, the president asked if the Thais could accept and relay it to the Cambodians. Deng said yes and that he has in mind light weapons. The Thais are now sending a senior officer to the Thai-Cambodian border to keep communications more secure. 56 The de facto cooperation between Washington and Beijing on aid to Cambodia through Thailand had the practical effect of indirectly assisting the remnants of the Khmer Rouge. American officials were careful to stress to Beijing that the United States cannot support Pol Pot, and welcomed China's assurances that Pol Pot no longer exercised full control over the Khmer Rouge. This sop to conscience did not change the reality that Washington provided material and diplomatic support to the Cambodian resistance, in a manner that the administration must have known would benefit the Khmer Rouge. Carter's successors in Ronald Reagan's administration followed the same strategy. America's leaders undoubtedly expected that if the Cambodian resistance prevailed, they or their successors would oppose the Khmer Rouge element of it in the aftermath, which is what in effect happened after the Vietnamese withdrawal over a decade later. American ideals had encountered the imperatives of geopolitical reality. It was not cynicism, even less hypocrisy, that forged this attitude. The Carter administration had to choose between strategic necessities and moral conviction. They decided that for their moral convictions to be implemented ultimately they needed first to prevail in the geopolitical struggle. The American leaders faced the dilemma of statesmanship. Leaders cannot choose the options history affords them, even less that they be unambiguous. The visit of Secretary of Defense Harold Brown marked a further step toward Sino-American cooperation unimaginable only a few years earlier. Deng welcomed him. "Your coming here itself is of major significance," he noted to Brown, "because you are the Secretary of Defense." 57 A few veterans of the Ford administration understood this hint about the invitation to Secretary Schlesinger, aborted when Ford dismissed him. The main agenda was to define the United States military relationship with China. The Carter administration had come to the conclusion that an increase in China's technological and military capacity was important for global equilibrium and American national security. Washington had drawn a distinction between the Soviet Union and China, Secretary Brown explained, and was willing to transfer some military technology to China that it would not make available to the Soviets. 58 Further, the United States was willing to sell military equipment to China, such as surveillance equipment and vehicles, though not arms. It would not, moreover, interfere in decisions by NATO allies to sell arms to China. As President Carter explained in his instructions to Brzezinski, the United States does not object to the more forthcoming attitude which our allies are adopting in regard to trade with China in technology-sensitive areas. We have an interest in a strong and secure China, and we recognize and respect this interest. 59 In the end, China was not able to rescue the Khmer Rouge or force Hanoi to withdraw its troops from Cambodia for another decade. Perhaps recognizing this, Beijing framed its war aims in much more limited terms. However, Beijing did impose heavy costs on Vietnam. Chinese diplomacy in Southeast Asia before, during, and after the war worked with great determination and skill to isolate Hanoi. China maintained a heavy military presence along the border, retained several disputed pieces of territory, and continued to hold out the threat of a second lesson to Hanoi. For years afterward, Vietnam was forced to support considerable forces on its northern border to defend against another possible Chinese attack. 60 As Deng had told Mondale in August 1979, for a country of that size to keep a standing force of more than 1 million, where will you find enough workforce? A standing force of 1 million needs a lot of logistical support. Now they depend on the Soviet Union. Some estimates say they are getting $2 million a day from the Soviet Union, some estimates say $2.5 million. 1T will increase difficulties, and this burden on the Soviet Union will grow heavier and heavier. Things will become more difficult. In time the Vietnamese will come to realize that not all their requests to the Soviet Union can be met. In those circumstances perhaps a new situation will emerge. 61 That situation did, in fact, occur over a decade later when the collapse of the Soviet Union and of Soviet financial support brought about a retrenchment in Vietnamese deployment in Cambodia. Ultimately, over a time period more difficult to sustain for democratic societies, China achieved a considerable part of its strategic objectives in Southeast Asia. Deng achieved sufficient maneuvering room to meet his objective of thwarting Soviet domination of Southeast Asia and the Malacca Strait. The Carter administration performed a tightrope act that maintained an option toward the Soviet Union via negotiations over the limitations of strategic arms while basing its Asian policy on the recognition that Moscow remained the principal strategic adversary. The ultimate loser in the conflict was the Soviet Union, whose global ambitions had caused alarm around the world. A Soviet ally had been attacked by the Soviet Union's most vocal and strategically most explicit adversary, which was openly agitating for a containment alliance against Moscow, all this within a month of the conclusion of the Soviet-Vietnamese alliance. In retrospect, Moscow's relative passivity in the Third Vietnam War can be seen as the first symptom of the decline of the Soviet Union. One wonders whether the Soviets' decision a year later to intervene in Afghanistan was prompted in part by an attempt to compensate for their ineffectuality in supporting Vietnam against the Chinese attack. In either case, the Soviets' miscalculation in both situations was in not realizing the extent to which the correlation of global forces had shifted against them. The Third Vietnam War may thus be counted as another example in which Chinese statesmen succeeded in achieving long-term, big-picture strategic objectives without the benefit of a military establishment comparable to that of their adversaries. Though providing breathing space for the remnants of the Khmer Rouge can hardly be counted as a moral victory, China achieved its larger geopolitical aims vis-a-vis the Soviet Union and Vietnam, both of whose militaries were better trained and equipped than China's. Equanimity in the face of materially superior forces has been deeply ingrained in Chinese strategic thinking, as is apparent from the parallels with China's decision to intervene in the Korean War. Both Chinese decisions were directed against what Beijing perceived to be a gathering danger, a hostile powers consolidation of bases at multiple points along the Chinese periphery. In both cases, Beijing believed that if the hostile power were allowed to complete its design, China would be encircled and thus remain in a permanent state of vulnerability. The adversary would be in a position to launch a war at a time of its choosing, and knowledge of this advantage would allow it to act, as Hua Guofeng told President Carter when they met in Tokyo, without scruples. 62 Therefore, a seemingly regional issue, in the first case the American rebuff of North Korea, in the second case Vietnam's occupation of Cambodia, was treated as the focus of the struggles in the world, as Zhou described Korea. 63 Both interventions set China against a stronger power that threatened its perception of its security, each, however, did so on terrain and at a time of Beijing's choosing. As Vice Premier Gung Biao later told Brzezinski, the Soviet Union support for Vietnam is a component of its global strategy. It is directed not just at Thailand, but at Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, and the Straits of Malacca. If they succeeded, it would be a fatal blow to ASEAN and would also interdict the lines of communications for Japan and the United States. We are committed to do something about this. We may have no capability to cope with the Soviet Union, but we have the capability to cope with Vietnam. 64 These were not elegant affairs. China threw troops into immensely costly battles and sustained casualties on a scale that would have been unacceptable in the Western world. In the Sino-Vietnam War, the PLA seems to have pursued its task with many shortcomings, significantly increasing the scale of Chinese losses. But both interventions achieved noteworthy strategic goals. At two key moments in the Cold War, Beijing applied its doctrine of offensive deterrence successfully. In Vietnam, China succeeded in exposing the limits of the Soviet defense commitment to Hanoi and, more important, of its overall strategic reach. China was willing to risk war with the Soviet Union to prove that it refused to be intimidated by the Soviet presence on its southern flank. Singapore's Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew has summed up the ultimate result of the war. The Western press wrote off the Chinese punitive action as a failure. I believe it changed the history of East Asia. 65. Chapter 14 Reagan and the Advent of Normalcy. One of the obstacles to continuity in America's foreign policy is the sweeping nature of its periodic changes of government. As a result of term limits, every presidential appointment down to the level of Deputy Assistant Secretary is replaced at least every 8 years, a change of personnel involving as many as 5,000 key positions. The successors have to undergo a prolonged vetting process. In practice, a vacuum exists for the first 9 months or so of the incoming administration, in which it is obliged to act by improvisation or on the recommendations of holdover personnel, as it gradually adjusts to exercising its own authority. The inevitable learning period is complicated by the desire of the new administration to legitimize its rise to office by alleging that all inherited problems are the policy faults of its predecessor and not inherent problems. They are deemed soluble and in a finite time. Continuity of policy becomes a secondary consideration if not an invidious claim. Since new presidents have just won an election campaign, they may also overestimate the range of flexibility that objective circumstances permit or rely excessively on their persuasive power. For countries relying on American policy, the perpetual psychodrama of democratic transitions is a constant invitation to hedge their bets. These tendencies were a special challenge to the relationship with China. As these pages show, the early years of rapprochement between the United States and the People's Republic of China involved a period of mutual discovery. But later decades depended importantly on the two countries' ability to develop parallel assessments of the international situation. Harmonizing intangibles becomes especially difficult when leadership is in constant flux. And both China and the United States witnessed dramatic leadership changes in the decade of the 1970s. The Chinese transitions have been described in earlier chapters. In the United States, the president who opened relations with China resigned 18 months later, but the key foreign policy remained in place. The Carter administration represented the first change in political parties for the Chinese leadership. They had observed statements by Carter as a candidate promising a transformation of American foreign policy to embrace a new openness and emphasis on human rights. He had said little about China. There was some concern in Beijing whether Carter would maintain the anti-hegemony dimension of the established relationship. As it turned out, Carter and his top advisors reaffirmed the basic principles of the relationship, including those with respect to Taiwan personally affirmed by Nixon during his visit to Beijing. At the same time, the advent of Deng and the collapse of the Gang of Four gave the dialogue between China and the United States a new pragmatic dimension. The most intense strategic dialogue between the United States and China had barely been established when another change of administrations brought in a new Republican president with a landslide win. For China, the new president was an unsettling prospect. Ronald Reagan was difficult to analyze even for China's meticulous researchers. He did not fit any established category. A former movie star and president of the Screen Actors Guild who had willed himself to political prominence, Reagan represented a dramatically different kind of American conservatism than the withdrawn and cerebral Nixon or the serene Midwestern Ford. Defiantly optimistic about American possibilities in a period of crisis, Ronald Reagan, more than any high American official since John Foster Dulles, attacked communism as an evil to be eradicated within a finite period of time, not a threat to be contained over generations. Yet he focused his critique of communism almost entirely on the Soviet Union and its satellite states. In 1976, Reagan had campaigned against Gerald Ford for the Republican presidential nomination by attacking the détente policy with the Soviet Union, but had, on the whole, avoided criticizing the rapprochement with China. Reagan's critique of Soviet intentions, which he continued with renewed vigor in the 1980 campaign, had much in common with the lectures Deng had been delivering to top American officials since his first return from exile. Yet in Reagan's case, it was paired with a strong personal attachment to the prevailing political order in Taiwan. In October 1971, Nixon had encouraged Reagan, then governor of California, to visit Taiwan as a special emissary to affirm that the improvement of relations between Washington and Beijing had not altered the basic American interest in Taiwan's security. Reagan left the island with warm personal feelings toward its leaders and a profound commitment to the relationship of the peoples of America and Taiwan. Subsequently, while Reagan stopped short of challenging the existing understanding with Beijing, he was highly critical of the Carter administration's move to sever formal diplomatic ties with Taipei and downgrade the American embassy in Taiwan to an unofficial, American institute. In his 1980 presidential campaign against Carter, he pledged that under a Reagan administration there would be no more Vietnams, no more Taiwans, and no more betrayals. Technically, the embassy in Taipei had been the American embassy to China. The American decision, culminated under the Carter administration, to relocate this embassy to Beijing was a belated recognition that the nationalists were no longer poised to recover the mainland. Reagan's implicit critique was that the United States should have retained a full embassy in Taipei as part of a two-China solution recognizing both sides of the Taiwan Strait as separate independent states. Yet in its negotiations with the Nixon, Ford, and Carter administrations, and with all other governments negotiating the terms of diplomatic recognition, this was the one outcome that Beijing consistently and adamantly refused to consider. Ronald Reagan thus embodied the existing American ambivalence. A powerful commitment to the new relationship with Beijing coexisted with a strong residue of emotional support for Taiwan. One of Reagan's themes was to advocate official relations with Taiwan, though he never explained publicly exactly what this meant. During the 1980 presidential campaign, Reagan decided to try to square the circle. He sent his vice presidential candidate, George H. W. Bush, to Beijing, where he had served with distinction as head of the U.S. Liaison Office, which functioned in lieu of an embassy. Bush told Deng that Reagan did not mean to imply that he endorsed formal diplomatic relations with Taiwan, nor did Reagan intend to move toward a two-China solution. One Deng's frosty reply, surely not unaffected by the fact that Reagan repeated his advocacy of formal relations with Taiwan while Bush was in Beijing, induced Reagan to ask me, in September 1980, to serve as an intermediary in delivering a similar, somewhat more detailed, message on his behalf to the Chinese ambassador, Chai Zemin. It was a tall order. Meeting with Chai in Washington, I affirmed that, despite his campaign rhetoric, candidate Reagan intended to uphold the general principles of U.S. Chinese strategic cooperation established during the Nixon, Ford, and Carter administrations and outlined in the Shanghai Communique and the 1979 Communique announcing normalization of diplomatic relations. Specifically, Reagan had asked me to convey that he would not pursue a two-China policy, or a one China, one Taiwan policy. I added that I was sure that the ambassador and his government had studied Governor Reagan's career, and that in doing so they would have noted that he had many close friends on Taiwan. Attempting to put this in a human context, I argued that Reagan could not abandon personal friendships and that Chinese leaders would lose respect for him if he did so. As president, however, Reagan would be committed to the existing framework of U.S. People's Republic relations, which provided a basis for shared Chinese and American efforts to prevent hegemony, that is, Soviet dominance. In other words, Reagan, as president, would stand by his friends but also by America's commitments. It cannot be said that the Chinese ambassador received this information with unrelieved enthusiasm. Conscious of the favorable public opinion polls projecting Reagan's victory in November, he took no chances in expressing an opinion. Taiwan arms sales and the third communique. The early phase of the Reagan administration was marked by its chief's faith that his persuasiveness could bridge the gap between two, on the face, incompatible positions. In practice, it meant that both positions were carried out simultaneously. The issue had some urgency because normalization had taken precedence over resolving a final legal status for Taiwan. Carter had stated that America intended to continue to supply arms to Taiwan. Deng, eager to complete the normalization process so that he could confront Vietnam with at least the appearance of American support, proceeded with normalization, in effect ignoring Carter's unilateral statement on arms supply. In the meantime, in 1979 the U.S. Congress had responded to the winding down of the official American diplomatic presence in Taipei by passing the Taiwan Relations Act. This legislation outlined a framework for continued robust economic, cultural, and security ties between the United States and Taiwan, and declared that the United States will make available to Taiwan such defense articles and defense services in such quantity as may be necessary to enable it to maintain a sufficient self-defense capacity. As soon as the Reagan administration took office, Chinese leaders raised the Taiwan arms issue again, treating it as an unfinished aspect of normalization and bringing to a head the American internal contradictions. Reagan made no secret of his wish that some arms sales to Taiwan go forward. His Secretary of State, Alexander Haig, had a contrary view. Haig had been my deputy on the Nixon White House staff that planned the secret visit in 1971. He had led the technical team that advanced Nixon's visit, during which he had a substantive conversation with Zhou. As a member of the generation that had experienced the start of the Cold War, Haig was keenly aware of how the addition of China to the anti-Soviet camp altered the strategic equilibrium. Haig treated the potential role of China as a de facto American ally as a breakthrough to be preserved as a top priority. As a result, Haig sought for ways to come to an understanding with Beijing whereby the United States would supply arms to both China and Taiwan. That scheme foundered on both sides. Reagan would not agree to formal arms sales to China, and Beijing would not consider a deal that implied a trade of principle for military hardware. Matters threatened to get out of hand. Haig, conducting arduous negotiations both within the U.S. government and with his counterparts in Beijing, achieved an agreement that permitted both sides to postpone a final resolution, while establishing a roadmap for the future. That Deng acquiesced in so indefinite and partial an outcome demonstrates the importance he attached to maintaining close relations with the United States, as well as his confidence in Haig. The so-called Third Communique of August 17, 1982, has become part of the basic architecture of the U.S.-China relationship, regularly reaffirmed as part of the sacramental language of subsequent high-level dialogues and joint communiques. It is odd that the Third Communique should have achieved such a status together with the Shanghai Communique of Nixon's visit and the normalization agreement of the Carter period. For the communique is quite ambiguous, hence a difficult roadmap for the future. Each side, as before, restated its basic principles. China affirmed its position that Taiwan was a domestic Chinese affair in which foreigners had no legitimate role. America restated its concern for a peaceful resolution, going so far as to claim that it appreciates the Chinese policy of striving for a peaceful resolution. This formulation evaded the consistent and frequently repeated Chinese assertion that it reserved its freedom of action to use force if a peaceful resolution proved unfeasible. The key operative paragraph concerned arms sales to Taiwan. It read, The United States government states that it does not seek to carry out a long-term policy of arms sales to Taiwan, that its arms sales to Taiwan will not exceed, either in qualitative or in quantitative terms, the level of those supplied in recent years since the establishment of diplomatic relations between the United States and China, and that it intends to reduce gradually its sales of arms to Taiwan, leading over a period of time to a final resolution. In so stating, the United States acknowledges China's consistent position regarding the thorough settlement of this issue. None of these terms was precisely defined, or, for that matter, defined at all. What was meant by gradually was left open, nor was the level reached in the Carter period, which was to be the benchmark, ever specified. While the United States abjured a policy of long-term arms sales, it gave no indication of what it understood by long-term. While China reaffirmed its insistence on a final settlement, it established no deadline and submitted no threat. Domestic imperatives on both sides dictated the limits. China would not accept the principle of a foreign arms supplier on what it considered its own territory. American politics, underscored by the passage of the Taiwan Relations Act by wide margins in the U.S. Congress, did not permit any cutoff of arms for Taiwan. It is a tribute to the statesmanship on both sides that this state of affairs has been continued for nearly 30 years since the events discussed in these pages. The immediate aftermath of the third communiqué showed that its meaning was not self-evident to the President of the United States. He told the publisher of the National Review, "You can tell your friends there I have not changed my mind one damn bit about Taiwan. Whatever weapons they need to defend themselves against attacks or invasion by Red China, they will get from the United States." For Reagan felt so strongly on this subject that he called Dan Rather, then the anchor on the CBS Evening News, to deny reports that he no longer backed Taiwan, declaring, "There has been no retreat by me. We will continue to arm Taiwan." 5. To carry out the president's conviction, the White House secretly negotiated the so-called 6 assurances with Taiwan to restrict the implementation of the communiqué it had just signed with China. The assurances affirmed that the United States had not set a specific date to end arms sales to Taiwan, had not committed to consulting with Beijing on such sales, had not committed to amend the Taiwan Relations Act, had not altered its position regarding Taiwan's political status, and would neither pressure Taipei to negotiate with Beijing nor serve as a mediator. 6. The assurances were reinforced by a memorandum placed in the files of the National Security Council that tied observance of the communiqué to the peaceful solution of the differences between the People's Republic and Taiwan. The administration also proceeded to give a liberal interpretation to the third communiqué's concept of reducing arms sales to Taiwan. Through technology transfers, technically not arms sales, and an inventive interpretation of the level of various weapons programs, Washington extended a program of military support to Taiwan whose duration and substance Beijing seems not to have anticipated. The Taiwan Relations Act, of course, binds the president. It has never been acknowledged by China's leaders, who do not accept the premise that American legislation can create an obligation with respect to arms sales to Taiwan or condition American diplomatic recognition on the peaceful resolution of the Taiwan issue. It would be dangerous to equate acquiescence to circumstance with agreement for the indefinite future. That a pattern of action has been accepted for a number of years does not obviate its long-term risks, as Beijing's heated reaction to the arms sale of the spring of 2010 demonstrates. The Reagan administration's China and Taiwan policy during the first term was therefore a study in almost incomprehensible contradictions, between competing personalities, conflicting policy goals, contradictory assurances to Beijing and Taipei, and incommensurable moral and strategic imperatives. Reagan gave the impression of supporting all of them at once, all as a matter of deep conviction. To the scholar or the traditional policy analyst, the Reagan administration's early approach to the People's Republic and Taiwan violated every ground rule of coherent policy. However, as with many other controversial and unconventional Reagan policies, it worked out quite well in the following decades. The remarkable aspect of Reagan's presidency was his ability to blunt the edges of controversy even while affirming his own essentially unchanging convictions. Whatever his disagreements, Reagan never turned them into personal confrontations, nor did he transform his strong ideological convictions into crusades other than rhetorical. He was therefore in a position to reach across ideological gulfs on the basis of practicality and even goodwill, as Reagan and his subsequent Secretary of State George Shultz's remarkable series of negotiations with their Soviet counterparts Mikhail Gorbachev and Eduard Shevardnadze over nuclear arms limitations would demonstrate. With respect to China, its leaders came to understand that Reagan had gone as far as his convictions permitted and to the utmost limit of what he was able to accomplish within the American political context. He would therefore gain credit for goodwill even while taking positions that would have been rejected, perhaps even indignantly, had they been put forward in a more formal setting or by a different president. The seeming contradictions in the end established two timelines, what would be done immediately and what might be left to the future. Deng seems to have understood that the communiqué established a general direction. It could be traveled once conditions had altered the context that prevented it at the beginning of the Reagan administration. After Schultz took over the State Department in 1982, despite some uncomfortable conversations and bruised egos, the United States, the People's Republic, and Taiwan all emerged from the early 1980s with their core interests generally fulfilled. Beijing was disappointed with Washington's flexible interpretation of the communiqué, but on the whole, the People's Republic achieved another decade of American assistance as it built its economic and military power and its capacity to play an independent role in world affairs. Washington was able to pursue amicable relations with both sides of the Taiwan Strait and to cooperate with China on common anti-Soviet imperatives, such as intelligence sharing and support for the Afghan insurgency. Taiwan obtained a bargaining position from which to negotiate with Beijing. When the dust eventually settled, the most vocally anti-communist and pro-Taiwan president since Nixon had been able to preside over a normal relationship with the People's Republic of China without any major crisis. China and the superpowers, the new equilibrium. The real drama of the 1980s was not in Washington's and Beijing's relations with each other, but in their respective relationships with Moscow. The impetus was a series of significant shifts in the strategic landscape. In assessing China's policies, one contingency can generally be excluded, that Chinese policymakers overlooked a set of discoverable facts. So when China went along with the ambiguous language and the flexible interpretation of the Taiwan Clause in the Third Communiqué, it can only have been because it thought cooperation with the United States would fulfill its other national purposes. When Ronald Reagan came into office, the strategic offensive started by the Soviet Union in the late 1970s had not yet run its course. In the years since the collapse of the American position in Indochina, the Soviet Union and its proxies had embarked on an unprecedented, and nearly indiscriminate, series of advances in the developing world, in Angola, Ethiopia, Afghanistan, and Indochina. But the U.S.-China rapprochement had set up a significant bulwark against further expansion. Powered by the convictions of Deng and his colleagues and skillful cooperation by American officials of both political parties, the horizontal line Mao envisioned had, in fact, taken shape. By the mid-1980s, the Soviet Union faced coordinated defense, and, in many cases, active resistance, on almost all of its borders. In the United States, Western Europe, and East Asia, a loose coalition of nearly all the industrial countries had formed against the Soviet Union. In the developed world, the Soviet Union's only remaining allies were the Eastern European satellites in which it stationed troops. Meanwhile, the developing world had proven skeptical about the benefits of popular liberation under Soviet and Cuban arms. In Africa, Asia, and Latin America, Soviet expansionist efforts were turning into costly stalemates or discredited failures. In Afghanistan, the Soviet Union experienced many of the same trials America had undergone in Vietnam, in this case, backed by coordinated efforts of the United States, China, the Gulf states, and Pakistan to sponsor and train an armed resistance. In Vietnam itself, Moscow's attempt to bring Indochina united under Hanoi into the Soviet orbit met a forceful rebuff from China, facilitated by American cooperation. Beijing and Washington were, as Deng had so vividly described it to Carter, chopping off Soviet fingers. At the same time, the American strategic buildup, especially the Strategic Defense Initiative championed by Reagan, posed a technological challenge that the stagnant and overburdened Soviet economy, already bearing a defense burden 3 times that of the United States as a percentage of each country's respective GDP, could not begin to meet. 7 At this high point in Sino-American cooperation, the Reagan White House and the top Chinese leadership had roughly congruent assessments of Soviet weakness, but they drew significantly different conclusions about the policy implications of this new state of affairs. Reagan and his top officials perceived Soviet disarray as an opportunity to go on the offensive. Pairing a major military buildup with a new ideological assertiveness, they sought to pressure the Soviet Union both financially and geopolitically and drive for what amounted to victory in the Cold War. The Chinese leaders had a similar conception of Soviet weakness, but they drew the opposite lesson. They saw it as an invitation to recalibrate the global equilibrium. Beginning in 1969, they had tacked toward Washington to redress China's precarious geopolitical position. They had no interest in the global triumph of American values and Western liberal democracy that Reagan proclaimed as his ultimate goal. Having touched the buttocks of the tiger in Vietnam, Beijing concluded that it had withstood the high point of the Soviet threat. It now behooved China to tack back toward an enhanced freedom of maneuver. In the 1980s, therefore, the euphoria of the original opening had run its course, the overriding Cold War concerns of the recent past were being overcome. Sino-American relations settled into the sort of interactions major powers have with each other more or less routinely with fewer high points or troughs. The beginning of the decline of Soviet power played a role, although the chief actors on both the American and the Chinese side had become so used to Cold War patterns that it took them a while to recognize it. The weak Soviet response to the Chinese invasion of Vietnam marked the beginning of an at first gradual, then accelerating, Soviet decline. The three transitions in Moscow, from Leonid Brezhnev to Yuri Andropov in 1982, from Andropov to Konstantin Chernenko in 1984, and from Chernenko to Mikhail Gorbachev in 1985, at a minimum signified that the Soviet Union would be preoccupied with its domestic crises. The American rearmament begun under Carter and accelerated under Reagan gradually altered the balance of power and constrained the Soviet readiness to intervene around its periphery. Most of the Soviet gains of the 1970s were reversed, though several of these retreats did not take place until the George H. W. Bush administration. The Vietnamese occupation of Cambodia was ended in 1990, elections were held in 1993, and refugees prepared to return home. Cuban troops withdrew from Angola by 1991, the communist-backed government in Ethiopia collapsed in 1991, in 1990, the Sandinistas in Nicaragua were brought to accept free elections, a risk no governing communist party had ever before been prepared to take. Perhaps the most important, Soviet armies withdrew from Afghanistan in 1989. Soviet retreats gave Chinese diplomacy a new flexibility to maneuver. Chinese leaders spoke less of military containment and began to explore their scope for a new diplomacy with Moscow. They continued to list three conditions for improving relations with the Soviets: evacuation of Cambodia, ending Soviet troop concentrations in Siberia and Mongolia along the northern Chinese border, and evacuation of Afghanistan. These demands were in the process of being fulfilled largely by changes in the balance of power that made Soviet forward positions untenable and the decisions to withdraw inevitable. The United States received reassurances that China was not ready to move toward Moscow, the Chinese proving that two sides could play a triangular diplomacy. The reassurances, in any event, had a dual purpose. They affirmed continued adherence to the established strategy of preventing Soviet expansion, but they also served to bring China's growing options before the United States. China soon began to exercise its new options globally. In a conversation I had with Deng in September 1987, he applied the new framework of analysis to the Iran-Iraq War, then raging in its fifth year. The United States was backing Iraq, at least enough to prevent its being defeated by the revolutionary regime in Tehran. Deng argued that China needed leeway to take a more flexible position toward Iran so that it could play a more significant role in the diplomacy to end the war. Deng had been carrying out Mao's horizontal line concept during the confrontation with the Soviet Union. It was now being transformed back into a three worlds approach in which China stood apart from superpower competition and in which adherence to an independent foreign policy would allow it to pursue its preferences in all three circles: the superpowers, the developed country circle, and the third world. Hu Yaobang, a Deng protégé and party secretary, outlined the prevailing Chinese foreign policy concept to the Communist Party's 12th National Congress in September 1982. Its key provision was a reprise of Mao's "China has stood up, China never attaches itself to any big power or group of powers, and never yields to pressure from any big power." 8. Who began with a tour d'horizon outlining China's critical assessment of American and Soviet foreign policies and a list of demands for actions by which each power could demonstrate its good faith. The failure to resolve the Taiwan issue meant that a cloud has all along hung over the relations between China and the United States. Relations would develop soundly only if the United States ceased interfering in what China regarded as its purely internal affair. Meanwhile, Hu commented loftily, "We note that Soviet leaders have expressed more than once the desire to improve relations with China. But deeds, rather than words, are important." 9. China, for its part, was solidifying its position in the Third World, standing apart from and to some degree against both superpowers, the main forces jeopardizing peaceful coexistence among nations today are imperialism, hegemonism and colonialism. The most important task for the people of the world today is to oppose hegemonism and safeguard world peace. 10 In effect, China claimed a unique moral stature as the largest of the neutral powers, standing above superpower contests. We have always firmly opposed the arms race between the superpowers, stood for the prohibition of the use of nuclear weapons and for their complete destruction, and demanded that the superpowers be the first to cut their nuclear and conventional arsenals drastically. China regards it as her sacred international duty to struggle resolutely against imperialism, hegemonism and colonialism together with the other Third World countries. 11 It was traditional Chinese foreign policy served up at a Communist Party Congress, self-reliance, moral aloofness, and superiority, coupled with a commitment to negate superpower aspirations. A 1984 State Department memorandum sent to President Reagan explained that China had positioned itself both to support the American military buildup against Soviet expansionism and to attack superpower rivalry as the major cause of global tension. As a result, China is able to pursue parallel strategic interests with the US and, at the same time, to strengthen its relations with what it perceives to be an ascendant Third World bloc. 12 In 1985 a CIA report described China as maneuvering in the triangle, by cultivating closer ties with the Soviet Union through a series of high-level meetings and inter-Communist Party exchanges of a protocol level and frequency not seen since the Sino-Soviet split. The analysis noted that Chinese leaders had resumed referring to their Soviet counterparts as comrade, and calling the Soviet Union a socialist, as opposed to revisionist, country. Top Chinese and Soviet officials had held substantive consultations on arms control, an unthinkable concept in the previous 2 decades, and during a week-long 1985 visit by the Chinese Vice Premier Yao Yilin to Moscow, the two sides signed a landmark agreement on bilateral trade and economic cooperation. 13 The notion of overlapping circles was more or less what Mao had been advancing toward the end of his life. But the practical consequence was limited. The Third World defined itself by its distinction from the two superpowers. It would lose this status if it shifted definitively to one side or another, even in the guise of admitting a superpower to its ranks. As a practical matter, China was on the way to becoming a superpower, and it was acting like one even now, when it was just beginning its reforms. The Third World, in short, would exercise major influence only if one of the superpowers joined, and then, by definition, it would stop being a Third World. So long as the Soviet Union was a nuclear superpower and relations with it were precarious, China would have no incentive to move away from the United States. After the Soviet Union's collapse, there were only 2 circles left, and the question would be whether China would step into the place vacated by the Soviet Union as a challenger or opt for cooperation with the United States. The Sino-American relationship of the 1980s was, in short, in transition from a Cold War pattern to a global international order that created new challenges for China-US partnership. All this assumed that the Soviet Union remained the basic security threat. The architect of the opening to China, Richard Nixon, understood the world in the same way. In a memorandum to President Reagan after a private visit to China in late 1982, Nixon wrote, "I believe it is very much in our interest to encourage the Chinese to play a greater role in the Third World. The more successful they are, the less successful the Soviet Union will be." What brought us together primarily in 1972 was our common concern about the threat of Soviet aggression. While that threat is far greater today than it was in 1972, the major unifying factor which will draw us closer together in the next decade could well be our economic interdependence. 14 Nixon went on to urge that, for the next decade, the United States, its Western allies, and Japan should work jointly to speed the economic development of China. He had a vision of an entirely new international order emerging based essentially on using China's influence to build the Third World into an anti-Soviet coalition. But not even Nixon's prescience extended to a world in which the Soviet Union had collapsed and, within a generation, China would be in a position where much of the world's economic health depended on its economic performance. Or where the question would be raised whether China's rise would make international relations bipolar again. George Shultz, Reagan's redoubtable Secretary of State and a trained economist, came up with another, American conception of concentric circles, which placed the Sino-U.S. relationship into a context beyond the Soviet-American conflict. He argued that overemphasis on China's indispensability for dealing with the Soviet threat gave China an excessive bargaining advantage. 15. Relations with it should be on the basis of strict reciprocity. In such a diplomacy, China would play its role for its own national reasons. Chinese goodwill should result from common projects in the joint interest. The purpose of China policy should be to elaborate these common interests. Simultaneously, the United States would seek to reinvigorate its alliance with Japan, the country in which Mao, a few years earlier, had urged American officials to spend more time, a fellow democracy, and now, after decades of rapid growth in the aftermath of the Second World War, a major global economic player. Decades of intervening economic malaise have obscured the fact that in the 1980s Japan's economic capacity not only vastly outmatched China's, but was assumed by many analysts to be on the verge of surpassing that of the United States. This relationship was given a new footing by the personal camaraderie that developed between Reagan and Japan's Prime Minister Yasuhiro Nakasone, or, as it came to be known in the media, the Ron and Yasu show. Both the United States and China were edging away from the previous alignment in which they saw themselves as strategic partners facing a common existential threat. Now that the Soviet menace had begun to recede, China and the United States were in effect partners of convenience on selected issues on which their interests aligned. During the Reagan period, no fundamental new tensions developed, and inherited issues like Taiwan were handled undramatically. Reagan performed with characteristic vitality during a 1984 state visit to China, at several points even conjuring up phrases from classical Chinese poetry and the ancient divination manual the I Ching or Book of Changes to describe the cooperative relationship between the United States and China. Attempting more Mandarin Chinese than any of his predecessors, Reagan even invoked the Chinese idioms, Tong Li Hizhua, connect strength, work together, and Hu Jing Hu Hui, mutual respect, mutual benefit, to describe the U.S. China relationship. 16. Yet Reagan never developed a record of close exchanges with any Chinese counterpart as he had with Nakasone. For that matter, no American president did with his Chinese counterpart, and his visit was given no major issues to settle and confined itself to a review of the world situation. When Reagan criticized a certain unnamed, major power, for massing troops on China's borders and threatening its neighbors, this portion of his speech was omitted from the Chinese broadcast. As the Reagan years ended, the situation in Asia was the most tranquil it had been in decades. A half-century of war and revolution in China, Japan, Korea, Indochina, and maritime Southeast Asia had given way to a system of Asian states on essentially Westphalian lines, following the pattern of sovereign states emerging in Europe at the end of the 30 Years' War in 1648. With the exception of periodic provocations from the impoverished and isolated North Korea and the insurgency against the Soviet occupation in Afghanistan, Asia was now a world of discrete states with sovereign governments, recognized borders, and a nearly universal tacit agreement to refrain from involvement in each other's domestic political and ideological alignments. The project of exporting communist revolution, taken up eagerly in turn by Chinese, North Korean, and North Vietnamese proponents, had drawn to a close. An equilibrium between the various centers of power had been preserved, in part due to the exhaustion of the parties and in part due to American, and subsequently Chinese, efforts to turn back various contestants for dominance. Within this context, a new era of Asian economic reform and prosperity was taking root, one that in the 21st century may well return the region to its historic role as the world's most productive and prosperous continent. Deng's reform program, what Deng labeled reform and opening up, was not only an economic but also a spiritual endeavor. It involved, first, the stabilization of a society at the edge of economic collapse and, then, a search for the inner strength to advance by new methods for which there was no precedent in either communist or Chinese history. The economic situation inherited by Deng was close to desperate. China's collectivized agricultural structure was barely keeping pace with the needs of its massive population. Per capita food consumption was roughly the same as it had been in the early Mao period. One Chinese leader was reported to have admitted that 100 million Chinese peasants, the equivalent of nearly half the entire American population in 1980, went without sufficient food. 17. The closing of the school system during the Cultural Revolution had produced calamitous conditions. In 1982, 34% of China's workforce had only a primary school education, and 28% were considered illiterates or semi-illiterates, just 0.87% of China's workforce was college-educated. 18. Deng had called for a period of rapid economic growth, but he faced the challenge of how to transform an uneducated, isolated, and still largely impoverished general population into a workforce able to assume a productive and competitive role in the world economy and to withstand its occasional strains. The traditional tools available to those undertaking the reform compounded the challenge. Deng's insistence on modernizing China by opening it to the outside world was the same kind of effort that had thwarted reformers since it was first attempted in the second half of the 19th century. Then the obstacle was the reluctance to abandon a way of life Chinese associated with what defined China's special identity. Now it was how to overturn the practices on which all communist societies had been operating while maintaining the philosophical principles on which the cohesion of the society had been based since Mao's time. At the beginning of the 1980s, central planning was still the operating mode of all communist societies. Its failures were apparent, but remedies had proved elusive. In its advanced stage, communism's incentives were all counterproductive, rewarding stagnation and discouraging initiative. In a centrally planned economy, goods and services are allocated by bureaucratic decision. Over a period of time, prices established by administrative fiat lose their relationship to costs. The pricing system becomes a means of extorting resources from the population and establishing political priorities. As terror by which authority was established eases, prices turn into subsidies and are transformed into a method of gaining public support for the Communist Party. Reform communism proved unable to abolish the laws of economics. Somebody had to pay for real costs. The penalty of central planning and subsidized pricing was poor maintenance, lack of innovation, and overemployment, in other words, stagnation and falling per capita income. Central planning, moreover, provided few incentives to emphasize quality or innovation. Since all a manager produced would be bought by a relevant ministry, quality was not a consideration. And innovation was, in effect, discouraged lest it throw the whole planning edifice out of kilter. In the absence of markets that balanced preferences, the planner was obliged to impose more or less arbitrary judgments. As a result, the goods that were wanted were not produced, and the goods that were produced were not wanted. Above all, the centrally planned state, far from creating a classless society, ended up by enshrining class stratification. Where goods were allocated rather than bought, the real rewards were perquisites of office, special stores, hospitals, educational opportunities for cadres. Enormous discretion in the hands of officials inevitably led to corruption. Jobs, education, and most perquisites depended on some kind of personal relationship. It is one of history's ironies that communism, advertised as bringing a classless society, tended to breed a privileged class of feudal proportions. It proved impossible to run a modern economy by central planning, but no communist state had ever been run without central planning. Deng's reform and opening up was designed to overcome this built-in stagnation. He and his associates embarked on market economics, decentralized decision-making, and opening to the outside world, all unprecedented changes. They based their revolution on releasing the talents of the Chinese people, whose natural economic vitality and entrepreneurial spirit had long been constrained by war, ideological dogma, and severe strictures on private investment. Deng had two principal collaborators on the reforms, Hu Yaobang and Zhao Ziyang, though he later fell out with both when they attempted to carry the principles of economic reform into the political field. One of the youngest participants in the Long March, Hu Yaobang emerged as a Deng protégé and later fell with Deng in the Cultural Revolution. When Deng returned to power, he elevated Hu to some of the highest leadership posts in the Communist Party, culminating in his appointment as General Secretary. During his tenure, Hu was associated with relatively liberal stances on political and economic leader to appear regularly in Western suits and provoked controversy by suggesting that Chinese abandoned chopsticks for knives and forks. 19 Zhao Ziyang, appointed premier in 1980 and general secretary of the Communist Party in January 1987, had pioneered agricultural decollectivization while party secretary in Sichuan. His success in producing a significant rise in living standards earned him the approbation of rural Chinese, as expressed in a pithy pun on his last name, a near homonym for the Chinese word look for, if you want to eat grain, Zhao, look for, Ziyang. Like Hu Yaobang, he was politically unorthodox. He was ultimately removed as general secretary by Deng at the height of the Tiananmen crisis. Deng and his colleagues were impelled, above all, by the shared rejection of the Cultural Revolution. All the leaders who governed China had survived degradation, and many of them physical abuse. The experiences of the Cultural Revolution permeated the conversation of Chinese leaders. I had a wistful conversation with Deng in September 1982 when I was in China on a private visit. Kissinger, I met you in April 1974 when you came to the 6th Special, UN, General, Assembly and then with Mao and you did not speak a word. Deng, then in November of 1974, in Beijing, we were the two persons who talked the most because that time Zhou was sick and I was in charge of the State Council, and in 1975 I was in charge of the workings of the party and the government. Only for 1 year I was struck down. When we look back to this period of history it was very interesting. It was such setbacks which enlightened us. Our experience from 1979 to 1981 proved that our policies are correct. You have not been here for 3.5 years. Do you see any changes? Kissinger, when I was here last time, it may be due to my ignorance, I had the sense that the chairman of the advisory commission, Deng, had many opponents in high position. Deng. People abroad often wonder if there is political stability in China. To judge if there is political stability in China one must see if there is stability in areas where 800 million Chinese live. Today the peasants are most happy. There are also some changes in the cities but not as much as in the countryside. People have greater confidence in the socialist economic institutions and greater trust in the party and government. This is of far-reaching significance. Before the Cultural Revolution the party and the government had high prestige but the prestige was destroyed in the Cultural Revolution. There was little experience on which to draw for the reform effort. When I returned in 1987, Zhao Ziyang gave me an advance explanation of a program to be submitted to the Party Congress that October. He emphasized that China was on a complicated and very long course of meshing capitalism with socialism. A key question being addressed is how to rationalize the relationship between socialism and market forces. The report will state that planning for socialism should include use of market forces and not exclude them. Since, John Maynard, Keynes all countries, including capitalist ones, have practiced some degree of government interference in economic activities. The U.S. and South Korea are examples. Governments regulate either through planning or the market. China will use both methods. Enterprises will make full use of market forces and the state will guide the economy through macroeconomic policies. There also will be planning where necessary, but future regulation by planning will be one means and will not be viewed as the very nature of socialism. In pursuing these objectives, Deng would move gradually. In Chinese terms, the leadership would cross the river by feeling the stones, charting a path in part on the basis of what worked. Mao's continuous revolution was, in effect, jettisoned together with visions of utopian transformation. The Chinese leadership would not let ideology constrain their reforms, they would instead redefine socialism with Chinese characteristics so that Chinese characteristics were whatever brought greater prosperity to China. To facilitate the process, China welcomed foreign investment, in part through special economic zones on the coast, where enterprises were given wider latitude and investors were granted special conditions. Given China's previous negative experience with foreign investors on its coast in the 19th century, and the prominent role this experience played in the Chinese nationalist narrative, this was an act of considerable boldness. It also showed a willingness, to some degree unprecedented, to abandon the centuries-old vision of Chinese economic self-sufficiency by joining an international economic order. By 1980, the People's Republic of China had joined the IMF and the World Bank, and foreign loans were beginning to flow into the country. Systematic decentralization followed. Agricultural communes were abandoned by encouraging the so-called responsibility centers, which, in practice, amounted to family farming. For other enterprises, a distinction was elaborated between ownership and management. Ownership would remain in the hands of the state, management would be left largely to managers. Agreements between the authorities and the managers would define the function of each, with substantial latitudes for managers. The results of these changes were spectacular. Between 1978, the year the first economic reforms were promulgated, and 1984, the income of Chinese peasants doubled. The private sector, driven by the renewal of individual economic incentives, rose to constitute nearly 50% of the gross industrial output in an economy that had been ordered almost entirely by government fiat. China's gross domestic product grew at an average rate of over 9% annually throughout the 1980s, an unprecedented and nearly uninterrupted period of economic growth that continues as of this writing. An effort of such scope depended, above all, on the quality of the officials charged with carrying out the reforms. This was the subject of an exchange with Deng in 1982. In response to my question as to whether the rejuvenation of personnel was moving in the desired direction, Deng replied, "Deng, yes. I think I can say so. But it is not over yet. We have to continue. The agricultural problem has not been solved. We have to be patient. 2 years ago we put Premier Zhao Ziyang and Hu Yaobang in jobs of the first line. Perhaps you have noticed that 60% of the members of the party committee are below age 60 and many are about 40. Kissinger, I have noticed this. Deng, this is not enough. We have to make arrangements for return of old comrades. That is how we set up the advisory commission. I recommended myself to be the chairman of the advisory commission. It means that personally I want to gradually shake off the official positions and put myself in the position of advisor. Kissinger, I have noticed some colleagues who are older than the chairman and they have not joined the advisory commission. Deng, that is because our party is very old. And it is necessary to keep some old people in the first line. But this problem will be gradually solved. Kissinger, I was told that the problem of the Cultural Revolution was that many people became cadres who did not have the same high level of education that is customary. Is that a problem and will you be able to deal with it? Deng, yes. Our criteria to select those to be responsible cadres are as follows: they must be revolutionaries. They must be younger. Better educated. Professionally competent. As I said, the 12th Party Congress has not only shown the continuity of the new policies but also ensured continuity, and the personnel arrangements have also assured continuity. 5 years later, Deng was still concerned with how to rejuvenate the party. In September 1987, he gave me a preview of what he was planning for the upcoming party congress scheduled for October. Tanned, rested, and at 83 displaying undiminished vigor, Deng said that he would like to entitle the forthcoming congress, "A Conference of Reform and Opening to the Outside World." Zhao Ziyang would be given the key position of General Secretary of the Communist Party, replacing Hu Yaobang and necessitating the selection of a new premier. Hu Yaobang had made some errors, Deng said, presumably in letting a set of 1986 student protests go too far, but he would remain in the Politburo, a distinction from previous periods when individuals removed from high office would also be removed from the policy process. No member of the Standing Committee, the Executive Committee of the Communist Party, would retain a dual position, speeding up the transition to the next generation of top officials. Other, senior people, would retire. Deng would, he explained, now move from economic to political structural reforms. It would be much more complicated than economic reform because it would involve the interests of millions of people. The divisions of work between the Communist Party and government would change. Many party members would have to change jobs when professional managers took over for party secretaries. But where was the line that separated policymaking from administration? Deng replied that ideological issues would be for the party, operational policy for managers. Asked for an example, Deng indicated that a shift of alliance toward the Soviet Union would be clearly an ideological issue. From my many conversations with him, I concluded that this would not be a frequent subject. On further reflection, I wonder whether by merely broaching such a previously unthinkable concept, Deng was not serving notice that China was weighing tacking back to greater freedom of diplomatic maneuver. What Deng was proposing politically had no precedent in communist experience. The Communist Party, he seemed to suggest, would maintain an overall supervisory role in the nation's economy and political structure. But it would steadily withdraw from its previous position of controlling the detailed aspects of Chinese daily life. The initiatives of individual Chinese would be given wide scope. These sweeping reforms, Deng maintained, would be carried out, in an orderly manner. China was stable now, and must remain so if it is to develop. Its government and people recall, the chaos of the Cultural Revolution, and they would never allow it to recur. China's reforms were unprecedented. This would inevitably mean that some mistakes will be made. The vast majority of people supported the current reforms, he said, but courage and prudence would be required to ensure their success. As it turned out, these were not abstract issues. Deng would soon be forced to confront the tensions inherent in his program of orderly reform. While most of the world was marveling at the surging Chinese economic growth rate, the tens of thousands of students being sent abroad, and the changes in the standard of living inside the country, there emerged significant indications that new currents were churning within. The early stages of the reform process tended to merge the problems of planning with those of the market. The attempt to make prices reflect real costs inevitably led to price increases, at least in the short term. Price reform caused a run on savings to buy up goods before prices went even higher, creating a vicious cycle of hoarding and greater inflation. In a September 1987 meeting, Jiang outlined a shift toward reliance on market forces for about 50% of GDP. Beyond the technical economic issues, this required a substantial recasting of the command system. There was to be greater emphasis, as in European states, on indirect control of the economy through manipulation of the money supply and intervention to forestall depression. Many central institutions in China would have to be dismantled and the functions of others redefined. To facilitate this process, a review of party membership and a streamlining of the bureaucracy was ordered. Since this involved 30 million individuals and was carried out by the very people whose activities needed to be modified, the review faced many obstacles. The relative success of economic reform produced constituencies at the core of the later discontent. And the government would face declining loyalty from the political cadres whose jobs the reforms threatened. Administering a two-price system opened many avenues for corruption and nepotism. The shift to market economics actually increased opportunities for corruption, at least for an interim period. The fact that two economic sectors coexisted, a shrinking but still very large public sector and a growing market economy, produced two sets of prices. Unscrupulous bureaucrats and entrepreneurs were thus in a position to shift commodities back and forth between the two sectors for personal gain. Undoubtedly some of the profits in the private sector in China were the result of widespread graft and nepotism. Nepotism is a special problem, in any event, in a culture as family-oriented as the Chinese. In times of turmoil, Chinese turn to their families. In all Chinese societies, whether it is mainland China, Taiwan, Singapore, or Hong Kong, ultimate reliance is placed on family members, who in turn benefit in ways determined by family criteria rather than abstract market forces. The marketplace created its own discontent. A market economy will, in time, enhance general well-being, but the essence of competition is that somebody wins and somebody loses. In the early stages of a market economy, the winnings are likely to be disproportionate. The losers are tempted to blame the system rather than their own failure. Often they are right. On the popular level, economic reform had raised Chinese expectations about living standards and personal liberties, while at the same time creating tensions and inequities that many Chinese felt could only be redressed by a more open and participatory political system. The Chinese leadership was also increasingly divided about China's political and ideological course. The example of Gorbachev's reforms in the Soviet Union raised the stakes of the debate. To some in the Chinese leadership, glasnost and perestroika were dangerous heresies, akin to Khrushchev's throwing away the sword of Stalin. To others, including many in China's younger generation of students and party officials, Gorbachev's reforms were a possible model for China's own path. The economic reforms overseen by Deng, Hu, and Zhao had transformed the face of Chinese daily life. At the same time, the reappearance of phenomena eradicated during the Mao years, income disparities, colorful and even provocative clothing, and an open celebration of luxury items, prompted traditional communist cadres to complain that the People's Republic was succumbing to the dreaded, peaceful evolution to capitalism once projected by John Foster Dulles. While Chinese officials and intellectuals often framed this debate in terms of Marxist dogma, such as a high-profile campaign against the threat of bourgeois liberalization, the split ultimately went back to the questions that had divided China since the 19th century. By turning outward, was China fulfilling its destiny, or was it compromising its moral essence? What, if anything, should it aim to learn from Western social and political institutions? In 1988, the debate crystallized around a seemingly esoteric television miniseries. Broadcast on Chinese Central Television, the six-part documentary River Elegy adopted the metaphor of China's turbid, slow-moving Yellow River to argue that Chinese civilization itself had grown insular and stagnant. Blending indictments of traditional Confucian culture with a veiled critique of more recent political developments, the film suggested that China needed to renew itself by looking outward to the blue ocean of the outside world, including Western culture. The series catalyzed a national debate, including discussion at the highest levels of China's government. Traditional communists considered the film counter-revolutionary and succeeded in having it banned, albeit after it had first been broadcast. 21 The generations-long debate over China's destiny and its relationship with the West was active again. Chapter 15 Tiananmen cracks in the Soviet monolith began to emerge in Eastern Europe at the start of 1989, leading to the fall of the Berlin Wall in November and the eventual dissolution of the Soviet Union itself. But China seemed stable, and its relations with the rest of the world were the best since the communist victory in 1949 and the proclamation of the People's Republic. Relations with the United States especially had made major progress. The two countries were cooperating in thwarting the Soviet occupation of Afghanistan, the United States was selling significant levels of arms to China, trade was increasing, and exchanges, from cabinet members to naval vessels, were flourishing. Mikhail Gorbachev, still presiding over the Soviet Union, was planning a visit to Beijing in May. Moscow had met to a significant extent the three conditions put forward by Beijing for an improvement in Sino-Soviet relations: withdrawal of Soviet forces from Afghanistan, redeployment of Soviet forces away from the Chinese border, and a Vietnamese withdrawal from Cambodia. International conferences were routinely scheduled for Beijing, including a meeting that April of the Board of Directors of the Asian Development Bank, a multilateral development organization that China had joined 3 years earlier, which unexpectedly provided a backdrop for the unfolding drama. It all began with the death of Hu Xiaoping. Deng had overseen his rise in 1981 to General Secretary, the highest leadership post of the Communist Party. In 1986, when conservative critics blamed Hu for indecisiveness in the face of student demonstrations, he was replaced as General Secretary by Zhao Jiang, another protégé of Deng, while remaining a member of the ruling Politburo. During a Politburo meeting on April 8, 1989, the 73-year-old Hu suffered a heart attack. His stunned colleagues revived him and rushed him to the hospital. He suffered another heart attack there and died on April 15. As with Zhou Enlai's passing in 1976, Hu's death was the occasion for politically charged mourning. However, in the intervening years, the restrictions on permissible speech had been relaxed. While Zhou's mourners in 1976 had veiled their criticisms of Mao and Jiang Qing in allegorical references to ancient dynastic court politics, the demonstrators over Hu in 1989 named their targets. The atmosphere was already tense due to the upcoming 70th anniversary of the May 4 movement, a 1919 campaign by nationalist-minded Chinese protesting the weakness of the Chinese government and perceived inequities in the Treaty of Versailles. One whose admirers laid wreaths and elegiac poems at the monument to the people's heroes in Tiananmen Square, many praising the former General Secretary's dedication to political liberalization and calling for his spirit to live on in further reforms. Students in Beijing and other cities took the opportunity to voice their frustration with corruption, inflation, press restrictions, university conditions, and the persistence of party elders ruling informally behind the scenes. In Beijing, 7 demands were put forward by various student groups, which threatened to demonstrate until the government had implemented them. Not all the groups supported every demand. An unprecedented confluence of disparate resentments escalated into upheaval. What had started as a demonstration evolved into an occupation of Tiananmen Square challenging the authority of the government. Events escalated in a manner neither observers nor participants thought conceivable at the beginning of the month. By June, anti-government protests of various sizes had spread nationwide to 341 cities. 2 protesters had taken over trains and schools, and main roads in the capital were blocked. In Tiananmen Square, students declared a hunger strike, attracting widespread attention from both local and international observers and other non-student groups, which began to join the protesters. Chinese leaders were obliged to move Gorbachev's welcoming ceremony from Tiananmen Square. Humiliatingly, a muted ceremony was held at the Beijing airport without public attendance. Some reports held that elements of the People's Liberation Army defied orders to deploy to the capital and quell the demonstrations, and that government employees were marching with the protesters in the street. The political challenge was underscored by developments in China's far west, where Tibetans and members of China's Uyghur Muslim minority had begun to agitate based on their own cultural issues. In the Uyghur case, the recent publication of a book claimed to offend Islamic sensibilities. 3 uprisings generally develop their own momentum as developments slide out of the control of the principal actors, who become characters in a play whose script they no longer know. For Deng, the protests stirred the historical Chinese fear of chaos and memories of the Cultural Revolution, whatever the stated goals of the demonstrators. The scholar Andrew J. Nathan has summed up the impasse eloquently. The students did not set out to pose a mortal challenge to what they knew was a dangerous regime. Nor did the regime relish the use of force against the students. The 2 sides shared many goals and much common language. Through miscommunication and misjudgment, they pushed one another into positions in which options for compromise became less and less available. Several times a solution seemed just within reach, only to dissolve at the last moment. The slide to calamity seemed slow at first but then accelerated as divisions deepened on both sides. Knowing the outcome, we read the story with a sense of horror that we receive from true tragedy. For this is not the place to examine the events that led to the tragedy at Tiananmen Square. Each side has different perceptions depending on the various, often conflicting, origins of their participation in the crisis. The student unrest started as a demand for remedies to specific grievances. But the occupation of the main square of a country's capital, even when completely peaceful, is also a tactic to demonstrate the impotence of the government, to weaken it and to tempt it into rash acts, putting it at a disadvantage. There is no dispute about the denouement, however. After hesitating for 7 weeks and exhibiting serious divisions within its ranks over the use of force, the Chinese leadership cracked down decisively on June 4. The General Secretary of the Communist Party, Jiang, was dismissed. After weeks of internal debates, Deng and a majority of the Politburo ordered the PLA to clear Tiananmen Square. A harsh suppression of the protest followed, all seen on television, broadcast by media that had come from all over the world to record the momentous meeting between Gorbachev and the Chinese leadership. American dilemmas. The international reaction was stark. The People's Republic of China had never claimed to function as a Western-style democracy, and indeed had consistently rejected the insinuation. Now it emerged in the media of the world as an arbitrary authoritarian state crushing popular aspirations to human rights. Deng, heretofore widely lauded as a reformer, was criticized as a tyrant. In this atmosphere, the entire Sino-US relationship, including the established practice of regular consultations between the 2 countries, came under attack from across a wide political spectrum. Traditional conservatives saw themselves vindicated in their conviction that China, under the leadership of the Communist Party, would never be a reliable partner. Human rights activists across the entire political spectrum were outraged. Liberals argued that the aftermath of Tiananmen imposed on America the obligation to fulfill its ultimate mission to spread democracy. However varied their objectives, the critics converged on the need for sanctions to pressure Beijing to alter its domestic institutions and encourage human rights practices. President George H. W. Bush, who had assumed the presidency less than 5 months earlier, was uncomfortable with the long-range consequences of sanctions. Both Bush and his national security advisor, General Brent Scowcroft, had served in the Nixon administration. They had met Deng when they were in office. They remembered how he had preserved the relationship with America against the machinations of the Gang of Four and on behalf of greater scope for the individual. They admired his economic reforms, and they balanced their distaste of the repression against their respect for the way the world had been transformed since the opening to China. They had participated in the conduct of foreign policy when every opponent of the United States could count on Chinese support, when all the nations of Asia feared a China isolated from the world, and when the Soviet Union could conduct a policy of pressure against the West, unrestrained by concerns over its other flanks. President Bush had served in China as head of the American Liaison Office in Beijing 10 years earlier during tense periods. Bush had enough experience to understand that the leaders who had been on the Long March, survived in the caves of Yan'an, and confronted both the United States and the Soviet Union simultaneously in the 1960s would not submit to foreign pressures or the threat of isolation. And what was the objective? To overthrow the Chinese government. To change its structure toward what alternative? How could the process of intervention be ended once it was started? And what would be the costs? Before Tiananmen, America had become familiar with the debate about the role of its diplomacy in promoting democracy. In simplified form, the debate pitted idealists against realists, idealists insisting that domestic systems affect foreign policy and are therefore legitimate items on the diplomatic agenda, realists arguing that such an agenda is beyond any country's capacity and that diplomacy should therefore focus primarily on external policies. The absolutes of moral precept were weighed against the contingencies of deducing foreign policy from the balancing of national interests. The actual distinctions are more subtle. Idealists, when they seek to apply their values, will be driven to consider the world of specific circumstance. Thoughtful realists understand that values are an important component of reality. When decisions are made, the distinction is rarely absolute, often it comes down to a question of nuance. With respect to China, the issue was not whether America preferred democratic values to prevail. By a vast majority, the American public would have answered in the affirmative, as would have all the participants in the debate on China policy. The issue was what price they would be prepared to pay in concrete terms over what period of time and what their capacity was, in any circumstances, to bring about their desired outcome. Two broad operational policies appeared in the public debate over the tactics of dealing with authoritarian regimes. One group argued for confrontation, urging the United States to resist undemocratic behavior or human rights violations by withholding any benefit America might afford, whatever the price for America. In the extreme, it pressed for change of offending regimes. In the case of China, it insisted on an unambiguous move toward democracy as a condition for any mutual benefit. 5. The contrary view argued that human rights progress is generally better reached by a policy of engagement. Once enough confidence has been established, changes in civil practice can be advocated in the name of common purposes or at least the preservation of a common interest. Which method is appropriate depends in part on circumstances. There are instances of violations of human rights so egregious that it is impossible to conceive of benefit in a continuing relationship, for example the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia, and the genocide in Rwanda. Since public pressure shades either into regime change or a kind of abdication, it is difficult to apply to countries with which a continuous relationship is important for American security. This is especially the case with China, so imbued with the memory of humiliating intervention by Western societies. China would be a major factor in world politics, whatever the immediate outcome of the Tiananmen crisis. If the leadership consolidated itself, China would resume its economic reform program and grow increasingly strong. America and the world would then be faced with deciding whether to move to restore a cooperative relationship with an emerging great power or to seek to isolate China so as to induce it to adopt domestic policies in keeping with American values. Isolating China would usher in a prolonged period of confrontation with a society that did not buckle when the Soviet Union, its only source of outside help, withdrew assistance in 1959. The Bush administration, in its first months, was still operating on the premises of the Cold War, in which China was needed to balance the Soviet Union. But as the Soviet threat declined, China would emerge in an increasingly strong position to go it alone because the fear of the Soviet Union, which had brought China and the United States together, would recede. There were objective limits to American influence on China's domestic institutions, whether confrontation or engagement was pursued. Did we have the knowledge to shape the internal developments of a country of the size, mass, and complexity of China? Was there a risk that a collapse of central authority might trigger a recurrence of the civil wars that were at least compounded by 19th-century foreign interventions? President Bush was in a delicate position after Tiananmen. As former head of the United States Liaison Office in Beijing, he had gained an appreciation for Chinese sensitivities about perceived foreign interference. With his long career in U.S. politics, he also had an astute understanding of American domestic political realities. He was aware that most Americans believed that Washington's China policy should seek, as Nancy Pelosi, the then junior Democratic representative from California, termed it, to send a clear and principled message of outrage to the leaders in Beijing. But Bush had also come to know that the United States' relationship with China served vital American interests independent of the People's Republic's system of governance. He was wary of antagonizing a government that had cooperated with the United States for nearly 2 decades on some of the most fundamental security issues of the Cold War world. As he later wrote, "For this understandably proud, ancient, and inward-looking people, foreign criticism, from peoples they still perceived as barbarians and colonialists untutored in Chinese ways, was an affront, and measures taken against them a return to the coercions of the past." Facing pressure for stronger measures from both the right and the left, Bush maintained that we could not look the other way when it came to human rights or political reforms, but we could make plain our views in terms of encouraging their strides of progress, which were many since the death of Mao, rather than unleashing an endless barrage of criticism. The question for me was how to condemn what we saw as wrong and react appropriately while also remaining engaged with China, even if the relationship must now be on hold. Bush walked this tightrope with skill and elegance. When Congress imposed punitive measures on Beijing, he softened some of the edges. At the same time, to express his convictions, on June 5 and June 20, he suspended high-level government exchanges, halted military cooperation and sales of police, military, and dual-use equipment, and announced opposition to new loans to the People's Republic by the World Bank and other international financial institutions. American sanctions dovetailed with comparable steps undertaken by the European Community, Japan, Australia, and New Zealand, and with expressions of regret and condemnation from governments around the world. Congress, reflecting popular pressure, pushed for even stronger measures, including legislative sanctions, which would be more difficult to lift than administrative sanctions imposed by the president, which were at the chief executive's discretion, and a law automatically extending the visas of all Chinese students currently in the United States. The U.S. and Chinese governments, which had acted as de facto allies for much of the previous decade, were drifting apart, with resentment and recrimination building on both sides in the absence of high-level contacts. Determined to avoid an irreparable break, Bush appealed to his long-standing relationship with Deng. He drafted a long and personal letter on June 21, addressing Deng as a friend and bypassing the bureaucracy and his own ban on high-level exchanges. In a deft diplomatic performance, Bush expressed his great reverence for Chinese history, culture and tradition, and avoided any terms that might suggest he was dictating to Deng how to govern China. At the same time, Bush urged China's paramount leader to understand popular outrage in the United States as a natural outgrowth of American idealism. "I ask you as well to remember the principles on which my young country was founded. Those principles are democracy and freedom, freedom of speech, freedom of assemblage, freedom from arbitrary authority. It is reverence for those principles which inevitably affects the way Americans view and react to events in other countries. It is not a reaction of arrogance or of a desire to force others to our beliefs but of simple faith in the enduring value of those principles and their universal applicability. 11 Bush suggested that he himself was operating at the limits of his domestic political influence. I will leave what followed to the history books, but again, with their own eyes the people of the world saw the turmoil and the bloodshed with which the demonstrations were ended. Various countries reacted in various ways. Based on the principles I have described above, the actions that I took as President of the United States could not be avoided. 12 Bush appealed to Deng to exercise compassion because of the effect this would have on the American public, and, implicitly, on Bush's own freedom of maneuver. Any statement that could be made from China that drew from earlier statements about peacefully resolving further disputes with protesters would be very well received here. Any clemency that could be shown the student demonstrators would be applauded worldwide. 13 To explore these ideas, Bush proposed sending a high-level emissary to Beijing, in total confidence, to speak with total candor to you representing my heartfelt convictions on these matters. Though he had not shied from expressing the differences in perspectives between the two nations, Bush closed with an appeal for a continuation of the existing cooperation. We must not let the aftermath of the tragic recent events undermine a vital relationship patiently built up over the past 17 years. 14 Deng responded to Bush's overture the next day, welcoming an American envoy to Beijing. It was a measure of the importance Bush attached to the relationship with China and his confidence in Deng that, on July 1, he sent National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft and Deputy Secretary of State Lawrence Eagleburger to Beijing 3 weeks after the violence in Tiananmen Square. The mission was a closely guarded secret, known only to a handful of high-level officials in Washington and Ambassador James Lilly, who was recalled from Beijing to be briefed in person about the impending visit. 15 Scowcroft and Eagleburger flew into Beijing in an unmarked C-141 military transport plane. News of their arrival was so tightly held that Chinese air defense forces allegedly called President Yang Shenkin to inquire whether they should shoot down the mystery plane. 16 The plane was equipped for refueling in midair to avoid the need for a stopover along the route and carried its own communications equipment so the party could communicate directly with the White House. No flags were displayed at the meetings or banquets, and the visit was not reported in the news. Scowcroft and Eagleburger met with Deng, Premier Li Peng, and Foreign Minister Qian Kitchen. Deng praised Bush and reciprocated his expressions of friendship but placed the blame for the strain in relations on the United States. This was an earth-shaking event and it is very unfortunate that the United States is too deeply involved in it. We have been feeling since the outset of these events more than 2 months ago that the various aspects of U.S. foreign policy have actually cornered China. That's the feeling of us here. Because the aim of the counter-revolutionary rebellion was to overthrow the People's Republic of China and our socialist system. If they should succeed in obtaining that aim, the world would be a different one. To be frank, this could even lead to war. 17 Did he mean civil war or war by disgruntled or revenge-seeking neighbors or both? Sino-US relations, Deng warned, are in a very delicate state and you can even say that they are in a dangerous state. Punitive American policies were leading to the breakup of the relationship, he argued, although he held out hope that it could be preserved. 18 Then, falling back on the traditional stance of defiance, Deng spoke at length of China's imperviousness to outside pressure and its leadership's unique, battle-hardened determination. We don't care about the sanctions, Deng told the American envoys. We are not scared by them. 19 Americans, he said, must understand history. We have won the victory represented by the founding of the People's Republic of China by fighting a 22-year war with the cost of more than 20 million lives, a war fought by the Chinese people under the leadership of the Communist Party. There is no force whatsoever that can substitute for the People's Republic of China represented by the Communist Party of China. This is not an empty word. It is something which has been proven and tested over several decades of experience. 20 It was up to the United States to improve relations, Deng stressed, quoting a Chinese proverb, it is up to the person who tied the knot to untie it. 21 For its part, Beijing would not waver in punishing those instigators of the rebellion, Deng vowed. Otherwise how can the PRC continue to exist? 22 Scowcroft replied by stressing the themes that Bush had emphasized in his letters to Deng. Close ties between the United States and China reflected both countries' strategic and economic interests. But they also brought into close contact societies with two different cultures, backgrounds, and perceptions. Now Beijing and Washington found themselves in a world in which Chinese domestic practices, broadcast on television, could have a profound effect on American public opinion. This U.S. reaction, Scowcroft argued, reflected deeply held values. These American values reflect our own beliefs and traditions, which were just as much a part of the diversity between our two societies as Chinese sensitivities regarding foreign interference, what the American people perceived in the demonstrations they saw, rightly or wrongly, as an expression of values which represent their most cherished beliefs, stemming from the American Revolution. 23. The Chinese government's treatment of demonstrators was, Scowcroft conceded, a wholly internal affair of China. Yet it was an obvious fact that such treatment produced an American popular reaction, which is real and with which the president must cope. Bush believed in the importance of preserving the long-term relationship between the United States and China. But he was obliged to respect the feelings of the American people, which demanded some concrete expression of disapproval from its government. Sensitivity by both sides would be required to navigate the impasse. 24. The difficulty was that both sides were right. Deng felt his regime under siege. Bush and Scowcroft considered America's deepest values challenged. Premier Li Peng and Chen Qichen stressed similar points, and the two sides parted without reaching any concrete agreement. Scowcroft explained the impasse, as diplomats often do, to explain deadlock, as a successful enterprise in keeping open lines of communication. Both sides had been frank and open. We had aired our differences and listened to each other, but we still had a distance to go before we bridged the gap. 25. Matters could not rest there. By the fall of 1989, relations between China and the United States were at their most fraught point since contact had been resumed in 1971. Neither government wanted a break, but neither seemed in a position to avoid it. A break, once it occurred, could develop its own momentum, much as the Sino-Soviet controversy evolved from a series of tactical disputes into a strategic confrontation. America would have lost diplomatic flexibility. China would have had to slow down its economic momentum or perhaps even abandon it for a substantial period with serious consequences for its domestic stability. Both would have lost the opportunity to build on the many areas of bilateral cooperation that had greatly increased in the late 1980s and to work together to overcome the upheavals threatening in different parts of the world. Amidst these tensions, I accepted an invitation from China's leaders to come to Beijing that November to form my own views. The President and General Scowcroft were told of the planned private visit. Before I left for Beijing, Scowcroft gave me a briefing on the status of our relations with China, a procedure that due to the long history of my involvement with China has been followed also by every other administration. Scowcroft informed me of the discussions with Deng. He gave me no specific message to convey, but if the occasion arose, he hoped I would reinforce the administration's views. I would as usual report my impressions to Washington. Like most Americans, I was shocked by the way the Tiananmen protest was ended. But unlike most Americans, I had had the opportunity to observe the Herculean task Deng had undertaken for a decade and a half to remold his country, moving communists toward acceptance of decentralization and reform, traditional Chinese insularity toward modernity and a globalized world, a prospect China had often rejected. And I had witnessed his steady efforts to improve Sino-American ties. The China I saw on this occasion had lost the self-assurance of my previous visits. In the Mao period, Chinese leaders represented by Zhou had acted with the self-confidence conferred by ideology and a judgment on international affairs seasoned by a historical memory extending over millennia. The China of the early Deng period exhibited an almost naive faith that overcoming the memory of the suffering of the Cultural Revolution would provide the guide toward economic and political progress based on individual initiative. But in the decade since Deng had first promulgated his reform program in 1978, China had experienced, together with the exhilaration of success, some of its penalties. The movement from central planning to more decentralized decision-making turned out to be in constant jeopardy from two directions: the resistance of an entrenched bureaucracy with a vested interest in the status quo, and the pressures from impatient reformers for whom the process was taking too long. Economic decentralization led to demands for pluralism in political decision-making. In that sense, the Chinese upheaval reflected the intractable dilemmas of reform communism. Over Tiananmen, the Chinese leaders had opted for political stability. They had done so hesitantly after nearly 6 weeks of internal controversy. I heard no emotional justification of the events of June 4. They were treated like an unfortunate accident that had descended as if from nowhere. The Chinese leaders, stunned by the reactions of the outside world and their own divisions, were concerned with re-establishing their international standing. Even allowing for China's traditional skill in putting the foreigner on the defensive, my opposite numbers had a genuine difficulty. They could not understand why the United States took umbrage at an event that had injured no American material interests and for which China claimed no validity outside its own territory. Explanations of America's historic commitment to human rights were dismissed either as a form of Western bullying or as a sign of the unwarranted righteousness of a country that had its own human rights problems. In our conversations, the Chinese leaders pursued their basic strategic objective, which was to restore a working relationship with the United States. In a sense, the conversation returned to the pattern of the early meetings with Zhou. Would the two societies find a way to cooperate? And, if so, on what basis? Roles were now reversed. In the early meetings, Chinese leaders emphasized the distinctiveness of communist ideology. Now they sought a rationale for compatible views. Deng established the basic theme, which was that peace in the world depended to a considerable extent on order in China. It is very easy for chaos to come overnight. It will not be easy to maintain order and tranquility. Had the Chinese government not taken resolute steps in Tiananmen, there would have been a civil war in China. And because China has 1/5 of the world's population, instability in China would cause instability in the world, which could even involve the big powers. The interpretation of history expresses the memory of a nation. And for this generation of China's leaders, the traumatic event of China's history was the collapse of central authority in China in the 19th century, which tempted the outside world into invasion, quasi-colonialism, or colonial competition, and produced genocidal levels of casualties in civil wars, as in the Taiping Rebellion. The purpose of a stable China, Deng said, was to contribute constructively to a new international order. Relations with the United States were central. This is one thing, Deng said to me, I have to make clear to others after my retirement. 26 The first thing I did after my release from prison was to devote attention to furthering Sino-US relations. It is also my desire to put an end to the recent past, to enable Sino-US relations to return to normal. I hope to tell my friend President Bush that we will see a furthering of Sino-US relations during his term as president. The obstacle, according to Li Ruihuan, party ideologist and considered by analysts as among the liberal element, was that Americans think they understand China better than the Chinese people themselves. What China could not accept was dictation from abroad. Since 1840 the Chinese people have been subjected to foreign bullying. It was a semi-feudal society then. Mao fought all of his life to say that China should be friendly to countries that treat us with equality. In 1949 Mao said, the Chinese people have stood up. By standing up he meant the Chinese people were going to enjoy equality with other nations. We don't like to hear that others ask us what to do. But Americans tend to like to ask others to do this or that. The Chinese people do not want to yield to the instructions of others. I tried to explain to the vice premier in charge of foreign policy, Qian Kitchen, the domestic pressures and the values compelling American actions. Qian would not hear of it. China would act at its own pace based on its determination of its national interest, which could not be prescribed by foreigners. Qian, we are trying to maintain political and economic stability and push ahead with reform and contact with the outside world. We can't move under US pressure. We are moving in that direction anyway. Kissinger, but that's what I mean. As you move in that direction it could have presentational aspects that would be beneficial. Qian, China started economic reform out of China's own interest, not because of what the US wanted. International relations, in the Chinese view, were determined by the national interest and the national purpose. If national interests were compatible, cooperation was possible, even necessary. There was no substitute for a congruence of interests. Domestic structures were irrelevant to this process, an issue we had already encountered in the differing views regarding attitudes toward the Khmer Rouge. According to Deng, the U.S.-China relationship had thrived when this principle had been observed. At the time that UN President Nixon decided to re-establish relations with China, China was not only striving for socialism but also for communism. The Gang of Four preferred a system of communist poverty. You accepted our communism then. There is therefore no reason not to accept Chinese socialism now. The days are gone when state-to-state relations are handled on the basis of social systems. Countries with different social systems can have friendly relations now. We can find many common interests between China and the U.S. There was a time when a Chinese leaders abjuring a crusading role for communist ideology would have been greeted by the democratic world as proof of a beneficent evolution. Now that the heirs of Mao were arguing that the age of ideology was over and that national interest was the determinant, eminent Americans were insisting that democratic institutions were required to guarantee a compatibility of national interests. That proposition, verging on an article of faith for many American analysts, would be difficult to demonstrate from historical experience. When World War I started, most governments in Europe, including Britain, France, and Germany, were governed by essentially democratic institutions. Nevertheless, World War I, a catastrophe from which Europe has never fully recovered, was enthusiastically approved by all elected parliaments. But neither is the calculation of national interest self-evident. National power or national interest may be the most complicated elements of international relations to calculate precisely. Most wars occur as the result of a combination of misjudgment of the power relationships and domestic pressures. In the period under discussion, different American administrations have come up with varying solutions to the conundrum of balancing a commitment to American political ideals with the pursuit of peaceful and productive U.S.-China relations. The administration of George H.W. Bush chose to advance American preferences through engagement. That of Bill Clinton, in its first term, would attempt pressure. Both had to face the reality that in foreign policy, a nation's highest aspirations tend to be fulfilled only in imperfect stages. The basic direction of a society is shaped by its values, which define its ultimate goals. At the same time, accepting the limits of one's capacities is one of the tests of statesmanship. It implies a judgment of the possible. Philosophers are responsible to their intuition. Statesmen are judged by their ability to sustain their concepts over time. The attempt to alter the domestic structure of a country of the magnitude of China from the outside is likely to involve vast unintended consequences. American society should never abandon its commitment to human dignity. It does not diminish the importance of that commitment to acknowledge that Western concepts of human rights and individual liberties may not be directly translatable, in a finite period of time geared to Western political and news cycles, to a civilization for millennia ordered around different concepts. Nor can the traditional Chinese fear of political chaos be dismissed as an anachronistic irrelevancy needing only correction by Western enlightenment. Chinese history, especially in the last 2 centuries, provides numerous examples in which a splintering of political authority, sometimes inaugurated with high expectations of increased liberties, tempted social and ethnic upheaval. Frequently it was the most militant, not the most liberal, elements that prevailed. By the same principle, countries dealing with America need to understand that the basic values of our country include an inalienable concept of human rights and that American judgments can never be separated from America's perceptions of the practice of democracy. There are abuses bound to evoke an American reaction, even at the cost of an overall relationship. Such events can drive American foreign policy beyond national interest calculations. No American president can ignore them, but he must be careful to define them and be aware of the principle of unintended consequences. No foreign leader should dismiss them. How to define and how to establish the balance will determine the nature of America's relationship to China and perhaps the peace of the world. The statesmen on both sides faced this choice in November 1989. Deng, as always practical, suggested an effort to develop a new concept of international order, which established non-intervention in domestic affairs into a general principle of foreign policy. I believe we should propose the establishment of a new international political order. We have not made much headway in establishing a new international economic order. So at present we should work on a new political order which would abide by the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. One of which, of course, was to proscribe intervention in the domestic affairs of other states. 27 Beyond all these strategic principles loomed a crucial intangible. Calculation of national interest was not simply a mathematical formula. Attention had to be paid to national dignity and self-respect. Deng urged me to convey to Bush his desire to come to an agreement with the United States, which, as the stronger country, should make the first move. 28 The quest for a new phase of cooperation would not be able to avoid human rights issues altogether. Deng's query of who should initiate a new dialogue was, in the end, answered by Deng himself, who began a dialogue over the fate of a single individual, a dissident named Fong Lizzi. The Fong Lizzi controversy. By the time of my visit in November 1989, the dissident physicist Fong Lizzi had become a symbol of the divide between the United States and China. Fong was an eloquent proponent of Western-style parliamentary democracy and individual rights with a long history of pushing at the boundaries of official tolerance. In 1957, he had been expelled from the Communist Party as part of the anti-rightist campaign, and during the Cultural Revolution he was imprisoned for a year for reactionary activities. Rehabilitated after Mao's death, Fong pursued a successful academic career, speaking out in favor of increased political liberalization. Following the pro-democracy demonstrations of 1986, Fong was again reprimanded, though he continued to circulate calls for reform. When President Bush visited China in February 1989, Fong was included on the list the U.S. Embassy had recommended to the White House to be invited to a state dinner hosted by the president in Beijing. The embassy followed what they thought was the precedent of Reagan's visit to Moscow, during which he met self-declared dissidents. The White House approved the list, though probably unaware of the intensity of the Chinese views with respect to Fong. Fong's inclusion on the invitation list provoked a contretemps between the United States and the Chinese government and within the new Bush administration. 29 Eventually it was agreed between the embassy and the Chinese government that Fong would be seated far from Chinese government officials. On the night of the event, Chinese security services stopped Fong's car and blocked him from reaching the venue. Though Fong did not personally participate in the Tiananmen Square demonstrations, the student protesters were in sympathy with the principles he advocated, and Fong was believed to be a likely target for government reprisal. In the immediate wake of the June 4 crackdown, Fong and his wife sought refuge at the American embassy. Several days later, the Chinese government issued an arrest warrant for Fong and his wife for crimes of counterpropaganda and instigation before and after the recent turmoil. Government publications demanded that the United States turn over the criminal who created this violence, or face a deterioration of U.S.-China relations. 30 We had no choice but to take him in, Bush concluded in his diary, but it's going to be a real stick in the eye to the Chinese. 31 Fong's presence in the embassy was a source of constant tension. The Chinese government was unwilling to let its most prominent critic leave the country for fear that he would agitate from abroad. Washington was unwilling to turn over a dissident espousing liberal democracy to face what was certain to be harsh retribution. In a cable to Washington, Ambassador James Lilly noted of Fong, "He is with us as a constant reminder of our connection to bourgeois liberalism and puts us at odds with the regime here. He is a living symbol of our conflict with China over human rights." 32 In his June 21 letter to Deng Xiaoping, Bush raised the matter of Fong Lizzi, regretting that it was a high-profile wedge driven between us. Bush defended the American decision to grant Fong refuge, based on, he asserted, our widely accepted interpretation of international law, and averred that W.E. cannot now put Fong out of the embassy without some assurance that he will not be in physical danger. Bush offered the possibility of settling the matter discreetly, noting that other governments had solved similar issues by quietly permitting departure through expulsion. 33 But the issue proved resistant to negotiation, and Fong and his wife remained in the embassy. During the briefing General Scowcroft had given me prior to my departure for Beijing, he familiarized me with the case. He urged me not to raise it, since the administration had said all it could say. But I could respond to Chinese initiatives within the framework of existing policy. I had followed his advice. I had not raised the Fong Lizzi issue, nor had any of my Chinese interlocutors. During my farewell call on Deng, he suddenly introduced the subject after a few desultory comments on the reform problem and used it to suggest a package deal. An extended summary of the relevant exchange will give the flavor of the mood in Beijing 6 months after Tiananmen. Deng, I talked with President Bush about the Fang Lizzie case. Kissinger, as you know, the president did not know about the invitation to the banquet until it was already public. Deng, he told me that. Kissinger, since you have raised Fang, I would like to express a consideration to you. I did not raise the issue in any of my other conversations here because I know that it is a matter of great delicacy and affects Chinese dignity. But I think your best friends in America would be relieved if some way could be found to get him out of the embassy and let him leave the country. There is no other single step which would so impress the American public as having it happen before there is too much agitation. At this point, Deng got up from his seat and unscrewed the microphones between his seat and mine as a symbol that he wanted to talk privately. Deng, can you make a suggestion? Kissinger, my suggestion would be that you expel him from China and we agree that as a government we will make no political use of him whatsoever. Perhaps we would encourage him to go to some country like Sweden where he would be far away from the US Congress and our press. An arrangement like this could make a deep impression on the American public, more than a move on any technical subject. Deng wanted more specific assurances. Was it possible for the American government to require Fang to write a confession to crimes under Chinese law, or for Washington to guarantee that, after his expulsion from China, Fang will say and do nothing opposing China? Deng broadened this to a request that Washington undertake the responsibility that it prevent further nonsense being uttered by Fang and by other Chinese demonstrators currently in the United States. Deng was looking for a way out. But the measures he proposed were outside the legal authority of the American government. Deng, what would you think if we were to expel him after he has written a paper confessing to his crimes? Kissinger, I would be surprised if he would do this. I was at the embassy this morning, but I did not see Fang. Deng, but he would have to do it if the US side insists. This issue was started by people at the US embassy, including some good friends of yours and including people I thought of as friends. 34 What if the American side required Fang to write a confession and after that we could expel him as an ordinary criminal and he can go where he wants? If this won't do, what about another idea? The US undertakes the responsibility after his expulsion that Fang will say and do nothing opposing China. He should not use the US or another country to oppose the PRC. Kissinger, let me comment on the first proposal. If we ask him to sign a confession, assuming we could even do that, what matters is not what he says in the embassy but what he says when he gets out of China. If he says that the American government forced him to confess, it will be worse for everyone than if he did not confess. The importance of releasing him is as a symbol of the self-confidence of China. To contradict the caricatures that many of your opponents have made of China in the US. Deng, then let's consider the second proposal. The US would say that after he leaves China, he will make no remarks opposing the PRC. Can the US give such a guarantee? Kissinger, well, I am speaking to you as a friend. Deng, I know. I am not asking you to undertake the agreement. Kissinger, what might be possible is that the US government agrees that the US government will make no use of Fang in any way, for example on the Voice of America or in any way which the president can control. Also we could promise to advise him not to do it on his own. We could agree that he would not be received by the president or given any official status by any US governmental organization. This led Deng to tell me about a letter he had just received from Bush proposing the visit of a special envoy to brief him on the forthcoming U.S. summit with Gorbachev and to review the Sino-American relationship. Deng accepted the idea and connected it with the Fang discussions as a way to find an overall solution. In the process of solving the Fang issue, other issues may also be put forward in order to achieve a package solution to all the issues. Now things are like this. I asked Bush to move first, he asks me to move first. I think if we can get a package then there is no question of the order of the steps. The package deal was described by Chinese Foreign Minister Qian Kitchen in his memoirs. 1. China would permit Fang Lizzie and his wife to leave the U.S. embassy in Beijing to go to the United States or a third country. 2. The United States, in ways that suited itself, should make an explicit announcement that it would lift the sanctions on China. 3. Both sides should make efforts to conclude deals on one or two major economic cooperation projects. 4. The United States should extend an invitation to Jiang Zemin, just appointed as General Secretary of the Communist Party to replace Xiang, to pay an official visit the following year. 35. After a further exchange on the modalities of Fang's possible exile, Deng ended this part of the conversation. Deng, will Bush be pleased and agree to this proposal? Kissinger, my opinion is that he will be pleased with it. I expected Bush to welcome the demonstration of Chinese concern and flexibility, but I doubted that the pace of improving relations could be as rapid as Deng envisaged. A renewed understanding between China and the United States had become all the more important because the growing upheaval in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe seemed to undermine the premises of the existing triangular relationship. With the Soviet Empire disintegrating, what had become of the motive for the original rapprochement between the United States and China? The urgency was underlined as I left Beijing the evening of my meeting with Deng and learned, at my first stop in the United States, that the Berlin Wall had fallen, shattering the premises of Cold War foreign policy. The political revolutions in Eastern Europe nearly engulfed the package deal. When I returned to Washington 3 days later, I reported my conversation with Deng to Bush, Scowcroft, and Secretary of State James Baker at a dinner in the White House. As it turned out, China was not the principal subject. The subject of overriding importance for my hosts at that moment was the impact of the fall of the Berlin Wall and an imminent meeting between Bush and Gorbachev, set for December 2 to 3, 1989, in Malta. Both issues required some immediate decision about tactics and long-term strategy. Were we heading for the collapse of the East German satellite where 20 Soviet divisions were still stationed? Would there now be two German states, albeit a non-communist East German one? If unification became the goal, by what diplomacy should it be sought? And what should America's attitude be in foreseeable contingencies? Amidst the drama surrounding the Soviet collapse in Eastern Europe, Deng's package deal could not receive the priority it would have elicited in less tumultuous times. The special mission I discussed with Deng did not take place until mid-December, when Brent Scowcroft and Lawrence Eagleburger visited Beijing for the second time in 6 months. The visit was not secret as the July trip had been, and at this point, still remained, but was intended to be low-profile to avoid congressional and media controversy. However, the Chinese side engineered a photo op of Scowcroft toasting Qian Kitchen, provoking considerable consternation in the United States. Scowcroft would later recount, the ritual toasts began at the end of the welcoming dinner given by the foreign minister. The television crews reappeared. It was an awkward situation for me. I could go through with the ceremony and be seen as toasting those the press was labeling, the butchers of Tiananmen Square, or refuse to toast and put in jeopardy the whole purpose of the trip. I chose the former and became, to my deep chagrin, an instant celebrity, in the most negative sense of the term. 36. The incident demonstrated the conflicting imperatives of the two sides. China wanted to demonstrate to its public that its isolation was ending. Washington sought to draw a minimum of attention, to avoid a domestic controversy until an agreement had been reached. Inevitably, discussion of the Soviet Union occupied much of Scowcroft and Eagleburger's trip, though in quite the opposite direction from what had become traditional. The subject now was no longer the military menace of the USSR, but its growing weakness. Qian Kitchen predicted the disintegration of the Soviet Union and described Beijing's surprise when Gorbachev, on his visit in May, at the height of the Tiananmen demonstrations, asked China for economic assistance. Scowcroft later recounted the Chinese version of these events. The Soviets did not grasp the economy very well and Gorbachev often did not grasp what he was asking of it. Qian predicted the collapsing economy and the nationalities' problems would result in turmoil. I have not seen Gorbachev taking any measures, he added. Gorbachev has called on the Chinese side to provide consumer necessities, he told us. We can provide consumer goods and they will pay back in raw materials. They also want loans. We were quite taken aback when they first raised this. We have agreed to extend some money to them. 37. The Chinese leaders put forward their package solution to Scowcroft and linked the release of Fang Lizzie to the removal of American sanctions. The administration preferred to treat the Fang case as a separate humanitarian issue to be settled in its own right. Further upheavals in the Soviet bloc, including the bloody overthrow of Romania's communist leader, Nicolae Ceausescu, bolstered the sense of siege in the Chinese Communist Party. The disintegration of the Eastern European communist states also strengthened the hand of those in Washington who argued that the United States should wait for what they saw as the seemingly inevitable collapse of the Beijing government. In this atmosphere, neither side was in a position to depart from its established positions. Negotiations over Fang's release would continue through the American embassy, and the two sides would not reach a deal until June 1990, over a year after Fang and his wife first sought refuge and 8 months after Deng had put forward his package proposal. 38 In the meantime, the annual reauthorization of China's most favored nation trade status, required 4 non-market countries under the terms of the 1974 Jackson-Vanik Amendment, which made most favored nation treatment conditional on immigration practices, was transformed into a forum for congressional condemnation of China's human rights record. The underlying assumption of the debate was that any agreement with China was a favor, and under the circumstances repugnant to American democratic ideals, trade privileges should thus be predicated on China's moving toward an American conception of human rights and political liberties. A sense of isolation began to descend on Beijing and a mood of triumphalism on Washington. In the spring of 1990, as communist governments collapsed in East Germany, Czechoslovakia, and Romania, Deng circulated a stark warning to party members: everyone should be very clear that, in the present international situation, all the attention of the enemy will be concentrated on China. It will use every pretext to cause trouble, to create difficulties and pressures for us. China therefore needs stability, stability, and still more stability. The next 3 to 5 years will be extremely difficult for our party and our country, and extremely important. If we stand fast and survive them, our cause will develop quickly. If we collapse, China's history will regress for several tens of years, even for 100 years. 39. The 12 and 24 character statements at the close of the dramatic year, Deng chose to carry out his long-planned retirement. During the 1980s, he had taken many steps to end the traditional practice of centralized power ending only by the death of the incumbent or the loss of the mandate of heaven, criteria both indefinite and inviting chaos. He had established an advisory council of elders to which he retired leaders who were holding on to lifetime tenure. He had told visitors, including me, that he himself intended to retire soon to the chairmanship of that body. Starting in early 1990, Deng began a gradual withdrawal from high office, the first Chinese leader to have done so in the modern period. Tiananmen may have accelerated the decision so that Deng could oversee the transition while a new leader was establishing himself. In December 1989, Brent Scowcroft proved to be the last foreign visitor to be received by Deng. At the same time, Deng stopped attending public functions. By the time of his death in 1997, he had become a recluse. As he receded from the scene, Deng decided to buttress his successor by leaving behind a set of maxims for his guidance and that of the next generation of leaders. In issuing these instructions to Communist Party officials, Deng chose a method from Chinese classical history. The instructions were stark and succinct. Written in classical Chinese poetic style, they embraced 2 documents, a 24-character instruction and a 12-character explanation restricted to high officials. The 24-character instruction read: observe carefully, secure our position, cope with affairs calmly, hide our capacities and bide our time, be good at maintaining a low profile, and never claim leadership. 40 The 12-character policy explanation followed with an even more restricted circulation among the leaders. It read: enemy troops are outside the walls. They are stronger than we. We should be mainly on the defensive. 41 Against whom and what? The multiple character statements were silent on that issue, probably because Deng could assume that his audience would understand instinctively that their country's position had grown precarious, both domestically and even more so internationally. Deng's maxims were, on one level, an evocation of historic China surrounded by potentially hostile forces. In periods of resurgence, China would dominate its environs. In periods of decline, it would play for time, confident that its culture and political discipline would enable it to reclaim the greatness that was its due. The 12-character statement told China's leaders that perilous times had arrived. The outside world had always had difficulty dealing with this unique organism, aloof yet universal, majestic yet given over to occasional bouts of chaos. Now the aged leader of an ancient people was giving a last instruction to his society, feeling besieged as it was attempting to reform itself. Deng sought to rally his people not by appealing to its emotions or to Chinese nationalism, as he easily could have. Instead he invoked its ancient virtues, calm in the face of adversity, high analytical ability to be put in the service of duty, discipline in pursuit of a common purpose. The deepest challenge, he saw, was less to survive the trials sketched in the 12-character statement than to prepare for the future, when the immediate danger had been overcome. Was the 24-character statement intended as guidance for a moment of weakness or a permanent maxim? At the moment, China's reform was threatened by the consequences of internal turmoil and the pressure of foreign countries. But at the next stage, when reform had succeeded, China's growth might trigger another aspect of the world's concern. Then the international community might seek to resist China's march to becoming a dominant power. Did Deng, at the moment of great crisis, foresee that the gravest danger to China might arise upon its eventual resurgence? In that interpretation, Deng urged his people to hide our capacities and bide our time, and never claim leadership, that is to say, do not evoke unnecessary fears by excessive assertiveness. At its low point of turmoil and isolation, Deng may well have feared both that China might consume itself in its contemporary crisis and also that its future might depend on whether the leaders of the next generation could gain the perspective needed to recognize the perils of excessive self-confidence. Was the statement addressed to China's immediate travail, or to whether it could practice the 24-character principle when it was strong enough to no longer have to observe it? On China's answer to these questions depends much of the future of Sino-American relations. Chapter 16. What kind of reform? Deng's southern tour in June 1989, with the Communist Party leadership divided on what to do, the party general secretary Zhao Ziyang, appointed by Deng 3 years earlier, was purged over his handling of the crisis. The party secretary of Shanghai, Jiang Zemin, was elevated to head the Communist Party. The crisis confronting Jiang was one of the most complex in the history of the People's Republic. China was isolated, challenged abroad by trade sanctions and at home by the aftermath of nationwide unrest. Communism was in the process of disintegrating in every other country in the world except North Korea, Cuba, and Vietnam. Prominent Chinese dissidents had fled abroad, where they received asylum, a sympathetic ear, and freedom to organize. Tibet and Xinjiang were restive. The Dalai Lama was fated abroad. In the same year as Tiananmen, he won the Nobel Peace Prize amidst an upsurge of international attention to the cause of Tibetan autonomy. After every social and political upheaval, the most serious challenge for governance is how to restore a sense of cohesion. But in the name of what principle? The domestic reaction to the crisis was more threatening to reform in China than the sanctions from abroad. Conservative members of the Politburo, whose support Deng had needed during the Tiananmen crisis, blamed Deng's evolutionary policy for the crisis and pressured Jiang to return to traditional Maoist verities. They went so far as to seek to reverse seemingly well-established policies such as the condemnation of the Cultural Revolution. A Politburo member named Deng Likun, also known as Little Deng, asserted, "If we fail to wage a resolute struggle against liberalization or against capitalistic reform and opening up, our socialist cause will be ruined." One Deng and Jiang held exactly the opposite view. The Chinese political structure, in their perception, could be given a new impetus only by accelerating the reform program. They saw in improving the standard of living and enhancing productivity the best guarantee of social stability. In this atmosphere Deng, in early 1992, emerged from retirement for his last great public gesture. He chose the medium of an inspection tour through southern China to urge continued economic liberalization and build public support for Jiang's reform leadership. With reform efforts stagnating and his protégés losing ground to traditionalists in the party hierarchy, the 87-year-old Deng set out with his daughter Deng Nan and several close associates on a tour through economic hubs in southern China, including Shenzhen and Zhuhai, two of the special economic zones established under the 1980s reform program. It was a crusade for reform on behalf of socialism with Chinese characteristics, which meant a role for free markets, scope for foreign investment, and appeal to individual initiative. Deng, at this point, had no official title or formal function. Nevertheless, like an itinerant preacher, he turned up at schools, high-technology facilities, model businesses, and other symbols of his vision of Chinese reform, challenging his countrymen to redouble their efforts and setting far-reaching goals for China's economic and intellectual development. The national press, which was, at the time, controlled by conservative elements, initially ignored the speeches. But accounts in the Hong Kong press eventually filtered back to mainland China. In time, Deng's southern tour would take on an almost mythical significance, and his speeches would serve as the blueprint for another 2 decades of Chinese political and economic policy. Even today, billboards in China portray images and quotations from Deng's southern tour, including his famous dictum that development is the absolute principle. Deng set out to vindicate the program of reform against the charge that it was betraying China's socialist heritage. Economic reform and development, he argued, were fundamentally revolutionary acts. Abandoning reform, Deng warned, would lead China down a blind alley. To win the trust and support of the people, the program of economic liberalization must continue for 100 years. Reform and opening up, Deng insisted, had allowed the People's Republic to avoid civil war in 1989. He reiterated his condemnation of the Cultural Revolution, describing it as beyond failure, a kind of civil war. The heir of Mao's China was advocating market principles, risk-taking, private initiative, and the importance of productivity and entrepreneurship. The profit principle, according to Deng, reflected not an alternative theory to Marxism but an observation of human nature. Government would lose popular support if it punished entrepreneurs for their success. Deng's advice was that China should be bolder, that it should redouble its efforts and dare to experiment. We must not act like women with bound feet. Once we are sure that something should be done, we should dare to experiment and break a new path. Who dares claim that he is 100% sure of success and that he is taking no risks? Deng dismissed criticism that his reforms were leading China down the capitalist road. Rejecting decades of Maoist indoctrination, he invoked his familiar maxim that what mattered was the result, not the doctrine under which it was achieved. Nor should China be afraid of foreign investment. At the current stage, foreign-funded enterprises in China are allowed to make some money in accordance with existing laws and policies. But the government levies taxes on those enterprises, workers get wages from them, and we learn technology and managerial skills. In addition, we can get information from them that will help us open more markets. For in the end, Deng attacked the left of the Communist Party, which was in a sense part of his own early history, when he had been Mao's enforcer in creating agricultural communes. At present, we are being affected by both right and left tendencies. But it is the left tendencies that have the deepest roots. In the history of the party, those tendencies have led to dire consequences. Some fine things were destroyed overnight. 5. Prodding his countrymen by appealing to their national pride, Deng challenged China to match the growth rates of neighboring countries. In a sign of how far China has come in less than 20 years since the Southern Tour, Deng, in 1992, extolled that, for big items, it was essential to make available to consumers in the countryside, a bicycle, a sewing machine, a radio, and a wristwatch. China's economy could reach a new stage every few years, he declared, and China would succeed if the Chinese dared to emancipate our minds and act freely, in responding to challenges as they arose. 6. Science and technology were the key. Echoing his path-breaking speeches from the 1970s, Deng insisted that intellectuals are part of the working class. In other words, they were eligible for Communist Party membership. In an overture to Tiananmen supporters, Deng urged intellectuals who were in exile to return to China. If they possessed specialized knowledge and skills, they would be welcomed regardless of their previous attitudes. They should be told that if they want to make their contributions, it would be better for them to come home. I hope that concerted efforts will be made to accelerate progress in China's scientific, technological, and educational undertakings. We should all love our country and help to develop it. 7. What an extraordinary reversal in the convictions of the octogenarian revolutionary who had helped build, often ruthlessly, the economic system he was now dismantling. When serving in Yan'an with Mao during the Civil War, Deng gave no indication that he would, 50 years later, be traveling around his country, urging reform of the very revolution he had enforced. Until he ran afoul of the Cultural Revolution, he had been one of Mao's principal aides, distinguished by his single-mindedness. Over the decades, a gradual shift had taken place. Deng had come to redefine the criteria of good governance in terms of the well-being and development of the ordinary person. A considerable amount of nationalism was also involved in this dedication to rapid development, even if that required adopting methods prevalent in the previously reviled capitalist world. As one of Deng's children later told the American scholar and head of the National Committee on United States-China Relations David Lampton, in the mid-1970s, my father looked around China's periphery, to the small dragon economies, Singapore, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and South Korea. They were growing at 8 to 10% per year, and these economies had a considerable technological lead over China. If we were to surpass them and resume our rightful place in the region and ultimately the world, China would have to grow faster than them. 8. In the service of this vision, Deng was advocating many American economic and social principles as part of his reform program. But what he called socialist democracy was vastly different from pluralistic democracy. He remained convinced that, in China, Western political principles would produce chaos and thwart development. Yet even as he espoused the need for an authoritarian government, Deng saw his ultimate mission as passing on power to another generation, which, if his development plan succeeded, was bound to develop its own conception of political order. Deng hoped that the success of his reform program would remove the incentive for a democratic evolution. But he must have understood that the change he was bringing about was bound eventually to lead to political consequences of as yet unpredictable dimensions. These are the challenges now facing his successors. For the immediate future, Deng, in 1992, stated relatively modest goals: we shall push ahead along the road to Chinese-style socialism. Capitalism has been developing for several hundred years. How long have we been building socialism? Besides, we wasted 20 years. If we can make China a moderately developed country within 100 years from the founding of the People's Republic, that will be an extraordinary achievement. 9. That would have been in 2049. In fact, China has done much better, by a generation. Over a decade after Mao's death, his vision of continuous revolution was reappearing. But it was a different kind of continuous revolution based on personal initiative, not ideological exaltation, connection with the outside world, not autarky. And it was to change China as fundamentally as the great helmsman sought, albeit in a direction opposite of what he had conceived. This is why, at the end of the Southern Tour, Deng sketched his hope for the emergence of a new generation of leaders with their own new viewpoints. The existing leadership of the Communist Party, he said, was too old. Now over 60, they were better suited for conversation than for decisions. People of his age needed to stand aside, a painful confession for someone who had been such an activist. The reason I insisted on retiring was that I didn't want to make mistakes in my old age. Old people have strengths but also great weaknesses. They tend to be stubborn, for example, and they should be aware of that. The older they are, the more modest they should be and the more careful not to make mistakes in their later years. We should go on selecting younger comrades for promotion and helping train them. Don't put your trust only in old age. When they reach maturity, we shall rest easy. Right now we are still worried. 10. For all the matter-of-factness of Deng's prescriptions, there was about them the melancholy of old age, conscious that he would miss the fruition of what he was advocating and planning. He had seen, and, at times, generated, so much turmoil that he needed his legacy to be a period of stability. For all his show of assurance, a new generation was needed to enable him, in his words, to sleep soundly. The Southern Tour was Deng's last public service. The implementation of its principles became the responsibility of Jiang Zemin and his associates. Afterward Deng retired into increasing inaccessibility. He died in 1997, and by then Jiang had solidified his position. Aided by the extraordinary premier Zhu Rongji, Jiang carried out the legacy of Deng's southern tour with such skill that, by the end of his term in office in 2002, the debate was no longer over whether this was the proper course but rather over the impact of an emerging, dynamic China on world order and the global economy. Chapter 17: A roller coaster ride toward another reconciliation. The Jiang-Zemin era. In the wake of Tiananmen, Sino-U.S. relations found themselves practically back to their starting point. In 1971–72, the United States had sought rapprochement with China, then in the final phases of the Cultural Revolution, convinced that relations with China were central to the establishment of a peaceful international order and transcended America's reservations about China's radical governance. Now the United States had imposed sanctions, and the dissident Fang Lizzi was in the sanctuary of the U.S. Embassy in Beijing. And with liberal democratic institutions being embraced across the world, reform of China's domestic structure was turning into a major American policy goal. I had met Jiang Zemin when he served as mayor of Shanghai. I would not have expected him to emerge as the leader who would, as he did, guide his country from disaster to the stunning explosion of energy and creativity that has marked China's rise. Though initially doubted, he oversaw one of the greatest per capita GDP increases in human history, consummated the peaceful return of Hong Kong, reconstituted China's relations with the United States and the rest of the world, and launched China on the road to becoming a global economic powerhouse. Shortly after Jiang's elevation, in November 1989, Deng was at pains to emphasize to me his high regard for the new General Secretary. Deng, you have met the General Secretary Jiang Zemin, and in the future you will have other chances to meet him. He is a man of his own ideas and of high caliber. Kissinger, I was very impressed with him. Deng, he is a real intellectual. Few outside observers imagined that Jiang would succeed. As Shanghai's party secretary, he had won praise for his measured handling of his city's protests. He had closed an influential liberal newspaper early in the crisis but declined to impose martial law, and Shanghai's demonstrations were quelled without bloodshed. But as General Secretary he was widely assumed to be a transitional figure, and may well have been a compromise candidate halfway between the relatively liberal element, including the party ideologist, Li Ruihuan, and the conservative group, such as Li Peng, the premier. He lacked a significant power base of his own, and, in contrast to his predecessors, he did not radiate an aura of command. He was the first Chinese communist leader without revolutionary or military credentials. His leadership, like that of his successors, arose from bureaucratic and economic performance. It was not absolute and required a measure of consensus in the Politburo. He did not, for example, establish his dominance in foreign policy until 1997, 8 years after he became General Secretary. Previous Chinese party leaders had conducted themselves with the aloof aura appropriate to the priesthood of a mixture of the new Marxist materialism and vestiges of China's Confucian tradition. Jiang set a different pattern. Unlike Mao the philosopher king, Zhou the Mandarin, or Deng the battle-hardened guardian of the national interest, Jiang behaved more like an affable family member. He was warm and informal. Mao would deal with his interlocutors from Olympian heights, as if they were graduate students undergoing an examination into the adequacy of their philosophical insights. Zhou conducted conversations with the effortless grace and superior intelligence of the Confucian sage. Deng cut through discussions to their practical aspects, treating digressions as a waste of time. Jiang made no claim to philosophical preeminence. He smiled, laughed, told anecdotes, and touched his interlocutors in order to establish a bond. He took pride, sometimes exuberantly so, in his talent for foreign languages and knowledge of Western music. With non-Chinese visitors, he regularly incorporated English or Russian or even Romanian expressions into his presentations to emphasize a point, shifting without warning between a rich store of Chinese classical idioms and such American colloquialisms as, "It takes two to tango." When the occasion allowed it, he might punctuate social meetings, and occasionally official ones, by bursting into song, either to deflect an uncomfortable point or to emphasize camaraderie. Chinese leaders' dialogues with foreign visitors usually occur in the presence of an entourage of advisors and note-takers who do not speak and very rarely pass notes to their chiefs. Jiang, on the contrary, tended to turn his phalanx into a Greek chorus. He would begin a thought, then throw it to an advisor to conclude in a manner so spontaneous as to leave the impression that one was dealing with a team of which Jiang was the captain. Well-read and highly educated, Jiang sought to draw his interlocutor into the atmosphere of goodwill that seemed to envelop him, at least in dealing with foreigners. He would generate a dialogue in which the views of his opposite number, and even his colleagues, were treated as deserving of the same importance he was claiming for his own. In that sense, Jiang was the least Middle Kingdom type of personality that I have encountered among Chinese leaders. Upon Jiang's elevation to the top ranks of China's national leadership, an internal State Department report described him as urbane, energetic, and occasionally flamboyant, and related an incident in 1987 when he rose from the VIP rostrum at Shanghai National Day festivities to conduct a symphony orchestra in a rousing version of the Internationale, complete with flashing lights and clouds of smoke. 2. During a private visit by Nixon to Beijing in 1989, Jiang had, unannounced, sprung to his feet to recite the Gettysburg Address in English. There was little precedent for this brand of informality with either Chinese or Soviet Communist leaders. Many outsiders underestimated Jiang, mistaking his avuncular style for lack of seriousness. The opposite was true. Jiang's bonhomie was designed to define the line, when he drew it, that much more definitively. When he believed his country's vital interests were involved, he could be determined in the mold of his titanic predecessors. Jiang was cosmopolitan enough to understand that China would have to operate within an international system rather than through Middle Kingdom remoteness or dominance. Zhou had understood that as well, as had Deng. But Zhou could implement his vision only fragmentally because of Mao's suffocating presence, and Deng's was aborted by Tiananmen. Jiang's affability was the expression of a serious and calculating attempt to build China into a new international order and to restore international confidence, both to help heal China's domestic wounds and to soften its international image. Disarming critics with his occasional flamboyance, Jiang presented an effective face for a government working to break out of international isolation and to spare its system the fate of its Soviet counterpart. In his international goals, Jiang was blessed with one of the most skillful foreign ministers I have known, Chen Qichen, and a chief economic policymaker of exceptional intelligence and tenacity, the vice premier, and eventual premier, Zhu Rongji. Both men were unapologetic proponents of the notion that China's prevailing political institutions best served its interests. Both also believed that China's continued development required deepening its links to international institutions and the world economy, including a Western world often vocal in its criticism of Chinese domestic political practices. Following Jiang's course of defiant optimism, Qian and Zhu launched themselves into extensive foreign travel, international conferences, interviews, and diplomatic and economic dialogues, facing often skeptical and critical audiences with determination and good humor. Not all Chinese observers relished the project of engaging with a Western world perceived as dismissive of Chinese realities. Not all Western observers approved of the effort to engage with a China falling short of Western political expectations. Statesmanship needs to be judged by the management of ambiguities, not absolutes. Jiang, Qian, Zhu, and their senior associates managed to navigate their country out of isolation, and to restore the fragile links between China and a skeptical Western world. Shortly after his appointment in November 1989, Jiang invited me for a conversation in which he cast events through the lens of returning to traditional diplomacy. He could not understand why China's reaction to a domestic challenge had caused a rupture of relations with the United States. There are no big problems between China and the U.S., except Taiwan, he insisted. We have no border disputes. On the Taiwan issue the Shanghai Communiqué established a good formula. China, he stressed, made no claim that its domestic principles were applicable abroad. We do not export revolution. But the social system of each country must be chosen by that country. The socialist system in China comes from our own historical position. In any event, China would continue its economic reforms. So far as China is concerned, the door is always open. We are ready to react to any positive gesture by the U.S. We have many common interests. But reform would have to be voluntary, it could not be dictated from the outside. Chinese history proves that greater pressure only leads to greater resistance. Since I am a student of natural sciences, I try to interpret things according to laws of natural sciences. China has 1 billion people. It is large and has lots of momentum. It is not easy to push it forward. As an old friend, I speak frankly with you. Jiang shared his reflections on the Tiananmen Square crisis. The Chinese government had not been mentally prepared for the event, he explained, and the Politburo had initially been split. There were few heroes in his version of events, not the student leaders, nor the party, whom he described ruefully as ineffective and divided in the face of an unprecedented challenge. When I saw Jiang again nearly a year later, in September 1990, relations with the United States were still tense. The package deal tying our easing of sanctions to the release of Fang Lizzie had been slow in implementation. In a sense, the disappointments were not surprising given the definition of the problem. The American advocates of human rights insisted on values they considered universal. The Chinese leaders were making some adjustments based on their perceptions of Chinese interests. The American activists, especially some NGOs, non-governmental organizations, were not inclined to declare their goals fulfilled by partial measures. To them, what Beijing considered concessions implied that their objectives were subject to bargaining and hence not universal. The activists emphasized moral, not political, goals. The Chinese leaders were focused on a continuing political process, above all, in ending the immediate tensions and returning to normal relationships. That return to normalcy was exactly what the activists either rejected or sought to make conditional. Lately a pejorative adjective has been entered into the debate, dismissing traditional diplomacy as transactional. In that view, a constructive long-term relationship with non-democratic states is not sustainable almost by definition. Democratic values and human rights are the core of America's belief in itself. But like all values, they have an absolute character, and this challenges the element of nuance by which foreign policy is generally obliged to operate. If adoption of American principles of governance is made the central condition for progress in all other areas of the relationship, deadlock is inevitable. At that point, both sides are obliged to balance the claims of national security against the imperatives of their principles of governance. Faced with adamant rejection of the principle in Beijing, the Clinton administration chose to modify its position, as we shall see later in this chapter. The problem then returns to the adjustment of priorities between the United States and its interlocutor, in other words, to a transactional, traditional diplomacy. Or else to a showdown. It is a choice that needs to be made and cannot be fudged. I respect those who are prepared to battle for their views of the imperatives of spreading American values. But foreign policy must define means as well as objectives, and if the means employed grow beyond the tolerance of the international framework or of a relationship considered essential for national security, a choice must be made. What we must not do is to minimize the nature of the choice. The best outcome in the American debate would be to combine the two approaches, for the idealists to recognize that principles need to be implemented over time and hence must be occasionally adjusted to circumstance, and for the realists to accept that values have their own reality and must be built into operational policies. Such an approach would recognize the many gradations that exist in each camp, which an effort should be made to shade into each other. In practice, this goal has often been overwhelmed by the passions of the controversy. In the 1990s, American domestic debates were replicated in the discussions with Chinese leaders. 40 years after the victory of communism in their country, China's leaders would argue on behalf of an international order that rejected the projection of values across borders, once a hallowed principle of communist policy, while the United States would insist on the universal applicability of its values to be achieved by pressure and incentives, that is, by intervention in another country's domestic politics. There was no little irony in the fact that Mao's heir would lecture me about the nature of an international system based on sovereign states about which I, after all, had written several decades earlier. Jiang used my 1990 visit for precisely such a discourse. He and other Chinese leaders kept insisting on what would have been conventional wisdom as late as 5 years earlier, that China and the United States should work together on a new international order, based on principles comparable to those of the traditional European state system since 1648. In other words, domestic arrangements were beyond the scope of foreign policy. Relations between states were governed by principles of national interest. That proposition was exactly what the new political dispensation in the West was jettisoning. The new concept insisted that the world was entering a post-sovereign era, in which international norms of human rights would prevail over the traditional prerogatives of sovereign governments. By contrast, Jiang and his associates sought a multipolar world that accepted China's brand of hybrid socialism and people's democracy, and in which the United States treated China on equal terms as a great power. During my next visit to Beijing in September 1991, Jiang returned to the theme of the maxims of traditional diplomacy. The national interest overrode the reaction to China's domestic conduct. There is no fundamental conflict of interest between our two countries. There is no reason not to bring relations back to normal. If there can be mutual respect and if we refrain from interference in internal affairs, and if we can conduct our relations on the basis of equality and mutual benefit, then we can find a common interest. With Cold War rivalries ebbing, Jiang argued that, in today's situation, ideological factors are not important in state relations. Jiang used my September 1990 visit to convey that he had taken over all of Deng's functions. This had not yet become obvious, since the precise internal arrangements of the Beijing power structure are always opaque. Deng Xiaoping knows of your visit. He expresses his welcome to you through me and expresses his greetings to you. Second, he mentioned the letter which President Bush has written to him, and in this respect he made 2 points. First, he has requested me as General Secretary to extend his greetings through you to President Bush. Second, after his retirement last year he has entrusted all of the administration of these affairs to me as General Secretary. I do not intend to write a letter in response to President Bush's letter to Deng Xiaoping, but what I am saying to you, although I put it in my words, conforms to the thinking and spirit of what Deng wants to say. What Jiang asked me to convey was that China had conceded enough, and now the onus was on Washington to improve relations. So far as China is concerned, Jiang said, it has always cherished the friendship between our two countries. Now, Jiang declared, China was finished with concessions, the Chinese side has done enough. We have exerted ourselves and we have done the best we can. Jiang repeated the by now traditional theme of Mao and Deng, China's imperviousness to pressure and its fearsome resistance to any hint of foreign bullying. And he argued that Beijing, like Washington, faced political pressure from its people. Another point, we hope the U.S. side takes note of this fact. If China takes unilateral steps without corresponding U.S. moves that would go beyond the tolerance of the Chinese people. China and the disintegrating Soviet Union, an undercurrent of all the discussions was the disintegration of the Soviet Union. Mikhail Gorbachev had been in Beijing at the beginning of the Tiananmen crisis, but even while China was being rent by domestic controversy, the basis of Soviet rule was collapsing in real time on television screens all across the world as if in slow motion. Gorbachev's dilemmas were even more vexing than Beijing's. The Chinese controversies were about how the Communist Party should govern. The Soviet disputes were about whether the Communist Party should govern at all. By giving political reform, glasnost, priority over economic restructuring, perestroika, Gorbachev had made inevitable a controversy over the legitimacy of communist rule. Gorbachev had recognized the pervasive stagnation but lacked the imagination or skill to break through its built-in rigidities. The various supervisory bodies of the system had, with the passage of time, turned into part of the problem. The Communist Party, once the instrument of revolution, had no function in an elaborated communist system other than to supervise what it did not understand, the management of a modern economy, a problem it solved by colluding with what it was allegedly controlling. The communist elite had become a Mandarin class of the privileged, theoretically in charge of the national orthodoxy. It concentrated on preserving its perquisites. Glasnost clashed with perestroika. Gorbachev wound up ushering in the collapse of the system that had shaped him and to which he owed his eminence. But before he did, he redefined the concept of peaceful coexistence. Previous leaders had affirmed it, and Mao had quarreled with Khrushchev over it. But Gorbachev's predecessors had advocated peaceful coexistence as a temporary respite on the way to ultimate confrontation and victory. Gorbachev, at the 27th Party Congress in 1986, proclaimed it as a permanent fixture in the relationship between communism and capitalism. It was his way of re-entering the international system in which Russia had participated in the pre-Soviet period. On my visits, Chinese leaders were at pains to distinguish China from the Russian model, especially Gorbachev. In our meeting in September 1990, Jiang stressed, efforts to find a Chinese Gorbachev will be of no avail. You can see that from your discussions with us. Your friend Zhou Enlai used to talk about our 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. Well, they are still in existence today. It won't do that there should only be a single social system in the world. We don't want to impose our system on others, and we don't want others to impose theirs on us. The Chinese leaders affirmed the same principles of coexistence as Gorbachev. But they used them not to conciliate the West, as Gorbachev did, but to wall themselves off from it. Gorbachev was treated in Beijing as irrelevant, not to mention misguided. His modernization program was rejected as ill-conceived because it put political reform before economic reform. In the Chinese view, political reform might be needed over time, but economic reform had to precede it. Li Ruihuan explained why price reform could not work in the Soviet Union. When almost all commodities were in short supply, price reform was bound to lead to inflation and panic. Zhu Rongji, visiting the United States in 1990, was repeatedly lauded as China's Gorbachev. He took pains to emphasize, "I'm not China's Gorbachev. I'm China's Zhu Rongji." 3. When I visited China again in 1992, Qian Kitchen described the collapse of the Soviet Union as, like the aftermath of an explosion, shock waves in all directions. The collapse of the Soviet Union had indeed created a new geopolitical context. As Beijing and Washington assessed the new landscape, they found their interests no longer as evidently congruent as in the days of near alliance. Then, disagreements had been mainly over the tactics of resisting Soviet hegemony. Now, as the common opponent withered, it was inevitable that the differences in the two leaderships' values and worldviews would come to the fore. In Beijing, the end of the Cold War produced a mixture of relief and dread. On one level, Chinese leaders welcomed the disintegration of the Soviet adversary. Mao's and Deng's strategy of active, even offensive, deterrence had prevailed. At the same time, Chinese leaders could not avoid comparisons between the unraveling of the Soviet Union and their own domestic challenge. They, too, had inherited an ancient multi-ethnic empire and sought to administer it as a modern socialist state. Though the percentage of non-Han population was much smaller in China, about 10%, than the share of non-Russians in the Soviet Empire, about 50%, ethnic minorities with distinct traditions existed. Moreover, these minorities lived in regions that were strategically sensitive, bordering Vietnam, Russia, and India. No American president in the 1970s would have risked confrontation with China so long as the Soviet Union loomed as a strategic threat. On the American side, however, the disintegration of the Soviet Union was seen as representing a kind of permanent and universal triumph of democratic values. A bipartisan sentiment held that traditional history was being superseded. Allies and adversaries alike were moving inexorably toward adopting multi-party parliamentary democracy and open markets, institutions that, in the American view, were inevitably linked. Any obstacle standing in the way of this wave would be swept aside. A new concept had evolved to the effect that the nation-state was declining in importance and the international system would henceforth be based on transnational principles. Since it was assumed that democracies were inherently peaceful while autocracies tended toward violence and international terrorism, promoting regime change was considered a legitimate act of foreign policy, not an intervention into domestic affairs. China's leaders rejected the American prediction of the universal triumph of Western liberal democracy, but they also understood that their reform program needed America's cooperation. So in September 1990 they sent an oral message, through me to President Bush, which ended with an appeal to the American president. For over a century, the Chinese people were all along subjected to bullying and humiliation by foreign powers. We do not want to see this wound reopened. I believe that as an old friend of China, Mr. President, you understand the sentiments of the Chinese people. China cherishes Sino-US friendly relations and cooperation which did not come easily, but it cherishes its independence, sovereignty and dignity even more. Against the new background, there is all the more need for Sino-US relations to return to normal without delay. I am sure that you can find a way leading to that goal. And we will make the necessary response to any positive actions that you may take in the interest of better Sino-US relations. To reinforce what Jiang had told me personally, Chinese Foreign Ministry officials gave me a written message to transmit to President Bush. Unsigned, it was described as a written oral communication, more formal than a conversation, less explicit than an official note. In addition, the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs escorting me to the airport handed me written replies to clarifying questions I had raised during the meeting with Jiang. Like the message, they had already been conveyed at the meeting, they were given to me in writing for emphasis. Question: what is the significance of Deng not answering the President's letter? Answer: Deng retired last year. He already sent the President an oral message saying that all administrative authority over such affairs has been given to Jiang. Question: why is the answer oral rather than written? Answer: Deng has read the letter. But since he entrusted these matters to Jiang, he asked Jiang to reply. We wanted to give Dr. Kissinger the opportunity to convey an oral message to the President because of the role Dr. Kissinger played in favor of U.S.-Chinese relations. Question: is Deng aware of the content of your reply? Answer: of course. Question: when you mention U.S. failure to take corresponding measures, what do you have in mind? Answer: biggest problem is continued U.S. sanctions on China. Would be best if the President could lift them or even lift de facto. Also the U.S. has a decisive say in World Bank loans. Another point concerns high-level visits, which was part of the package. Question: would you be willing to consider another package deal? Answer: it is illogical since the first package never materialized. President George H.W. Bush believed from personal experience that to carry out a policy of intervention in the most populous nation and the state with the longest continuous history of self-government was inadvisable. Prepared to intervene in special circumstances and on behalf of individuals or specific groups, he thought an across-the-board confrontation over China's domestic structure would jeopardize a relationship vital to American national security. In response to Jiang's oral message, Bush made an exception to the ban on high-level visits to China and encouraged his Secretary of State, James Baker, to visit Beijing for consultations. Relations steadied for a brief interval. But when the Clinton administration came into office 18 months later, they returned, for most of the new administration's first term, to a roller coaster ride. The Clinton administration and China policy on the campaign trail in September 1992, Bill Clinton had challenged China's governmental principles and criticized the Bush administration for coddling Beijing in the wake of Tiananmen. China cannot withstand forever the forces of democratic change, Clinton argued. One day it will go the way of communist regimes in Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union. The United States must do what it can to encourage that process. For after Clinton took office in 1993, he adopted enlargement of democracies as a principal foreign policy objective. The goal was, he proclaimed to the UN General Assembly in September 1993, to expand and strengthen the world's community of market-based democracies, and to enlarge the circle of nations that live under those free institutions, until humanity achieved a world of thriving democracies that cooperate with each other and live in peace. 5. The new administration's aggressive human rights posture was not intended as a strategy for weakening China or gaining a strategic edge for the United States. It reflected a general concept of world order in which China was expected to participate as a respected member. From the Clinton administration's point of view, it was a sincere attempt to support practices that the president and his advisors believed would serve China well. In Beijing, however, the American pressures, which were reinforced by other Western democracies, were seen as a design to keep China weak by interfering in its domestic issues in the manner of the 19th-century colonialists. The Chinese leaders interpreted the new administration's pronouncements as a capitalist attempt to overthrow communist governments all over the world. They harbored a deep suspicion that, with the Soviet Union disintegrating, the United States might do as Mao had predicted, turn from the destruction of one communist giant to poke its finger in the back of the other. In his confirmation hearings as Secretary of State, Warren Christopher phrased the goal of transforming China in more limited terms, that the United States would seek to facilitate a peaceful evolution of China from communism to democracy by encouraging the forces of economic and political liberalization in that great country. 6. But Christopher's reference to peaceful evolution revived, whether intentionally or not, the term used by John Foster Dulles to project the eventual collapse of communist states. In Beijing, it signaled not a hopeful trend, but perceived Western designs to convert China to capitalist democracy without recourse to war. 7. Neither Clinton's nor Christopher's statements were regarded as controversial in the United States, both were anathema in Beijing. Having thrown down the gauntlet, without perhaps fully recognizing the magnitude of its challenge, the Clinton administration proclaimed that it was ready to engage China on a broad range of issues. These included the conditions of China's domestic reform and its integration with the broader world economy. That the Chinese leaders might have qualms about entering into a dialogue with the same high American officials who had just called for the replacement of their political system was apparently not considered an insuperable obstacle. The fate of this initiative illustrates the complexities and ambiguities of such a policy. Chinese leaders no longer made any claim to represent a unique revolutionary truth available for export. Instead, they espoused the essentially defensive aim of working toward a world not overtly hostile to their system of governance or territorial integrity and buying time to develop their economy and work out their domestic problems at their own pace. I don't think that is correct. In the Muslim world there are over 1 billion people. China has a population of 1 billion. The population of South Asia is over 1 billion. The population of China is more than the populations of the U.S., the Soviet Union, Europe and Japan combined. So it is still a diverse world. Premier Li Peng delivered possibly the most frank assessment of the human rights issue. In reply to my delineation of 3 policy areas in need of improvement, human rights, weapons technology transfer, and trade, he stated in December 1992, with regard to the 3 areas you mentioned, we can talk about human rights. But because of major differences between us, I doubt major progress is possible. The concept of human rights involves traditions and moral and philosophical values. These are different in China than in the West. We believe that the Chinese people should have more democratic rights and play a more important role in domestic politics. But this should be done in a way acceptable to the Chinese people. Coming from a representative of the conservative wing of the Chinese leadership, Li Peng's affirmation of the need for progress toward democratic rights was unprecedented. But so was the frankness with which he delineated the limits of Chinese flexibility. Naturally, in issues like human rights, we can do some things. We can have discussions and without compromising our principles, we can take flexible measures. But we cannot reach a full agreement with the West. It would shake the basis of our society. A signature China initiative of Clinton's first term brought matters to a head, the administration's attempt to condition China's most favored nation trade status on improvements in China's human rights record. Most favored nation is a somewhat misleading phrase, since a significant majority of countries enjoy the status, it is less a special mark of favor than an affirmation that a country enjoys normal trade privileges. 8. The concept of MFN conditionality presented its moral purpose as a typically American pragmatic concept of rewards and penalties, or carrots and sticks. As Clinton's national security advisor Anthony Lake explained it, the United States would withhold a benefit until it produced results, providing penalties that raised the costs of repression and aggressive behavior, until the Chinese leadership made a rational interest-based calculation to liberalize its domestic institutions. 9. In May 1993, Winston Lord, then Assistant Secretary of State for East Asian and Pacific Affairs, and in the 1970s my indispensable associate during the opening to China, visited Beijing to brief Chinese officials on the new administration's thinking. At the close of his trip, Lord warned that dramatic progress on human rights, non-proliferation, and other issues was necessary if China were to avoid suspension of its MFN status. 10. Caught between a Chinese government rejecting any conditionality as illegitimate and American politicians demanding ever more stringent conditions, he made no headway at all. I visited Beijing shortly after Lord's trip, where I encountered a Chinese leadership struggling to chart a course out of the MFN conditionality impasse. Jiang offered a friendly suggestion: China and the U.S., as two big countries, should see problems in the long-term perspective. China's economic development and social stability serve China's interests but also turn China into a major force for peace and stability, in Asia and elsewhere. I think that in looking at other countries, the U.S. should take into account their self-esteem and sovereignty. That is a friendly suggestion. Jiang again attempted to dissuade the United States from thinking of China as a potential threat or competitor, thereby to reduce American incentives to try to hold China down. Yesterday at a symposium I spoke about this issue. I also mentioned an article in the Times which suggested China will one day be a superpower. I've said over and over that China will never be a threat to any country. Against the backdrop of Clinton's tough rhetoric and the belligerent mood in Congress, Lord negotiated a compromise with Senate Majority Leader George Mitchell and Representative Nancy Pelosi that extended MFN for a year. It was expressed in a flexible executive order rather than binding legislation. It confined conditionality to human rights rather than including other areas of democratization that many in Congress urged. But to the Chinese, conditionality was a matter of principle, just as it had been for the Soviet Union when they rejected the Jackson-Vanik Amendment. Beijing objected to the fact of conditions, not their content. On May 28, 1993, President Clinton signed the executive order extending China's MFN status for 12 months, after which it would be either renewed or cancelled based on China's conduct. In the interim, Clinton stressed that the core of the administration's China policy would be a resolute insistence upon significant progress on human rights in China. 11. He explained MFN conditionality in principle as an expression of American outrage over Tiananmen and continuing, profound concerns about the manner in which China was governed. 12. The executive order was accompanied by a rhetoric more pejorative about China than that of any administration since the 1960s. In September 1993, National Security Advisor Lake suggested in a speech that unless China acceded to American demands, it would be counted among what he called reactionary backlash states, clinging to outmoded forms of governance by means of military force, political imprisonment and torture, as well as the intolerant energies of racism, ethnic prejudice, religious persecution, xenophobia, and irredentism. 13 other events combined to deepen the Chinese suspicions. Negotiations over China's accession to GATT, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, later subsumed into the World Trade Organization, or WTO, deadlocked over substantive issues. Beijing's bid for the 2000 Olympics came under attack. Majorities in both houses of Congress voiced their disapproval of the bid. The U.S. government maintained a cautious silence. 14. China's application for hosting the Olympics was narrowly defeated. Tensions were further inflamed by an intrusive, and ultimately unsuccessful, American inspection of a Chinese ship suspected of carrying chemical weapons components to Iran. All of these incidents, each of which had its own rationale, were analyzed in China in terms of the Chinese style of Sun Tzu strategy, which knows no single events, only patterns reflecting an overall design. Matters came to a head with the visit of Secretary of State Warren Christopher to Beijing in March 1994. The purpose of Christopher's visit, he later recounted, was to achieve a resolution of the MFN issue by the time the deadline for the one-year extension of MFN would expire in June, and to underscore to the Chinese that under the president's policy they had only limited time to mend their human rights record. If they wanted to keep their low-tariff trading privileges, there had to be significant progress, and soon. 15 Chinese officials had suggested that the timing of the visit was inopportune. Christopher was scheduled to arrive the day of the opening of the annual session of China's legislature, the National People's Congress. The presence of an American Secretary of State challenging the Chinese government on human rights issues promised either to overshadow the body's deliberations or to tempt Chinese officials to take the offensive to prove their imperviousness to outside pressure. It was, Christopher later conceded, a perfect forum for them to demonstrate that they intended to stand up to America. 16 And so they did. The result was one of the most pointedly hostile diplomatic encounters since the U.S.-China rapprochement. Lord, who accompanied Christopher, described Christopher's session with Li Peng as the most brutal diplomatic meeting he'd ever attended. 17. and he had been at my side during all the negotiations with the North Vietnamese. Christopher related in his memoirs the reaction of Li Peng, who held that China's human rights policy was none of our business, noting that the United States had plenty of human rights problems of its own that needed attention. To ensure that I had not failed to appreciate the depth of their unhappiness, the Chinese abruptly cancelled my meeting later in the day with President Jiang Zemin. 18 These tensions, which seemed to undo 2 decades of creative China policy, led to a split in the administration between the economic departments and the political departments charged with pressing the human rights issues. Faced with Chinese resistance and American domestic pressures from companies doing business in China, the administration began to find itself in the demeaning position of pleading with Beijing in the final weeks before the MFN deadline to make enough modest concessions to justify extending MFN. Shortly after Christopher's return, and with the self-imposed deadline for MFN renewal at hand, the administration quietly abandoned its policy of conditionality. On May 26, 1994, Clinton announced that the policy's usefulness had been exhausted and that China's MFN status would be extended for another year essentially without conditions. He pledged to pursue human rights progress by other means, such as support for NGOs in China and encouraging best business practices. Clinton, it must be repeated, throughout had every intention to support the policies that had sustained relations with China for 5 administrations of both parties. But as a recently elected president he was also sensitive to domestic American opinion, more so than to the intangibles of the Chinese approach to foreign policy. He put forward conditionality out of conviction and, above all, because he sought to protect China policy from the swelling congressional onslaught that was attempting to deny MFN to China altogether. Clinton believed that the Chinese owed the U.S. administration human rights concessions in return for restoring high-level contacts and putting forward MFN. But the Chinese considered that they were entitled to the same unconditional high-level contacts and trade terms extended to them by all other nations. They did not view the removal of a unilateral threat as a concession, and they were extraordinarily touchy regarding any hint of intervention in their domestic affairs. So long as human rights remained the principal subject of the Sino-American dialogue, deadlock was inevitable. This experience should be studied carefully by advocates of a confrontational policy in our day. During the remainder of his first term, Clinton toned down the confrontational tactics and emphasized constructive engagement. Lord assembled America's Asian ambassadors in Hawaii to discuss a comprehensive Asia policy balancing the administration's human rights goals with its geopolitical imperatives. Beijing committed itself to renewed dialogue, essential for the success of China's reform program and membership in the WTO. Clinton, as George H.W. Bush had before him, sympathized with the concerns of the advocates for democratic change and human rights. But like all his predecessors and successors, he came to appreciate the strength of Chinese leaders' convictions and their tenacity in the face of public challenge. Relations between China and the United States rapidly mended. A long-sought visit by Jiang to Washington took place in 1997 and was reciprocated by an 8-day visit by Clinton to Beijing in 1998. Both presidents performed ebulliently. Extended communiques were published. They established consultative institutions, dealt with a host of technical issues, and ended the atmosphere of confrontation of nearly a decade. What the relationship lacked was a defining shared purpose such as had united Beijing and Washington in resistance to Soviet hegemonism. American leaders could not remain oblivious to the various pressures regarding human rights that were generated by their own domestic politics and convictions. The Chinese leaders continued to see American policy as at least partially designed to keep China from reaching great power status. In a 1995 conversation Li Peng sounded a theme of reassurance, which amounted to calming presumed American fears over what objectives a resurgent China might seek. Here is no need for some people to worry about the rapid development. China will take 30 years to catch up with the medium-level countries. Our population is too big. The United States, in turn, made regular pledges that it had not changed its policy to containment. The implication of both assurances was that each side had the capability of implementing what it reassured the other about and was in part restraining itself. Reassurance thus merged with threat. The Third Taiwan Strait crisis. The tensions surrounding the granting of most favored nation status were in the process of being overcome when the issue of Taiwan re-emerged. Within the framework of the tacit bargain undergirding the three communiques on which the normalization of relations had been based, Taiwan had established a vibrant economy and democratic institutions. It had joined the Asian Development Bank and APEC, Asian Pacific Economic Cooperation, and participated in the Olympic Games with Beijing's acquiescence. For its part, Beijing had put forward, beginning in the 1980s, proposals for unification in which Taiwan was to be given total internal autonomy. So long as Taiwan accepted its status as a special administrative region of the People's Republic, the same legal status that Hong Kong and Macau were to have, Beijing pledged, it would be permitted to retain its own distinct political institutions and even its own armed forces. 19 Taipei's reaction to these proposals was circumspect. But it benefited from the People's Republic's economic transformation and became increasingly economically interdependent with it. Following the loosening of restrictions on bilateral trade and investment in the late 1980s, many Taiwanese companies shifted production to the mainland. By the end of 1993, Taiwan had surpassed Japan to become the second largest source of overseas investment in China. While economic interdependence developed, the two sides' political paths diverged significantly. In 1987, Taiwan's aging leader, Chiang Ching-kuo, had lifted martial law. A dramatic liberalization of Taiwan's domestic institutions followed, press restrictions were lifted, rival political parties were allowed to stand for legislative elections. In 1994, a constitutional amendment laid the groundwork for the direct election of the Taiwanese president by universal suffrage. New voices in Taiwan's political arena that had had their activities circumscribed by the martial law era restrictions now began advocating a distinct Taiwanese national identity and potentially formal independence. Chief among them was Li Tinghui, the mercurial agricultural economist who had worked his way up the ranks of the Nationalist Party and was appointed its chairman in 1988. Li incarnated everything Beijing detested in a Taiwanese official. He had grown up during the Japanese colonization of Taiwan, taken a Japanese name, studied in Japan, and served in the Imperial Japanese Army during World War II. The policy of the United States on One China is the right policy for the United States. It does not preclude us from following the Taiwan Relations Act, nor does it preclude us from the strong economic relationship we enjoy with Taiwan. There's a representative of Taiwan, as you know, here at this meeting. So I feel good about where we are on that. But I don't think that will be a major stumbling block in our relationship with China. 22 For Clinton's approach to work, Taiwan's leaders needed to exercise restraint. But Li was determined to push the principle of Taiwan's national identity. In 1994, he sought permission to stop in Hawaii to refuel his plane en route to Central America, the first time a Taiwanese president had landed on American soil. Li's next target was the 1995 reunion at Cornell, where he had obtained his economics PhD in 1958. Vigorously urged by the newly elected Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, Congress voted unanimously in the House and with only one dissenting vote in the Senate to support Li's visit. Warren Christopher had assured the Chinese foreign minister in April that approving Li's visit would be inconsistent with American policy. But in the face of such formidable pressure, the administration reversed itself and granted the request for a personal and unofficial visit. Once at Cornell, Li delivered a speech straining the definition of unofficial. After a brief nod to fond memories of his time at Cornell, Li launched into a rousing talk on the aspirations of Taiwan's people for formal recognition. Li's elliptical phrasings, frequent references to his country and nation, and blunt discussion of the imminent demise of communism all exceeded Beijing's tolerance. Beijing recalled its ambassador from Washington, delayed the approval of the American ambassadorial nominee, James Sasser, and cancelled other official contacts with the American government. Then, following the script of the Taiwan Strait crises of the 1950s, Beijing began military exercises and missile tests off the coast of southeast China that were equal parts military deterrent and political theater. In a series of threatening moves, China fired missiles into the Taiwan Strait, to demonstrate its military capabilities and to warn Taiwan's leaders. But it used dummy warheads, thus signaling that the launches had a primarily symbolic quality. Quiescence on Taiwan could be maintained only so long as none of the parties challenged the three communiques. For they contained so many ambiguities that an effort by any party to alter the structure or to impose its interpretation of the clauses would upend the entire framework. Beijing had not pressed for the clarification, but once it was challenged, it felt compelled to demonstrate at a minimum how seriously China took the issue. In early July 1995, as the crisis was still gathering momentum, I was in Beijing with a delegation from the America-China Society, a bipartisan group of former high officials dealing with China. On July 4, we met with then Vice Premier Qian Qichen and the Chinese ambassador to the United States, Li Daoyu. Qian laid out the Chinese position. Sovereignty was non-negotiable, Dr. Kissinger. You must be aware that China attaches great importance to Sino-US relations, despite our occasional quarrels. We hope to see Sino-US relations restored to normal and improved. But the U.S. government should be clear about the point: we have no maneuver room on the Taiwan question. We will never give up our principled position on Taiwan. Relations with China had reached a point where the weapon of choice of both the United States and China was the suspension of high-level contacts, creating the paradox that both sides were depriving themselves of the mechanism for dealing with a crisis when it was most needed. After the disintegration of the Soviet Union, each side proclaimed friendship with the other less to pursue a common strategic objective than to find a way to symbolize cooperation, at that moment, in defiance of its actuality. The Chinese leaders conveyed shortly after my arrival their desire for a peaceful outcome by one of the subtle gestures at which they are so adept. Before the formal schedule of the America-China Society began, I was invited to give a talk at a secondary school in Tianjin that Zhou Enlai had once attended. Accompanied by a senior foreign ministry official, I was photographed near a statue of Zhou, and the official introducing me used the occasion to recall the heyday of close Sino-American cooperation. Another sign that matters would not get out of hand came from Jiang. While the rhetoric on all sides was intense, I asked Jiang whether Mao's statement that China could wait 100 years for Taiwan still stood. No, replied Jiang. When I asked in what way not, Jiang responded, the promise was made 23 years ago. Now only 77 years are left. The professed mutual desire to ease tensions ran up, however, against the aftermath of the Tiananmen crisis. There had been no high-level dialogue, nor a ministerial visit, since 1989, the only high-level discussion for 6 years had been at the sidelines of international meetings or at the UN. Paradoxically, in the aftermath of military maneuvers in the Taiwan Strait, the immediate issue resolved itself into a partly procedural problem of how a meeting between leaders could be arranged. Ever since Tiananmen, the Chinese had sought an invitation for a presidential visit to Washington. Both Presidents Bush and Clinton had evaded the prospect. It rankled. The Chinese, too, were refusing high-level contacts until assurances were given to forestall a repetition of the visit to America by the Taiwanese president. Matters were back to the discussions at the end of the secret visit 25 years earlier, which had briefly stalemated over the issue of who was inviting whom, a deadlock broken by a formula by Mao, which could be read as implying that each side had invited the other. A solution of sorts was found when Secretary of State Christopher and the Chinese Foreign Minister met on the occasion of an ASEAN meeting in Brunei, obviating the need of determining who had made the first move. Secretary Christopher conveyed an assurance, including a still classified presidential letter defining American intentions, regarding visits to America by Taiwanese senior officials and an invitation for a meeting of Jiang with the president. The summit between Jiang and Clinton materialized in October, though not in a manner that took full account of China's amour propre. It was not a state visit nor in Washington, rather, it was scheduled for New York, in the context of the 50th anniversary celebration of the United Nations. Clinton met with Jiang at Lincoln Center, as part of a series of similar meetings with the most important leaders attending the UN session. A Washington visit by a Chinese president in the aftermath of Chinese military exercises in the Taiwan Strait would have encountered too hostile a reception. In this atmosphere of inconclusive ambivalence, of veiled overtures and tempered withdrawals, Taiwan's parliamentary elections, scheduled for December 2, 1995, raised the temperature again. Beijing began a new round of military exercises off the Fujian coast, with air, naval, and ground forces conducting joint maneuvers to simulate an amphibious landing on hostile territory. This was accompanied by an equally aggressive campaign of psychological warfare. The day before the December legislative election, the PLA announced a further round of exercises to take place in March 1996, just prior to the Taiwanese presidential election. 23 As the election approached, missile tests, bracketing, Taiwan hit points just off key port cities in the island's northeast and southwest. The United States responded with the most significant American show of force directed at China since the 1971 rapprochement, sending 2 aircraft carrier battle groups with the carrier Nimitz through the Taiwan Strait on the pretext of avoiding bad weather. At the same time, walking a narrow passage, Washington assured China that it was not changing its One China policy and warned Taiwan not to engage in provocative acts. Approaching the precipice, both Washington and Beijing recoiled, realizing that they had no war aims over which to fight or terms to impose which would alter the overriding reality, which was, in Madeleine Albright's description, that China is in its own category, too big to ignore, too repressive to embrace, difficult to influence, and very, very proud. 24 For its part, America was too powerful to be coerced and too committed to constructive relations with China to need to be. A superpower America, a dynamic China, a globalized world, and the gradual shift of the center of gravity of world affairs from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific required a peaceful and cooperative relationship. In the wake of the crisis, relations between China and the United States improved markedly. As relations began to approach previous highs, yet another crisis shook the relationship as suddenly as a thunderclap at the end of a summer day. During the Kosovo War, at what was otherwise a high point in U.S.-Chinese relations, in May 1999, an American B-2 bomber originating in Missouri destroyed the Chinese embassy in Belgrade. A firestorm of protests swept over China. Students and the government seemed united in their outrage at what was assumed to be another demonstration of American disrespect for China's sovereignty. Jiang spoke of deliberate provocation. He elaborated with defiance, revealing a latent disquiet: the great People's Republic of China will never be bullied, the great Chinese nation will never be humiliated, and the great Chinese people will never be conquered. 25 As soon as Secretary of State Madeleine Albright was informed, she asked the Deputy Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff to accompany her to the Chinese embassy in Washington, though it was the middle of the night, to express the regrets of the U.S. government. 26 Jiang felt obliged by the public mood, however, to express his own outrage but then to use that expression to restrain his public, a pattern similar to that of American presidents on the human rights issue. Chinese indignation was matched on the American side by arguments that China needed to be faced down. Both viewpoints reflected serious convictions, and illustrated the potential for confrontation in a relationship in which both sides were drawn by the nature of modern foreign policy into tensions with each other around the world. The governments on both sides remained committed to the need for cooperation, but they could not control all the ways the countries impinged on each other. It is the unsolved challenge of Chinese-American relations. China's resurgence and Jiang's reflections in the midst of the periodic crises recounted above. The 1990s witnessed a period of stunning economic growth in China, and with it a transformation of the country's broader world role. In the 1980s, China's reform and opening up had remained partly a vision. Its effects were noticeable, but their depth and longevity were open to debate. Within China itself the direction was still contested. In the wake of Tiananmen, some of the country's academic and political elites advocated an inward turn and a scaling back of China's economic links with the West, a trend Deng ultimately felt obliged to challenge through his southern tour. When Jiang assumed national office, a largely unreformed sector of state-owned enterprises on the Soviet model still constituted over 50% of the economy. 27 China's links to the world trade system were tentative and partial. Foreign companies still were skeptical about investing in China. Chinese companies rarely ventured abroad. By the end of the decade, what had once seemed an improbable prospect had become a reality. Throughout the decade China grew at a rate of no lower than 7% per year, and often in the double digits, continuing an increase in per capita GDP that ranks as one of the most sustained and powerful in history. Traveling further along the reformist road Deng had first charted, Jiang undertook to broaden the concept of communism by opening it from an exclusive class-based elite to a wider spectrum of society. He spelled out his philosophy, which became known as the Three Represents, at the 16th Party Congress in 2002, the last Congress he would attend as president on the eve of the first peaceful transfer of power in China's modern history. It laid out why the party that had won support through revolution needed now to represent as well the interests of its former ideological foes, including entrepreneurs. Jiang opened the Communist Party to business leaders, democratizing the internal governance of the Communist Party in what remained a one-party state. Throughout this process, China and the United States were becoming increasingly intertwined economically. At the beginning of the 1990s, the total volume of U.S. trade with mainland China was still only half the volume of American trade with Taiwan. By the end of the decade, U.S.-China trade had quadrupled, and Chinese exports to the United States had increased sevenfold. 30 American multinationals viewed China as an essential component of their business strategies, both as a locus of production and as an increasingly monetary market in its own right. China in turn was using its increasing cash reserves to invest in U.S. Treasury bonds, and in 2008 would become the largest foreign holder of American debt. In all this, China was surging toward a new world role, with interests in every corner of the globe and integrated to an unprecedented degree with broader political and economic trends. 2 centuries after the first mutually miscomprehending negotiations over trade and diplomatic recognition between Macartney and the Chinese court, there was a recognition in both China and the West that they were arriving at a new stage in their interactions, whether or not they were prepared for the challenges it would pose. As China's then Vice Premier Zhu Rongji observed in 1997, never before in history has China had such frequent exchanges and communications with the rest of the world. 31 in earlier eras, such as Macartney's or even the Cold War era, Chinese world and a Western world had interacted in limited instances and at a stately pace. Now modern technology and economic interdependence made it impossible, for better or for worse, to manage relations in such a measured manner. As a result, the two sides confronted a somewhat paradoxical situation in which they had vastly more opportunities for mutual understanding, but, at the same time, new opportunities to impinge on each other's sensitivities. A globalized world had brought them together, but also risked more frequent and rapid exacerbation of tensions in times of crisis. As his period in office moved toward its conclusion, Jiang expressed his recognition of this danger in a personal, almost sentimental, way not generally found in the aloof, conceptual, self-contained manner of the Chinese leadership. The occasion was a meeting in 2001 with some members of the America-China Society. Jiang was in the last year of his 12-year tenure but already seized by the nostalgia of those who are leaving activity in which, by definition, every action made a difference for a world in which they will soon be largely spectators. He had presided over a turbulent period, which had begun with China substantially isolated internationally, at least among the advanced democratic states, the countries China most needed to implement its reform program. Jiang had surmounted these challenges. Political cooperation with America had been re-established. The reform program was accelerating and producing the extraordinary growth rate that would, within another decade, turn China into a financial and economic global power. A decade that began in turbulence and doubt had turned into a period of extraordinary achievement. In all of China's extravagant history, there was no precedent for how to participate in a global order, whether in concert with, or opposition to, another superpower. As it turned out, that superpower, the United States, also lacked the experience for such a design, if indeed it had the inclination for it. A new international order was bound to emerge, whether by design or by default. Its nature and the measures for bringing it about were the unsolved challenges for both countries. They would interact either as partners or as adversaries. Their contemporary leaders professed partnership, but neither had yet managed to define it or build shelters against the possible storms ahead. Now Jiang was encountering a new century and a different generation of American leaders. The United States had a new president, the son of George H. W. Bush, who had been in office when Jiang was elevated so unexpectedly by events no one could have foreseen. The relationship with the new president started with another unsought military clash. On April 1, 2001, an American reconnaissance plane flying along the Chinese coast just outside Chinese territorial waters was being tailed by a Chinese military aircraft, which then crashed into it near Hainan Island off China's southern coast. Neither Jiang nor Bush permitted the incident to torpedo the relationship. 2 days later, Jiang left on a long-planned trip to South America, signaling that he, as head of the Central Military Commission, did not expect crisis action. Bush expressed regret, not for the reconnaissance flight but for the death of the Chinese pilot. Some foreboding of the danger of drifting event seems to have been in Jiang's mind during the meeting with America-China Society members, as he meandered on in a seemingly discursive statement quoting classical Chinese poetry, interjecting English phrases, extolling the importance of U.S. Chinese cooperation. Prolix as his utterances were, they reflected a hope and a dilemma, the hope that the two countries would find a way to work together to avoid the storms generated by the very dynamism of their societies, and the fear that they might miss their chance to do so. The key theme of Jiang's opening remarks was the importance of the Sino-American relationship. I am not trying to exaggerate our self-importance, but good cooperation between the U.S. and China is important for the world. We will do our best to do that, said in English. This is important for the whole world. But if the whole world was the subject, were any leaders really qualified to deal with it? Jiang pointed out that his education had started with traditional Confucianism on a trajectory that included Western education, then schools in the former Soviet Union. Now he was leading the transition of a country that dealt with all these cultures. China and the United States were confronting an immediate issue, the future of Taiwan. Jiang did not use the familiar rhetoric to which we had become accustomed. Rather, his remarks concerned the internal dynamics of the dialogue and how it might be driven out of control, whatever the intention of the leaders, who might be urged by their publics to actions they would prefer to avoid. The biggest issue between the U.S. and China is the Taiwan issue. For example, we often say, peaceful resolution and one country, two systems. Generally speaking, I limit myself to saying these two things. But sometimes I add that we cannot undertake not to use force. Jiang could not avoid, of course, the issue that had caused a deadlock in over 130 meetings between Chinese and American diplomats before the opening to China or the deliberate ambiguities since. But while China refused to abjure the use of force because it would imply a limitation of its sovereignty, it had in practice refrained from it for 30 years by the time of the conversation with Jiang. And Jiang had put forward the sacramental language in the gentlest of manners. Jiang did not insist on an immediate change. Rather, he pointed out that the American position contained an anomaly. The United States did not support independence for Taiwan nor, on the other hand, did it promote reunification. The practical consequence was to turn Taiwan into an unsinkable aircraft carrier for America. In such a situation, whatever the intentions of the Chinese government, the convictions of its population might generate their own momentum toward confrontation. 1. And the nearly 12 years I've been in the central government, I've felt very strongly the sentiments of the 1.2 billion Chinese people. Of course we have the best aspirations toward you, but if a spark flares up it will be hard to control the emotions of 1.2 billion people. I felt obliged to reply to this threat of force, however regretfully and indirectly formulated. 1. If the discussion concerns use of force it will strengthen all the forces that want to use Taiwan to harm our relationship. In a military confrontation between the U.S. and China, even those of us who would be heartbroken would be obliged to support our own country. Jiang replied not by repeating the by now traditional invocation of the imperviousness of China to the danger of war. He took the perspective of a world whose future depended on Sino-American cooperation. He spoke of compromise, a word almost never used by Chinese leaders about Taiwan, even when it was practiced. He avoided making either a proposal or a threat. And he was no longer in a position to shape the outcome. He called for a global perspective, precisely what was most needed and what each nation's history made most difficult. It is not clear whether China and the U.S. can find common language and resolve the Taiwan question. I have remarked that if Taiwan were not under U.S. protection, we would have been able to liberate it. Therefore, the question is how we can compromise and get a satisfactory solution. This is the most sensitive part of our relations. I am not suggesting anything here. We are old friends. I do not need to use diplomatic language. In the final analysis, I hope that with Bush in office our two countries can approach U.S.-China relations from a strategic and global perspective. The Chinese leaders I had previously but they rarely described the shape of the middle-term future, assuming that its character would emerge from the vast efforts in which they were involved. Jiang asked for something less dramatic but perhaps even deeper. At the end of his presidency, he addressed the need to redefine the philosophical framework of each side. Mao had urged ideological rigor even while making tactical maneuvers. Jiang seemed to be saying that each side should realize that if they were to cooperate genuinely, they needed to understand the modifications they were obliged to make in their traditional attitudes. He urged each side to re-examine its own internal doctrines and be open to reinterpreting them, including socialism. The world should be a rich, colorful, diversified place. For example, in China in 1978 we made a decision for reform and opening up. In 1992 in the 14th National Congress I stated that China's development model should be in the direction of a socialist market economy. For those who are accustomed to the West, you think the market is nothing strange, but in 1992 to say, market, here was a big risk. For that reason, Jiang argued that both sides should adapt their ideologies to the necessities of their interdependence. Simply put, the West is best advised to set aside its past attitude toward communist countries, and we should stop taking communism in naive or simplistic ways. Deng famously said in his 1992 trip to the South that socialism will take generations, scores of generations. I am an engineer. I calculated that there have been 78 generations from Confucius until now. Deng said socialism will take so long. Deng, I now think, created very good environmental conditions for me. On your point about value systems, East and West must improve mutual understanding. Perhaps I am being a bit naive. The reference to 78 generations was intended to reassure the United States that it should not be alarmed at the rise of a powerful China. It would need that many generations to fulfill itself. But political circumstances in China had certainly changed when a successor of Mao could say communists should stop talking about their ideology in naive and simplistic ways. Or speak of the need for a dialogue between the Western world and China over how to adjust their philosophical frameworks to each other. On the American side, the challenge was to find a way through a series of divergent assessments. Was China a partner or an adversary? Was the future cooperation or confrontation? Was the American mission the spread of democracy to China, or cooperation with China to bring about a peaceful world? Or was it possible to do both? Both sides have been obliged ever since to overcome their internal ambivalences and to define the ultimate nature of their relationship. Chapter 18 The New Millennium. The end of the Jiang Zemin presidency marked a turning point in Sino-American relations. Jiang was the last president with whom the principal subject of the Sino-American dialogue was the relationship itself. After that, both sides merged if not their convictions then their practice into a pattern of cooperative coexistence. China and the United States no longer had a common adversary, but neither had they yet developed a joint concept of world order. Jiang's mellow reflections in the long conversation with him, described in the last chapter, illustrated the new reality. The United States and China perceived that they needed each other because both were too large to be dominated, too special to be transformed, and too necessary to each other to be able to afford isolation. Beyond that, were common purposes attainable? And to what end? The millennium was the symbolic beginning of that new relationship. A new generation of leaders had come into office in China and the United States. On the Chinese side, a fourth generation, headed by President Hu Jintao and Premier Wen Jiabao. On the American side, administrations led by Presidents George W. Bush and, beginning in 2009, Barack Obama. Both sides had an ambivalent attitude toward the turmoil of the decades that preceded them. Hu and Wen brought an unprecedented perspective to the task of managing China's development and defining its world role. They represented the first generation of top officials without personal experience of the revolution, the first leaders in the communist period to take office through constitutional processes, and the first to assume positions of national responsibility in a China unambiguously emerging as a great power. Both men had direct experience of their country's fragility and its complex domestic challenges. As young cadres during the 1960s, Hu and Wen were among the last students to receive formal higher education before the chaos of the Cultural Revolution closed the universities. Educated at Tsinghua University in Beijing, a hub of Red Guard activity, Hu stayed at the university as a political counselor and research assistant, able to observe the chaos of the warring factions and, on occasion, becoming their target as allegedly, too individualistic, one when Mao decided to put an end to Red Guard depredations by sending the young generation to the countryside, who nevertheless shared their fate. He was dispatched to Gansu province, one of China's more desolate and rebellious regions, to work at a hydraulic power plant. One, a recent graduate of the Beijing Institute of Geology, received a similar assignment, and was sent to work on mineralogical projects in Gansu, where he would remain for more than a decade. There in the far northwestern reaches of their turmoil-stricken country, Hu and Wen undertook a slow climb up the internal ranks of the Communist Party hierarchy. Hu rose to the position of Secretary of the Communist Youth League for Gansu Province. Wen became the Deputy Director of the Provincial Geological Bureau. In an era of upheaval and revolutionary fervor, both men distinguished themselves by their steadiness and competency. For Hu, the next advancement took place at the Central Party School in Beijing, where, in 1982, he came to the attention of Hu Xiaoping, then General Secretary of the party. It led to a rapid promotion to the position of Party Secretary for Guizhou, in China's remote southwest. At 43, Hu Jintao was the youngest provincial party secretary in Communist Party history. His experience in Guizhou, a poor province with a substantial number of minorities, prepared Hu for his next assignment in 1988, as party secretary for the autonomous region of Tibet. Wen, meanwhile, was transferred to Beijing, where he served in a series of positions of increasing responsibility in the Communist Party's Central Committee. He established himself as a trusted top aide to three successive Chinese leaders, Hu Xiaoping, Zhao Ziyang, and, later, Jiang Zemin. Both Hu and Wen had close personal experience with China's 1989 unrest, Hu in Tibet, where he arrived in December 1988, just as a major Tibetan uprising was unfolding, Wen in Beijing, where as deputy to Zhao Ziyang he was at the General Secretary's side during his last forlorn expedition among the students in Tiananmen Square. Thus by the time they assumed the top national leadership posts in 2002 to 2003, Hu and Wen had gained a distinctive perspective on China's resurgence. Trained in its rugged, unstable frontiers and serving at a middle level during Tiananmen, they were conscious of the complexity of China's domestic challenges. Coming to power during a long period of sustained domestic growth and in the wake of China's entry into the international economic order, they assumed the helm of a China undeniably arriving as a world power, with interests in every corner of the globe. Deng had called a truce in the Maoist war on Chinese tradition and allowed the Chinese to reconnect with their historic strengths. But as other Chinese leaders occasionally hinted, the Deng era was an attempt to make up for lost time. There was in this period a sense of special exertion and a subtext of almost innocent embarrassment at China's missteps. Jiang projected unshakable confidence and bonhomie, but he assumed the helm of a China still recovering from domestic crisis and endeavoring to regain its international standing. It was at the turn of the century that the efforts of the Deng and Jiang periods were coming to fruition. Hu and Wen presided over a country that no longer felt constrained by the sense of apprenticeship to Western technology and institutions. The China they governed was confident enough to reject, and even on occasion subtly mock, American lectures on reform. It was now in a position to conduct its foreign policy not based on its long-term potential or its ultimate strategic role but in terms of its actual power. Power to what end? Beijing's initial approach to the new era was largely incremental and conservative. Jiang and Zhu had negotiated China's entry into the World Trade Organization and full participation in the international economic order. China under Hu and Wen aspired first of all to normalcy and stability. Its goals, in the official formulations, were a harmonious society, and a harmonious world. Its domestic agenda centered on continued economic development, and the preservation of social harmony within a vast population experiencing both unprecedented prosperity and unaccustomed levels of inequality. Its foreign policy avoided dramatic moves, and its chief policymakers responded circumspectly to appeals from abroad for China to play a more visible international leadership role. China's foreign policy aimed primarily for a peaceful international environment, including good relations with the United States, and access to raw materials to ensure continued economic growth. And it retained a special interest in the developing world, a legacy of Mao's Three Worlds theory, even as it moved into the rank of economic superpower. As Mao had feared, the Chinese DNA had reasserted itself. Confronting the new challenges of the 21st century, and in a world where Leninism had collapsed, who and when turned to traditional wisdom. They described their reform aspirations not in terms of the utopian visions of Mao's continuous revolution, but by the goal of building a Xiaoping, moderately well-off, society, a term with distinctly Confucian connotations. 3. They oversaw a revival of the study of Confucius in Chinese schools and a celebration of his legacy in popular culture. And they enlisted Confucius as a source of Chinese soft power on the world stage, in the official Confucius Institutes established in cities worldwide, and in the 2008 Beijing Olympics opening ceremony, which featured a contingent of traditional Confucian scholars. In a dramatic symbolic move, in January 2011, China marked the rehabilitation of the ancient moral philosopher by installing a statue of Confucius at the center of the Chinese capital, Tiananmen Square, within sight of Mao's mausoleum, the only other personality so honored. For the new American administration signified a comparable change of generations. Both Hu and Bush were the first presidents who had been bystanders at their nation's traumatic experiences of the 1960s, for China, the Cultural Revolution, for the United States, the Vietnam War. Hu drew the conclusion that social harmony should be a guideline of his presidency. Bush came into office in the aftermath of the collapse of the Soviet Union amidst an American triumphalism that believed America capable of reshaping the world in its image. The younger Bush did not hesitate to conduct foreign policy under the banner of America's deepest values. He spoke passionately about individual liberties and religious freedom, including on his visits to China. Bush's freedom agenda projected what seemed improbably fast evolutions for non-Western societies. Nevertheless, in the practice of his diplomacy, Bush overcame the historic ambivalence between America's missionary and pragmatic approaches. He did so not through a theoretical construct but by means of a sensible balance of strategic priorities. He left no doubt about America's commitment to democratic institutions and human rights. At the same time, he paid attention to the national security element without which moral purpose operates in a vacuum. Though criticized in the American debate for his alleged espousal of unilateralism, Bush, in dealing with China, Japan, and India simultaneously, countries that based their policy on national interest calculations, managed to improve relations with each, a model for a constructive Asian policy for the United States. In Bush's presidency, U.S.-China relations were the matter-of-fact dealings of two major powers. Neither side supposed the other shared all of its aims. On some issues, like domestic governance, their goals were not compatible. Still, they found their interests intersecting in enough areas to confirm the emerging sense of partnership. Washington and Beijing inched closer to each other's positions on Taiwan in 2003, after Taiwan's President Chen Shui-bian proposed a referendum on applying for UN representation under the name Taiwan. Since such a move would have been a violation of American undertakings in the three communiques, Bush administration officials conveyed their opposition to Taipei. During Wen Jiabao's December 2003 visit to Washington, Bush reaffirmed the three communiques and added that Washington opposes any unilateral decision by China or Taiwan to change the status quo. He suggested that a referendum raising Taiwan's political status would not find support in the United States. When responded with a notably forthcoming formulation on the desirability of peaceful reunification, our fundamental policy on the settlement of the question of Taiwan is peaceful reunification, and one country, two systems. We would do our utmost with utmost sincerity to bring about national unity and peaceful reunification through peaceful means, 5. One of the reasons for renewed cooperation was the attacks of September 11, which redirected America's primary strategic focus away from East Asia to the Middle East and Southwest Asia, with wars in Iraq and Afghanistan and a program to combat terrorist networks. China, no longer a revolutionary challenger of the international order and concerned about the impact of global terrorism within its own minority regions, especially Xinjiang, was quick to condemn the 9/11 attacks and offer intelligence and diplomatic support. In the lead-up to the Iraq War, it was notably less confrontational against the United States in the United Nations than some of America's European allies were. On a perhaps more fundamental level, however, the period began a process of divergence in Chinese and American assessments of how to deal with terrorism. China remained an agnostic bystander to the American projection of power across the Muslim world and above all to the Bush administration's proclamation of ambitious goals of democratic transformation. Beijing retained its characteristic willingness to adjust to changes in alignments of power and in the composition of foreign governments without passing a moral judgment. Its main concerns were continued access to oil from the Middle East and, after the fall of the Taliban, protection of Chinese investments in Afghanistan's mineral resources. With these interests generally fulfilled, China did not contest American efforts in Iraq and Afghanistan, and may well have welcomed them in part because they represented a diversion of American military capabilities from East Asia. The range of interaction between China and the United States signified the re-establishment of a central role for China in regional and world affairs. China's quest for equal partnership was no longer the outsized claim of a vulnerable country, it was increasingly a reality backed by financial and economic capacities. At the same time, impelled by new security challenges and changing economic realities, and not least a new alignment of relative political and economic influence between them, both countries were engaged in searching debates about their domestic purposes, their world roles, and ultimately their relation to each other. Differences in perspective. As the new century progressed, two trends emerged, in some respects working against each other. On many issues, Sino-American relations evolved in a largely cooperative manner. At the same time, differences rooted in history and geopolitical orientation began to be apparent. Economic issues and the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction are good examples. Economic issues. When China was a minor player in the world economy, the exchange rate for its currency was not an issue. Even during the 1980s and 1990s, it would have seemed improbable that the value of the yuan would become a daily point of dispute in American political debate and media analysis. But China's economic rise and growing U.S. China economic interdependence turned the once arcane issue into a daily controversy, with American frustrations, and Chinese suspicions about American intentions, expressed in increasingly insistent language. The fundamental difference arises over the concept underlying the two sides' respective currency policies. In the American view, the low value of the yuan, also known as the renminbi, is treated as currency manipulation favoring Chinese companies and, by extension, harming American companies operating in the same general industries. An undervalued yuan is said to contribute to the loss of American jobs, a point of serious political and emotional consequence in an age of incipient American austerity. In the Chinese view, the pursuit of a currency policy that favors domestic manufacturers is not an economic policy so much as an expression of China's need for political stability. Thus, in explaining to an American audience in September 2010 why China would not drastically revalue its currency, when Xiaoping used social, not financial, arguments, you don't know how many Chinese companies would go bankrupt. There would be major disturbances. Only the Chinese premier has such pressure on his shoulders. This is the reality. 6. The United States treats economic issues from the point of view of the requirements of global growth. China considers the political implications, both domestic and international. When America urges China to consume more and export less, it puts forward an economic maxim. But for China, a shrinking export sector means a perhaps significant increase in unemployment with political consequences. Ironically, from the long-range point of view, were China to adopt the American conventional wisdom, it might reduce its incentives for ties with America because it would be less dependent on exports and foster the development of an Asian bloc because it would imply enhanced economic ties with neighboring countries. The underlying issue is therefore political, not economic. A concept of mutual benefit rather than recriminations over alleged misconduct must emerge. This makes it important to evolve the concept of coevolution and of Pacific community discussed in the Epilogue. Non-proliferation in North Korea. Throughout the Cold War, nuclear weapons were in the possession primarily of the United States and the Soviet Union. For all their ideological and geopolitical hostility, their calculation of risk was essentially parallel, and they possessed the technical means to protect themselves against accident, unauthorized launches, and, to a considerable extent, surprise attack. But as nuclear weapons spread, this balance is in jeopardy. The calculation of risk is no longer symmetrical, and technical safeguards against accidental launch or even theft will be much more difficult, if not impossible, to implement, especially for countries without the expertise of the superpowers. As proliferation accelerates, the calculus of deterrence grows increasingly abstract. It becomes ever more difficult to decide who is deterring whom and by what calculations. Even if it is assumed that new nuclear countries have the same reluctance as the established ones with respect to initiating nuclear hostilities against each other, an extremely dubious judgment, they may use their weapons to protect terrorist or rogue state assaults on the international order. Finally, the experience with the private proliferation network of apparently friendly Pakistan with North Korea, Libya, and Iran demonstrates the vast consequences to the international order of the spread of nuclear weapons, even when the proliferating country does not meet the formal criteria of a rogue state. The spread of these weapons into hands not restrained by the historical and political considerations of the major states augurs a world of devastation and human loss without precedent even in our age of genocidal killings. It is ironic that nuclear proliferation in North Korea should emerge on the agenda of the dialogue between Washington and Beijing, for it is over Korea that the United States and the People's Republic of China first encountered each other on the battlefield 60 years ago. In 1950, the just-established People's Republic went to war with the United States because it saw in a permanent American military presence on its border with Korea a threat to Chinese long-term security. 60 years later, the commitment of North Korea to a military nuclear program has created a new challenge recreating some of the same geopolitical issues. For the first 10 years of North Korea's nuclear program, China took the position that it was a matter for the United States and North Korea to settle between themselves. Because North Korea felt threatened primarily by the United States, so the Chinese argument went, it was chiefly up to the United States to provide it with the requisite sense of security to substitute for nuclear weapons. With the passage of time it became obvious that nuclear proliferation into North Korea would sooner or later affect China's security. If North Korea were to be accepted as a nuclear power, it is highly likely that Japan and South Korea, and possibly other Asian countries such as Vietnam and Indonesia, would ultimately also join the nuclear club, altering the strategic landscape of Asia. China's leaders oppose such an outcome. But equally, China fears a catastrophic collapse of North Korea, since that could recreate at its borders the very conditions it fought to prevent 60 years ago. The internal structure of the Korean regime compounds the problem. Though it proclaims itself to be a communist state, its actual authority is in the hands of a single family. In 2011, at this writing, the head of the ruling family is in the process of devolving his power to a 27-year-old son with no previous experience of even communist management, much less international relations. The possibility of an implosion from unpredictable or unknowable elements is ever present. Affected countries might then feel obliged to protect their vital interests by unilateral measures. By that time, it would be too late or perhaps too complicated to coordinate action. To prevent such an outcome must be an essential part of a Sino-American dialogue and of the six-party talks involving the United States, China, Russia, Japan, and the two Koreas. How to define strategic opportunity in the pursuit of dealing with a growing list of issues. Beijing and Washington during the 2000s searched for an overall framework to define their relationship. The effort was symbolized by the inauguration of the U.S.-China Senior Dialogue and the U.S.-China Strategic Economic Dialogue, now merged into one Strategic and Economic Dialogue, during George W. Bush's second term. This was in part an attempt to revitalize the spirit of candid exchange on conceptual issues that prevailed between Washington and Beijing during the 1970s, as described in earlier chapters. In China, the search for an organizing principle for the era took the form of a government-endorsed analysis that the first 20 years of the 21st century represented a distinct strategic opportunity period for China. The concept reflected both a recognition of China's progress and potential for strategic gains, and, paradoxically, an apprehension about its continuing vulnerabilities. Hu Jintao gave voice to this theory at a November 2003 meeting of the Communist Party Central Committee's Political Bureau, where he suggested that a unique convergence of domestic and international trends put China in the position to advance its development by leaps and bounds. Opportunity was linked to danger, according to Hu Jintao. Like other rising powers before it, if China lost the opportunity presented, it might become a straggler. 7 When affirmed the same assessment in a 2007 article, in which he warned that, opportunities are rare and fleeting, and recalled that China had missed an earlier opportunity period because of major mistakes, especially the 10-year catastrophe of the Great Cultural Revolution. The first fifth of the new century was an opportunity period, which we must tightly grasp and in which we can get much accomplished. Making good use of this window, when assessed, would be of extreme importance and significance for China's development goals. 8 What did China have the strategic opportunity to accomplish? To the extent the Chinese debate on this question can be said to have had a formal beginning, it may be found in a series of special lectures and study sessions convened by Chinese academics and the country's top leadership between 2003 and 2006. The program concerned the rise and fall of great powers in history, the means of their rise, the causes of their frequent wars, and whether and how a modern great power might rise without recourse to military conflict with the dominant actors in the international system. These lectures were subsequently elaborated into The Rise of Great Powers, a 12-part film series aired on Chinese national television in 2006 and watched by hundreds of millions of viewers. As the scholar David Shambaugh has noted, this may have been a uniquely philosophical moment in the history of great power politics. Few, if any, other major or aspiring powers engage in such self-reflective discourse. 9 What lessons could China draw from these historical precedents? In one of the first and most comprehensive attempts at an answer, Beijing sought to allay foreign apprehensions over its growing power by articulating the proposition of China's peaceful rise. A 2005 Foreign Affairs article by the influential Chinese policy figure Zheng Bijian served as a quasi-official policy statement. Zheng offered the assurance that China had adopted a strategy to transcend the traditional ways for great powers to emerge. China sought a new international political and economic order, but it was one that can be achieved through incremental reforms and the democratization of international relations. China, Zheng wrote, would not follow the path of Germany leading up to World War I or those of Germany and Japan leading up to World War II, when these countries violently plundered resources and pursued hegemony. Neither will China follow the path of the great powers vying for global domination during the Cold War. 10 Washington's response was to articulate the concept of China as a responsible stakeholder in the international system, abiding by its norms and limits and shouldering additional responsibilities in line with its rising capabilities. In a 2005 speech at the National Committee on United States-China Relations, Robert Zoellick, then Deputy Secretary of State, put forward this American response to Zheng's article. While Chinese leaders may have hesitated to grant the implication that they had ever been an irresponsible stakeholder, Zoellick's speech amounted to an invitation to China to become a privileged member and shaper of the international system. Almost concurrently, Hu Jintao delivered a speech at the United Nations General Assembly, entitled "Build Towards a Harmonious World of Lasting Peace and Common Prosperity," on the same theme as Zheng Bijian's article. Hu reaffirmed the importance of the United Nations system as a framework for international security and development and outlined what China stands for. While reiterating that China favored the trend toward democratization of world affairs, in practice, of course, a relative diminution of American power in the direction of a multipolar world, Hu insisted that China would pursue its goals peacefully and within the framework of the UN system. China will, as always, abide by the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, actively participate in international affairs and fulfill its international obligations, and work with other countries in building towards a new international political and economic order that is fair and rational. The Chinese nation loves peace. China's development, instead of hurting or threatening anyone, can only serve peace, stability, and common prosperity in the world. 11. The peaceful rise and harmonious world theories evoke the principles of the classical era that had secured China's greatness, gradualist, harmonizing with trends and eschewing open conflict, organized as much around moral claims to a harmonious world order as actual physical or territorial domination. They also described a route to great power status plausibly attractive to a generation of leadership that had come of age during the social collapse of the Cultural Revolution, that knew its legitimacy now depended in part on delivering China's people a measure of wealth and comfort and a respite from the previous century's upheavals and privations. Reflecting an even more measured posture, the phrase, peaceful rise, was amended in official Chinese pronouncements to peaceful development, on the reported grounds that the notion of a rise was too threatening and triumphalist. Over the next 3 years, through one of the periodic confluences of random events by which historical tides shift, the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression coincided with a period of protracted ambiguity and stalemate in the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, the awe-inspiring 2008 Beijing Olympic Games, and a continued period of robust Chinese economic growth. The confluence of events caused some of China's elites, including portions of the upper echelons of China's government, to revisit the assumptions underlying the gradualist position articulated in 2005 and 2006. The causes of the financial crisis and its worst effects were primarily in the United States and Europe. It led to unprecedented emergency infusions of Chinese capital to Western countries and companies, and appeals by Western policymakers for China to change the value of its currency and increase its domestic consumption to foster the health of the world economy. Ever since Deng's call to reform and open up, China had seen the West as a model of economic prowess and financial expertise. It was assumed that whatever the Western countries' ideological or political shortcomings, they knew how to manage their economies and the world's financial system in a uniquely productive manner. While China refused to acquire this knowledge at the cost of Western political tutelage, the implicit assumption among many Chinese elites was that the West had a kind of knowledge worthy of diligent study and adaptation. The collapse of American and European financial markets in 2007 and 2008, and the spectacle of Western disarray and miscalculation contrasted with Chinese success, seriously undermined the mystique of Western economic prowess. It prompted a new tide of opinion in China, among the vocal younger generation of students and Internet users and quite possibly in portions of the political and military leadership, to the effect that a fundamental shift in the structure of the international system was taking place. The symbolic culmination of this period was the drama of the Beijing Olympics, which took place just as the economic crisis was beginning to tear at the West. Not purely a sporting event, the Games were conceived as an expression of China's resurgence. The opening ceremony was symbolic. The lights in the vast stadium were darkened. At exactly 8 minutes after 8 o'clock, China time, on the 8th day of the 8th month of the year, taking advantage of the auspicious number that had caused that day to be selected for the opening, 2,000 drums broke the silence with one huge sound and continued playing for 10 minutes, as if to say, "We have arrived. We are a fact of life, no longer to be ignored or trifled with but prepared to contribute our civilization to the world." After that, the global audience saw an hour of tableaus on themes of China's civilization. China's period of weakness and underachievement, one might call it China's long 19th century, was officially drawn to a close. Beijing was once again a center of the world, its civilization the focus of awe and admiration. At a conference of the World Forum on China Studies held in Shanghai in the aftermath of the Olympics, Jiang Bijian, the author of the Peaceful Rise concept, told a Western reporter that China had at last overcome the legacy of the Opium War and China's century of struggles with foreign intrusion, and that it was now engaged in a historic process of national renewal. The reforms initiated by Deng Xiaoping, Jiang said, had allowed China to solve the riddle of the century, developing rapidly and lifting millions out of poverty. As it emerged as a major power, China would rely on the attraction of its model of development, and relations with other countries would be open, non-exclusive and harmonious, aiming to mutually open up the route to world development. 13. The cultivation of harmony did not preclude the pursuit of strategic advantage. At a July 2009 conference of Chinese diplomats, Hu Jintao delivered a major speech assessing the new trends. He affirmed that the first 20 years of the 21st century were still a strategic opportunity period for China. This much, he said, had not changed. But in the wake of the financial crisis and other seismic shifts, Hu suggested that the SHR was now in flux. In light of the complex and deep changes now underway, there have been some new changes in the opportunities and challenges we are facing. The opportunities ahead would be important, the challenges would be severe. If China guarded against potential pitfalls and managed its affairs diligently, the period of upheaval might be turned to its advantage. Since entering the new century and the new stage, internationally there has been a series of major events of a comprehensive and strategic nature, which have had a significant and far-reaching influence on all aspects of the international political and economic situation. Looking at the world, peace and development are still the main theme of the times, but the competition for comprehensive national power is becoming more intense. The demands of an expanding number of developing countries to participate equally in international affairs are growing stronger by the day. Calls to bring about the democratization of international relations are becoming louder. The international financial crisis has caused the current world economic and financial system and the world economic governance structure to receive a major shock. The prospects for global multipolarity have grown clearer. The international situation has produced some new features and trends worthy of extremely close attention. 14. With world affairs in a state of flux, China's task was to dispassionately analyze and navigate the new configuration. Out of the crisis, opportunities might arise. But what were these opportunities? The national destiny debate, the triumphalist view China's encounter with the modern, Western-designed international system has evoked in the Chinese elites a special tendency in which they debate, with exceptional thoroughness and analytical ability, their national destiny and overarching strategy for achieving it. The world is witnessing, in effect, a new stage in a national dialogue about the nature of Chinese power, influence, and aspirations that has gone on fitfully since the West first pried open China's doors. China's previous national destiny debates occurred during periods of exceptional Chinese vulnerability. The current debate is occasioned not by China's peril but by its strength. After an uncertain and sometimes harrowing journey, China is finally arriving at the vision cherished by reformers and revolutionaries over the past 2 centuries, a prosperous China wielding modern military capacities while preserving its distinctive values. The previous stages of the national destiny debate asked whether China should reach outward for knowledge to rectify its weakness or turn inward, away from an impure if technologically stronger world. The current stage of the debate is based on the recognition that the great project of self-strengthening has succeeded and China is catching up with the West. It seeks to define the terms on which China should interact with a world that, in the view of even many of China's contemporary liberal internationalists, gravely wronged China and from whose depredations China is now recovering. As the economic crisis spread across the West in the period after the Olympics, new voices, both unofficial and quasi-official, began to challenge the thesis of China's peaceful rise. In this view, whose analysis of strategic trends was correct, but the West remained a dangerous force that would never allow China to rise harmoniously. It thus behooved China to consolidate its gains and assert its claims to world power and even superpower status. 2 widely read Chinese books symbolize that trend: an essay collection titled China is Unhappy, The Great Era, The Grand Goal, and Our Internal Anxieties and External Challenges, 2009, and China Dream, Great Power Thinking and Strategic Posture in the Post-American Era, 2010. Both books are deeply nationalistic. Both start from the assumption that the West is much weaker than previously thought, but that some foreigners have not yet woken up. They have not truly understood that a power shift is taking place in Sino-Western relations. 15. In this view, it is thus up to China to shake off its self-doubt and passivity, abandon gradualism, and recover its historic sense of mission by means of a grand goal. Both books have been criticized in the Chinese press and in anonymous postings on Chinese websites as irresponsible and not reflecting the views of the great majority of Chinese. But both books made it past governmental review and became bestsellers in China, so they presumably reflect the views of at least some portion of China's institutional structure. This is particularly true in the case of China Dream, written by Lu Mingfu, a PLA senior colonel and professor at China's National Defense University. The books are presented here not because they represent official Chinese government policy, indeed, they are contrary to what President Hu has strongly affirmed in his UN address and during his January 2011 state visit in Washington, but because they crystallize certain impulses to which the Chinese government has felt itself obliged to respond. A representative essay in China is Unhappy sets out the basic thesis. Its title posits that, America is not a paper tiger, as Mao tauntingly used to call it, but rather, an old cucumber painted green. 16. The author, Song Xiaojun, starts from the premise that even under the present circumstances, the United States and the West remain a dangerous and fundamentally adversarial force. Countless facts have already proven that the West will never abandon its treasured technique of commerce at bayonet point, which it has refined over the course of several hundred years. Do you think it is possible that if you return the weapons to the storehouse and put the warhorses out to pasture, 17, that this will convince the West to simply drop their weapons and trade with you peacefully? 18. After 30 years of rapid Chinese economic development, Song urges, China is in a position of strength. More and more of the masses and the youth are realizing that, now the opportunity is coming. 19. After the financial crisis, he writes, Russia has become more interested in fostering its relations with China. Europe is moving in a similar direction. American export controls are now essentially irrelevant because China already possesses most of the technology it needs to become a comprehensively industrialized power and will soon have an agricultural, industrial, and post-industrial economic base of its own. In other words, it will no longer be reliant on the products or the goodwill of others. The author appeals to the nationalist youth and masses to rise to the occasion, and he contrasts the current elites unfavorably with them. What a good opportunity to become a comprehensively industrialized country, to become known as a country that wants to rise and change the world's unjust and irrational political and economic system. How is it that there are no elites to think of it? 20. PLA Senior Colonel Lu Mingfu's 2010 China Dream defines a national, grand goal, to become number one in the world, restoring China to a modern version of its historic glory. This, he writes, will require displacing the United States. 21. China's rise, Lu prophesies, will usher in a golden age of Asian prosperity in which Chinese products, culture, and values set the standard for the world. The world will be harmonious because China's leadership will be wiser and more temperate than America's, and because China will eschew hegemony and limit its role to acting as primus inter pares of the nations of the world. 22. In a separate passage, Lu comments favorably on the role of traditional Chinese emperors, whom he describes as acting as a kind of benevolent elder brother to smaller and weaker countries' kings. 23. Lu rejects the concept of a peaceful rise, arguing that China cannot rely solely on its traditional virtues of harmony to secure the new international order. Due to the competitive and immoral nature of great power politics, he writes, China's rise, and a peaceful world, can be safeguarded only if China nurtures a martial spirit and amasses military force sufficient to deter or, if necessary, defeat its adversaries. Therefore, he posits, China needs a military rise, in addition to its economic rise. 24. It must be prepared, both militarily and psychologically, to struggle and prevail in a contest for strategic preeminence. The publication of these books coincided with a series of crises and tensions in the South China Sea, with Japan, and over the borders of India, in such close succession and of a sufficiently common character as to prompt speculation whether the episodes were the product of a deliberate policy. Though in each case there is a version of events in which China is the wronged party, the crises themselves constitute a stage in the ongoing Chinese debate about China's regional and world role. The books discussed here, including the criticisms of China's supposedly passive elites, could not have been published or become a national cause célèbre had the elites prohibited publication. Was this one ministry's way of influencing policy? Does it reflect the attitudes of the generation too young to have lived through the Cultural Revolution as adults? Did the leadership allow the debate to drift as a kind of psychological gambit, so that the world would understand China's internal pressures and begin to take account of them? Or is this just an example of China becoming more pluralistic, allowing a greater multiplicity of voices, and of the reviewers happening to be generally more tolerant of nationalist voices? 25. Dai Bingwa, A reaffirmation of peaceful rise. China's leaders decided to take a hand in the debate at this point, to demonstrate that the published triumphalism is far from the mood of the leadership. In December 2010, State Councillor Dai Binghua, the highest-ranking official overseeing China's foreign policy, entered the lists with a comprehensive statement of policy. 26 with the title, Persisting with Taking the Path of Peaceful Development. Dai's article may be seen as a response both to foreign observers concerned that China harbors aggressive intentions, and to those within China, including, one posits, some in the Chinese leadership structure, who argue that China should adopt a more insistent posture. Peaceful development, Dai argues, is neither a ruse by which China hides its brightness and bides its time, as some non-Chinese now suspect, nor a naive delusion that forfeits China's advantages, as some within China now charge. It is China's genuine and enduring policy because it best serves Chinese interests and comports with the international strategic situation. Persisting with taking the path of peaceful development is not the product of a subjective imagination or of some kind of calculations. Rather, it is the result of our profound recognition that both the world today and China today have undergone tremendous changes, as well as that China's relations with the world today have also undergone great changes. Hence it is necessary to make the best of the situation and adapt to the changes. 27 The world, Dai observes, has grown smaller, and major issues now require an unprecedented degree of global interaction. Global cooperation is, therefore, in China's self-interest. It is not a strategy for advancing a purely national policy. Dai continues with what could be read as a standard affirmation of the demand of the people of the world for peace and cooperation, though in context, it is more likely a warning about the obstacles a militant China would face. Probably it is addressed to both audiences because of economic globalization and the in-depth development of informatization, as well as the rapid advances in science and technology. The world has become increasingly smaller and has turned into a global village. With the interaction and interdependence of all countries as well as the intersection of interests reaching an unprecedented level, their common interests have become more extensive, the problems which require them joining hands to address them have multiplied, and the aspirations for mutually beneficial cooperation have grown stronger. 28 China, he writes, can thrive in such a situation because it is broadly integrated into the world. In the past 30 years it has grown by linking its talents and resources to a broader international system, not as a tactical device but as a means of fulfilling the necessities of the contemporary period. Contemporary China is undergoing broad and profound changes. Following more than 30 years of reform and opening up, we have shifted from class struggle as the key to economic construction as the central task as we comprehensively carry out the cause of socialist modernization. We have shifted from engaging in a planned economy to promoting reform in all aspects as we build a socialist market economic system. We have shifted from a state of isolation and one-sided emphasis on self-reliance to opening up to the outside world and development of international cooperation. 29 These earth-shaking changes require that China abandon the vestiges of Mao's doctrine of absolute self-reliance, which would isolate China. If China fails to correctly analyze the situation and, as Dai insists, very satisfactorily manage our relations with the external world, then the chances offered by the current strategic opportunity period may likely be lost. China, Dai emphasizes, is a member of the big international family. Beyond representing simply moral aspirations, China's harmonious and cooperative policies are what are most compatible with our interests and those of other countries. 30 Lingering beneath the surface of this analysis, though never stated directly, is the recognition that China has a host of neighbors with significant military and economic capacities of their own, and that China's relations with almost all of them have deteriorated over the past 1 to 2 years, a trend the Chinese leadership is seeking to reverse. With leaders of any country describing their strategies, a tactical element can never be excluded, as there was with the amendment of the phrase, peaceful rise, to the blander, peaceful development. In Dai's article, he specifically addresses foreign skepticism that his arguments may be largely tactical. Internationally, there are some people who say, China has a saying, hide one's capabilities and bide one's time, and endeavor to achieve something. So they speculate that China's declaration of taking a path of peaceful development is a secret conspiracy carried out under circumstances in which it is still not powerful. But this, Dai writes, is groundless suspicion. this statement was first made by Comrade Deng Xiaoping in the late 1980s, early 1990s. Its main connotation is, China should remain humble and cautious as well as refrain from taking the lead, from waving the flag, from seeking expansion, and from claiming hegemony. This is consistent with the idea of taking the path of peaceful development. 31. Peaceful development, Dai stresses, is a task for many generations. The importance of the task is underscored by the suffering of generations past. China does not want revolution, it does not want war or revenge, it simply wants the Chinese people to bid farewell to poverty and enjoy a better life, and for China to become, in contrast to the taunting rejectionism of Mao, the most responsible, the most civilized, and the most law-abiding and orderly member of the international community. 32. Of course, however much grander goals might be disclaimed, countries in the region, those that have seen the waxing and waning of previous Chinese empires, some of them stretching further than the current political borders of the People's Republic of China, find such disclaimers difficult to reconcile with China's growing power and historical record. Will a country that, for most of its modern period, which in China starts 2,000 years ago, regarded itself as the pinnacle of civilization, and that for nearly 2 centuries has regarded its uniquely moral world leadership position to have been usurped by the rapaciousness of Western and Japanese colonial powers, be content to limit its strategic goals to build, a moderately prosperous society in all aspects? 33. It must, Dai answers. China is not in a position to be arrogant and boastful, because it still faces tremendous challenges domestically. The gross domestic product of China, no matter how large in absolute numbers, has to be spread over a population of 1.3 billion, of whom 150 million live below the poverty line. Therefore, the economic and social problems that we encounter can be said to be the biggest and thorniest issues in the world, hence we are not in a position to be arrogant and boastful. 34. Dai rejects claims that China will seek to dominate Asia or to displace the United States as the world's preeminent power as pure myths that contradict China's historical record and its current policies. He includes a striking invitation from Deng Xiaoping, so contrary to China's usual insistence on self-reliance, to the effect that the world would be allowed to supervise China to confirm it would never seek hegemony. Comrade Deng Xiaoping once stated, "If one day China should seek to claim hegemony in the world, then the people of the world should expose, oppose, and even fight against it. On this point, the international community can supervise us." 35. Dai's is a powerful and eloquent statement. Having spent many hours over a decade with this thoughtful and responsible leader, I do not question his sincerity or intent. Still, granting that Dai, and their colleagues are stating in full candor their perspective for the next stage in Chinese policy, it is difficult to imagine that this will be the last word on China's world role or that it will remain uncontested. A new generation of younger Chinese and rising party and PLA elites will come into office in 2012, the first generation since the early 19th century to have grown up in a China that is at peace, and politically unified, that did not experience the Cultural Revolution, and whose economic performance outstrips that of most of the rest of the world. The fifth generation of Chinese leaders since the creation of the People's Republic, they will, as did their predecessors, distill their experiences into a view of the world and a vision of national greatness. It is on the dialogue with this generation that American strategic thinking needs to occupy itself. By the time the Obama administration took office, relations had fallen into a distinct pattern. Both presidents proclaimed their commitment to consultation, even to partnership. But their media and much elite opinion increasingly affirmed a different view. During Hu Jintao's state visit in January 2011, extensive consultation procedures were reinforced. They will permit increased U.S.-China dialogue on issues as they arise, such as the Korea problem, and attempts to overcome some lingering issues, such as the exchange rate and differing views on the definition of freedom of navigation in the South China Sea. What remains to be dealt with is to move from crisis management to a definition of common goals, from the solution of strategic controversies to their avoidance. Is it possible to evolve a genuine partnership and a world order based on cooperation? Can China and the United States develop genuine strategic trust? Epilogue. Does history repeat itself? The Crow Memorandum. A number of commentators, including some in China, have revisited the example of the 20th century Anglo-German rivalry as an augury of what may await the United States and China in the 21st century. There are surely strategic comparisons to be made. At the most superficial level, China is, as was Imperial Germany, a resurgent continental power. The United States, like Britain, is primarily a naval power with deep political and economic ties to the continent. China, throughout its history, was more powerful than any of the plethora of its neighbors, but they, when combined, could, and did, threaten the security of the empire. As in the case of Germany's unification in the 19th century, the calculations of all of these countries are inevitably affected by the re-emergence of China as a strong, united state. Such a system has historically evolved into a balance of power based on equilibrating threats. Can strategic trust replace a system of strategic threats? Strategic trust is treated by many as a contradiction in terms. Strategists rely on the intentions of the presumed adversary only to a limited extent. For intentions are subject to change. And the essence of sovereignty is the right to make decisions not subject to another authority. A certain amount of threat based on capabilities is therefore inseparable from the relations of sovereign states. It is possible, though it rarely happens, that relations grow so close that strategic threats are excluded. In relations between the states bordering the North Atlantic, strategic confrontations are not conceivable. The military establishments are not directed against each other. Strategic threats are perceived as arising outside the Atlantic region, to be dealt with in an alliance framework. Disputes between the North Atlantic states tend to focus on divergent assessments of international issues and the means of dealing with them. Even at their most bitter, they retain the character of an inter-family dispute. Soft power and multilateral diplomacy are the dominant tools of foreign policy, and for some Western European states, military action is all but excluded as a legitimate instrument of state policy. In Asia, by contrast, the states consider themselves danger. Too divided for aggression, yet sufficiently strong for defense, the German Confederation made a major contribution to the European equilibrium. But equilibrium was not what motivated the changes of the 19th century in Europe. Nationalism did. The unification of Germany reflected the aspirations of a century. It also led over time to a crisis atmosphere. The rise of Germany weakened the elasticity of the diplomatic process, and it increased the threat to the system. Where once there had been 37 small states and 2 relatively major ones, a single political unit emerged uniting 38 of them. Where previously European diplomacy had achieved a certain flexibility through the shifting alignments of a multiplicity of states, the unification of Germany reduced the possible combinations and led to the creation of a state stronger than each of its neighbors alone. This is why Prime Minister Benjamin Disraeli of Britain called the unification of Germany an event more significant than the French Revolution. Germany was now so strong that it could defeat each of its neighbors singly, though it would be in grave peril if all the major European states combined against it. One was the crisis caused by German capabilities or German conduct. In his memorandum, submitted on New Year's Day 1907, Crow opted for the conflict being inherent in the relationship. He defined the issue as follows: for England particularly, intellectual and moral kinship creates a sympathy and appreciation of what is best in the German mind, which has made her naturally predisposed to welcome, in the interest of the general progress of mankind, everything tending to strengthen that power and influence, on one condition: there must be respect for the individualities of other nations, equally valuable coadjutors, in their way, in the work of human progress, equally entitled to full elbowroom in which to contribute, in freedom, to the evolution of a higher civilization. 2. But what was Germany's real goal? Was it natural evolution of German cultural and economic interests across Europe and the world, to which German diplomacy was giving traditional support? Or did Germany seek a general political hegemony and maritime ascendancy, threatening the independence of her neighbors and ultimately the existence of England. 3. Crow concluded that it made no difference what goal Germany avowed. Whichever course Germany was pursuing, Germany would clearly be wise to build as powerful a navy as she can afford. And once Germany achieved naval supremacy, Crow assessed, this in itself, regardless of German intentions, would be an objective threat to Britain, and incompatible with the existence of the British Empire. For under those conditions, formal assurances were meaningless. No matter what the German government's professions were, the result would be as formidable a menace to the rest of the world as would be presented by any deliberate conquest of a similar position by malice aforethought. 5. Even if moderate German statesmen were to demonstrate their bona fides, moderate German foreign policy could, at any stage, merge into a conscious scheme for hegemony. Thus structural elements, in Crow's analysis, precluded cooperation or even trust. As Crow wryly observed, it would not be unjust to say that ambitious designs against one's neighbors are not as a rule openly proclaimed, and that therefore the absence of such proclamation, and even the profession of unlimited and universal political benevolence, are not in themselves conclusive evidence for or against the existence of unpublished intentions. 6. And since the stakes were so high, it was not a matter in which England can safely run any risks. 7. London was obliged to assume the worst, and act on the basis of its assumptions, at least so long as Germany was building a large and challenging navy. In other words, already in 1907 there was no longer any scope for diplomacy, the issue had become who would back down in a crisis, and whenever that condition was not fulfilled, war was nearly inevitable. It took 7 years to reach the point of World War. Were Crow to analyze the contemporary scene, he might emerge with a judgment comparable to his 1907 report. I will sketch that interpretation, though it differs substantially from my own, because it approximates a view widely held on both sides of the Pacific. The United States and China have been not so much nation-states as continental expressions of cultural identities. Both have historically been driven to visions of universality by their economic and political achievements and their people's irrepressible energy and self-confidence. Both Chinese and American governments have frequently assumed a seamless identity between their national policies and the general interests of mankind. Crow might warn that when two such entities encounter each other on the world stage, significant tension is probable. Whatever China's intentions, the Crow school of thought would treat a successful Chinese rise as incompatible with America's position in the Pacific and by extension the world. Any form of cooperation would be treated as simply giving China scope to build its capacities for an eventual crisis. Thus the entire Chinese debate recounted in Chapter 18, and the question of whether China might stop hiding its brightness, would be immaterial for purposes of a Crow-type analysis. Someday it will, the analysis would posit, so America should act now as if it already had. The American debate adds an ideological challenge to Crow's balance of power approach. Neoconservatives and other activists would argue that democratic institutions are the prerequisite to relations of trust and confidence. Non-democratic societies, in this view, are inherently precarious and prone to the exercise of force. Therefore the United States is obliged to exercise its maximum influence, in its polite expression, or pressure to bring about more pluralistic institutions where they do not exist, and especially in countries capable of threatening American security. In these conceptions, regime change is the ultimate goal of American foreign policy in dealing with non-democratic societies. Peace with China is less a matter of strategy than of change in Chinese governance. Nor is the analysis, interpreting international affairs as an unavoidable struggle for strategic preeminence, confined to Western strategists. Chinese triumphalists apply almost identical reasoning. The principal difference is that their perspective is that of the rising power, while Crow represented the United Kingdom, defending its patrimony as a status quo country. An example of this genre is Colonel Lu Mingfu's China Dream, discussed in Chapter 18. In Lu's view, no matter how much China commits itself to a peaceful rise, conflict is inherent in U.S.-China relations. The relationship between China and the United States will be a marathon contest, and the duel of the century. 8. Moreover, the competition is essentially zero-sum. The only alternative to total success is humiliating failure. If China in the 21st century cannot become world number one, decades was attributable to its good fortune that there existed a fairly easy correspondence between China's huge pool of young, then largely unskilled labor, which had been, unnaturally, cut off from the world economy during the Mao years, and the Western economies, which were on the whole wealthy, optimistic, and highly leveraged on as India, Japan, Vietnam, and Russia, represent realities not created by American policy. China has lived with these countries throughout its history. When Secretary of State Hillary Clinton rejected the notion of containing China, she meant an American-led effort aimed at creating a strategic bloc on an anti-Chinese basis. In a Pacific Community effort, both China and the United States would have constructive relations with each other and all other participants, not as part of confronting blocs. The future of Asia will be shaped to a significant degree by how China and America envision it, and by the extent to which each nation is able to achieve some congruence with the other's historic regional role. Throughout its history, the United States has often been motivated by visions of the universal relevance of its ideals and of a proclaimed duty to spread them. China has acted on the basis of its singularity, it expanded by cultural osmosis, not missionary zeal. For these two societies representing different versions of exceptionalism, the road to cooperation is inherently complex. The mood of the moment is less relevant than the ability to develop a pattern of actions capable of surviving inevitable changes of circumstance. The leaders on both sides of the Pacific have an obligation to establish a tradition of consultation and mutual respect so that, for their successors, jointly building a shared world order becomes an expression of parallel national aspirations. When China and the United States first restored relations 40 years ago, the most significant contribution of the leaders of the time was their willingness to raise their sights beyond the immediate issues of the day. In a way, they were fortunate in that their long isolation from each other meant that there were no short-term day-to-day issues between them. This enabled the leaders of a generation ago to deal with their future, not their immediate pressures, and to lay the basis for a world unimaginable then but unachievable without Sino-American cooperation. In pursuit of understanding the nature of peace, I have studied the construction and operation of international orders ever since I was a graduate student well over half a century ago. On the basis of these studies, I am aware that the cultural, historic, and strategic gaps in perception that I have described will pose formidable challenges for even the best-intentioned and most far-sighted leadership on both sides. On the other hand, were history confined to the mechanical repetition of the past, no transformation would ever have occurred. Every great achievement was a vision before it became a reality. In that sense, it arose from commitment, not resignation to the inevitable. In his essay, Perpetual Peace, the philosopher Immanuel Kant argued that perpetual peace would eventually come to the world in one of two ways, by human insight or by conflicts and catastrophes of a magnitude that left humanity no other choice.
Thank you for watching the Learner's
We are
Library.
at such a juncture.
If you found value in this
When
video,
Premier Zhou
please
Enlai and I
like,
agreed on the
comment,
communique
share,
and
and
announced the secret
subscribe.
visit,
Stay
he said,
tuned,
"This will
there's
shake
so
the
much
world."
more wisdom to come.